Okay, there you go. Now say something horrendously gay.
Horrendously gay. Hello, everybody.
Not
How's it
literally.
going? How's it going? My cold has taken a turn for the worst, or flu, or whatever. That's Bill and I have both had for nearly 2 weeks now.
Whereas my sinuses are great.
Fun. It's fun. I love it. It's so great. This is the worst, dude. I kind of
Comes
thought I
from
was
not
gonna
drinking.
die. No. But also, when I was in the thick of it, man, I was having heart palpitations. I thought I was gonna. I really my fever was insane.
You were having heart palpitations?
Yeah. I thought I was seriously. I think I might have to go to the hospital. I didn't, but it was rough, and now it's just lingering.
Apparently, we should have warned people were going live.
I thought we said something about it.
We did.
We talked about it on Wednesday.
We did.
Did we say Sunday? I said I don't like to stream on Sunday because I don't like to stream over Adam and Sitch. So I think we said we were going to do it Saturday or Sunday, and I like to do it. I don't like to do it on Sunday because I know a lot of people who also watch Adam and Sitch, and I don't want to.
Also, I stream on Sunday in V's Discord movies.
Oh right, you stream.
Yeah, I pretty much become like V's movie boy.
V's movie boy is okay, what did you get mad at me for saying that you said was cringe? Oh, that my Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy waifu is real in my heart. Yeah, well, you being V's streamy boy is real gay.
At least I'm real, whereas your waifu is fake and pixelated. Eat a dick, bitch.
Look, it's hard to see the pixels. It's actually really pretty game.
See, this is why Bull told me to billy you.
I am not playtesting V's porno AI. Oh, maybe a little, but
I was gonna say, like, are you really? Are you not?
Maybe a little.
Also, maybe you shouldn't have said that on live stream.
Well, what? Everyone knows that he's got his AIs that he's been messing around with.
I didn't know him do that.
Cushy waifu AIs that he's got, you know?
You seriously need to get a room.
Yeah. We're joined tonight by Christopher Everard.
We usually do.
We usually do what?
We usually have a room. It's a stream where we talk shit. It's public.
Yeah, right. We're joined by Christopher Everard, who is going to hang out with us for a little bit and also tell us about his, what he can tell us legally about the stuff that he's been going through. So that's actually probably a good segue to actually start talking about things and not just waffling around. But
we like the waffling, though.
I do, and I do want to talk about Hogwarts Legacy because I'm really loving it. But let's talk about what's been going on with you, Christopher. Do you want to give kind of like an overview of? Also, yeah, let me get your. I've showed it before, but let me get the link to your. Is it a Kickstarter or was it a?
Sorry, holy crap.
Here it is. Here it is. The Kickstarter. So I'll post that in the chat right now. So this is for the Kickstarter is for a novel and for an art book to go with it. Correct?
Yeah, so it's for an art book of my universe. So it's like all of the creature, the monster. It's a bestiary, to be honest. Like in every for example, Witcher 3 or Gothic or Skyrim, you have a special section with all of the monster, where they are, how to defeat them, stuff like that. A bit of a tidbits of history. This is what I'm trying to do. Well, I try to, because there's like 24 hours to go, and I still need a lot of money. So it's more or less surely a failure. Instead, someone have 30,000 euros to spare to give me.
Yeah.
But you never say never. But still, it's in bad shape, and that was the point of this. It's a bestiary of my universe, because I've self-published 4 books for now, 4 novels, and unfortunately they are only available in French for now. But I did find an editor, a small one, in the Anglosphere, which you might know. It's the Biz Archive, Dave Martel. Yeah. He took interest in my stuff, and he proposed to work something out with me, and I'm on my way to publish a short story with him.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm very appreciative about that, and it's all thanks to Yes, to be honest.
Nice. Yes is awesome.
Yeah, No, I'm not French. I'm from Belgium. This is important. I'm not French, please. No insult. But yeah, so the story is that I'm doing like a dark fantasy setting universe. And this was the art book of this universe because visuals are important in my work. All of my novels are illustrated in black and white, and this was a chance to be a bit more crazy with the illustrations of full color, like huge environment details and stuff like that.
Maybe, yeah, since this, I posted a Kickstarter, but like you said, I mean, you know, if people are interested, absolutely check it out. It's probably not going to get funded if we got 26 hours left and not anywhere near the goal. But getting some information out here about it, I think, is still important. And if you do another one, and particularly after you get some of the novels published in English or some of the work published in English, then I think it might be easier to, uh, get some interest in this stuff in the Anglosphere and the English speaking
Yeah,
audience, because you can't get any traction for this in the Franco-Belgian sphere, and that's
it's
because you
very
were.
complicated. Yes.
But I think it would it be unfair for me to say the 30,000-foot view, the TLDR, is that you kind of got me too'd.
No. Yeah, in a way, yes. Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
I don't know how much you. Of course, now you can't go into to detail. Now, I would say that Christopher has shown me articles that have been published um, in French on this situation. So it's been covered by journalists and stuff. And so there is actually attention on this, but doesn't want to show them because there's pending litigation involved. I mean, you can go find them, by the way. But I think we're saying let's not show them on stream, just to, and there's also going to be things that Christopher can't talk about because of the pending litigation. So,
Yeah, there
but
is some legal ramification, and I cannot take any risk with that.
right. So yeah, we're just going to try and tread very carefully
Yeah.
on.
These Belgians.
I didn't even mean to make the waffling joke.
That's really
don't
good.
care. I don't care.
That's funny.
That was just a happy accident. Whoops.
No, I don't care. It's okay.
Now I want Belgian waffles though. Fuck. But
I
okay,
know they are very good.
they are delicious. But the only there's a crepe place in town. But the last time that I went, we walked by it, and I thought of going in. There was, I swear to God, a painting of Zelensky in a painterly painting of Zelensky like a saint in the front window, and I was like, I don't really feel hungry for crepes anymore. Like
Yeah.
this in this and there's this painting of Saint Zelensky in the front of the crepe place. Yeah, was he? Bill said it was just the employee of the month because Zelensky should be working in a creperie. I don't know if Zelensky cut out for working with crepes. Anywho, sorry, that was an aside.
Jack Posobiec is a Slayers fan?
But what?
No, sorry, it's a soul post from Jack Posobiec.
No. Anywho, so on the more serious side of things, so what
This is a good tweet. This.
what can you say about the situation that's happened? Which why are you coming on here and talking to me and Spoon and talking to Yiz and other people in the Anglosphere, because the books aren't translated. So why are you talking to us about trying to get eyes on this project? Why is it that you can't publish this work or get eyes on it positively in the Franco-Belgian sphere?
Well, first off, I'm always interested in having my work known, so it's like, to me, like logical to have at least a try and having a shot at translating the stuff. But
Right.
like we said, it's even more important because I have very little hope of spreading my wings in the Francosphere, and this is because even before my first book was published, or more or less the same time, I encounter two persons that are very hard right now, doing their best to cancel me like outright. And I know for a fact that they are very aware of my mental fragility because I have autism, and they know that I am a very prone to anxiety, and I've made a suicide attempt in my past and stuff like that. And they know that, but even if they know that and try to their best to get under my skin and all, they also on the same time say publicly that I fake my autism, and
Yeah, it's so fun to fake having autism.
yeah, yes, and I'm a predator who don't pay the partner and stuff like that.
I don't know. Kamala
So,
Harris just seems to have done pretty well because of it.
That's true.
but
But yeah, they're asking you for some huge amount of money.
it depends on the light of day and the alignment of the star. But the highest amount I remember, it's 180,000 euros, and the smallest one is 75,000.
And what are they asking? So this is women again have claimed that that it was like sexual harassment is what they claimed, right?
Not exactly, but there is like I was toxic, and maybe made a sex joke at some point or stuff like that. So it's not about the sex stuff, but it's more like the two chief of accusation they have is um, contract rupture, like ending a contract, and the second one is copyright infringement. But they also very thickly laid how to say that the story that I was like a monster to work with, and I was like uh, try to sleep with someone and stuff like that in my past and blah blah blah.
So it's not even that. All right. So it's not even that they're claiming harassment, right? It's that they're just claiming that you were like weird or and off-putting to them. And for this, they're asking you for potentially hundreds of thousands of euros in what? Like payment for their suffering?
Yeah, in a way, yes. It's like reparation.
That's absolutely. I'm again. We talked about this like a month ago now, and at the time I was like, "What the hell?" And I still can't wrap my head around it. That, but it seemed that way in the articles I read too. That it was the claims, yeah, weren't even that like when I said sexual harassment. I think it was like claiming that you were trying to sleep with them or something, which is first of all,
Yeah, and
whatever.
I just said a girlfriend at the time, so it's like I had a girlfriend, but even though I'm trying to get in bed with another woman.
Well, I mean, plenty of people do that. Let's not.
Yeah, but not me, not me. I'm very old school about that. I want one woman, marriage, wife, kids. That's it.
Very
But
cool.
the narrative they push is I was a monster. I make sex jokes. I ask too
Oh
much
no,
of
sex
them.
jokes.
Yeah, and I ask too much of them. But I'd say that
And
it's
you were working with these people in what capacity? It was involved with the story?
no, not at all.
Okay.
So the first person was a web designer, and
Okay.
she also was helping about the promotion. So her
Yeah.
job was to promote me and having a website. The second one was just to having to draw two picture, and I was thinking of maybe hiring her for another uh, illustration job.
Did you
But
and you paid her though for the work, right?
both of them. The first one for the website and all was like 150 euros per month for a bit less than a year, and the second one was 100 euros for two drawings. And I have
So
the
right,
receipt.
so these women got paid for the work that they
Yes,
did. Their complaint is just that they didn't like working with you, essentially. And for
more or
this,
less.
they, I mean, that's the gist that I got. I mean, also, I can't obviously read French, so I had to use Google
Yeah, and
Translate for those articles.
I have so
But
many screenshots that you will spend a year to have the full story. So
right, but I mean, to me, this sounds like an absolute goddamn nothing burger in terms of like they have no real claims, and yet there's articles in these journal or in these news outlets reporting on it like it's a serious news
so
story.
if you found news outlet article, I didn't find them, but they write their own article like on their blog, on the Twitter, or some YouTube channel, or even one time I went on TV, Belgian TV, and just the day after or 2 day after, they did like
Yeah, they mentioned that in the article. I remember that they mentioned that you had been on
yeah.
TV, and that's
But
proof that
if
this is a big deal or something.
if you found if yeah, but I wasn't on TV about this. I was just promoting my stuff, and
Yeah.
I think it was to talk a bit about the thing of being self-published, because it's not like very common in Belgium and France, at least to the greater public. So I was on TV to talk a bit about that, how is it, how this work and stuff like that. But the day after, they went on Twitch and made a live to explain, like, oh, I lied to the TV and blah blah blah.
When you weren't even there talking about that.
No, I never, in almost 5 years now, I never once spoke about that. Not a word. This is maybe the first time I'm speaking about this publicly.
Right, yeah, which you told me before when we spoke in private about it. So, when that's why one of the reasons I wanted to have you on to talk about it, because this is, I mean, it's an endemic issue all throughout the West, which is that basically, if you're a woman, you can just throw claims at the wall and try to ruin somebody's life. Try to make sure that they can't
Yeah.
get work done. Try to sue them for 200,000 euros, which, I mean, it's an insane amount of
And
money.
I don't know if you've seen this, or if I show it to you, but they try to do a Kickstarter, well, in French, but it's the same. It's a crowdfunding to sue me and monetize our story, like me and them. Like they wanted to publish a book narrating
A book about this, about
yes,
them not liking you, essentially.
about the horror of working with me.
I mean, okay, bitch, like, just go rant on a blog about it. You don't need to publish a book. I mean, that's
Yeah,
absolutely
and
insane.
they asked for something like 4,000 euros, something like that, to the whole thing, to legal fees and publishing the book about my ass.
I mean, I really, like, it makes me, like, don't make me tap the sign. This song goes very hard. Greetings from Kazakhstan. I hate women so much, it's unreal. My favorite YouTube comment of all time. But I mean, this is, again, like I said, this is an endemic problem. And unfortunately, this happens. I mean, I don't know if it's on this kind of level, but stuff like this happens to men pretty much every single day. And
Yes.
women are just kind of allowed to get away with it because, oh, women are need to be protected. Women are innocent and ooh woo. Which would lead into this Eliza Blue shit that is still fucking going on because this dumb bitch can't shut up on Twitter. Which I do want to talk about some of that in a couple minutes. But, well, because it is sort of related, where if a woman just comes out and says, ooh, my feelings were hurt, please, like, the Eliza Blue thing is actually, like, a perfect analogy at this time. She says, this is one thing she said yesterday. I need brave men to stand up for me right now. I'm begging you. Of course. And it's always like, that's her
pretty
whole
funny.
thing. No, don't worry. Men stand. She can get on her knees. She's used to that. It's fine.
But this kind of happened
Nice
to
shot.
me too, because this is more or less what they did, and they even tried to get in contact with people who work with me, or like did an article on my book, like a critic or an
Yeah.
interview or stuff like that, and they contacted them, and some for asking information and stuff. Even the first corrector I worked with, she's kind of like my mentor, and she showed me the trope, and she teach me in a way how to operate and how is the book sphere and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
the two girls tried to get in contact with her for asking question, like private question about how was I when I work with the corrector and stuff. And we unfortunately we reconnected because we drifted apart a bit. But yeah, we connected, and she told me this, and I was like, I'm not even surprised. So
So
they
right. So this is actively affecting this is,
Yes.
I mean, super actively affecting your ability to work at all in the
Yes.
Franco-Belgian sphere, which is that
And I have
anytime when someone Googles your name, you know, they're gonna
they
find these
they
articles.
can
They're gonna find this stuff.
yes, they can find it. I don't know in which position the article and stuff are, but yeah, it's definitely a possibility. And I have also proof that they like their story is are spreading, sorry, and some friends or stuff like that talk about it and send or to people I know and stuff like that. So there is like a web that is growing about me.
And even they get the idea, right? That the people who bring this up to you, I'm guessing like the real gist of it is that you were a pain in the ass to work with, according to these women. Like that's their entire
Yes.
claim, and yet that's keeping you from being able to publish potentially, and keeping you from being able to, do your work because these two women who you paid have a stick up their rear over this.
Well, there is that, and there is also the toll on my mental health because I don't want to sound too much as a victim, but they know what they are doing, and they hope that they are affecting me. And unfortunately, since I
But that's the
am
point, I would imagine.
not yeah, and since unfortunately I'm not the best equipped person to deal with such event because I receive like mail from Bayleaf and I don't know how to translate that in English, but like an agency who is their job to collect debt or something like that.
Oh yeah.
And
Bank?
Well, no, there's a specific, like Dog the Bounty Hunter. I forget what those are
yeah,
called though.
yeah, it's something like that.
Debt
It's like
collectors.
Yeah, debt
like
collector
Loan
when you're in
sharks.
arrears. Right?
yes,
Yeah. Loan
something
shark.
like that. I'm not sure it's
No,
the
loan
correct
shark.
translation, but this
Yeah.
is something like that. And when you are just a little guy, I just published a book and you receive like a letter. Oh, please pay this amount. What? And you are alone because I have not many friends and stuff like that. So like, what
So
do
and
you do?
they're just asking you for this huge amount of money, and they're trying to send people after you now, from the sounds of it, to collect.
Well, they stopped because I had a lawyer, but
Oh,
they
okay,
tried.
right. Oh, how cute. Interesting. Once you get legal
Yeah, no, but
representation.
no, they blame my lawyer. Like my lawyer is also a monster,
Okay, nice. Oh yeah, you
and
did tell me that you have a good
and
lawyer, which is great.
they also refuse to give like information and stuff to my lawyer. So yeah, not very legal.
So right, so okay, so they're not even complying with. So you're trying to do this legally. They were trying to basically squeeze money out of you. And again, so this is over. How long of a period of time? You said you paid the one woman. It was what was it, 150 euros or
I
something like that for a year?
150 for less than a year, and
Less than a year.
I met her. It was like end of 2017, and the collaboration ended in I think August or September 2018. And
Yeah.
the first like cease and desist they did was like October or November 2018.
Okay. So you worked with this woman for less than a year. You paid her already.
Yeah.
A significant amount of money. And
Well,
the other woman
it's not big, but it's still like 1,000 or something.
Yeah, that's not a non-significant amount of money. 1,000 euros is something like, well, I don't know how the euro and the dollar are stacking up to each other. Euro
It's
is
almost
still,
1-1, almost.
is it now? Oh my god, I'm so used to it being so vast. And the same with the pound. I'm so used to them being so like them being so vastly different. But
Well,
yeah, I
in
guess everything's
dollar,
about parity now.
in dollar, it might be something like 1,100, something like that.
But still, that's in the U.S. a felony is $500, so it's a significant amount of money, right?
Hmm.
That you paid this woman to so, and then the other woman was paid for the work that she did.
Yes.
But were just sending you, if I'm getting this correctly, they were just trying to send people after you collect on these exorbitant things that they 200,000 up to 200,000 or 70,000. No, both of which. The lowball number there too is absurdist. Like both numbers are crazy.
Yeah, and for the second person, it's a bit of a funny story because like I paid the artist who did the two drawing for me, and I was like, well, that's it. Okay, thank you very much. Kiss, kiss, goodbye. and she's claiming that she didn't like secede the right to use it. So it's like,
Oh
for
my
example,
god.
it's an example. I paid for some potato. I need to pay again to eat them, something like that. At least it's my metaphor. But
Yeah.
apparently
Well,
there is like a legal fog about this, so she
there
may
is.
be right, but still, it was my one of my very first interaction in the professional art sphere, so I didn't know what I was doing.
Right. So there is some yeah, legal fog, as you said there, in that if you know, like, if Penny does art for the channel, right, and then I don't ask Penny's permission to use it, Penny could technically, like, you know, that she did the art, the avatar art that we use on this channel,
Mm.
and shout out to Penny always, she's awesome. But if, like, I didn't ask her for permission, now of course it's also a verbal agreement technically, because it's just a verbal agreement. If Penny was not a nice person, was a horrible person, she could come at us for using artwork that we didn't get in writing, that she was signing over the copyright.
Yeah, if she was behaving
rights
like
to.
America towards Russia.
If she was behaving like these two Belgian women, apparently.
One Belgian, one French.
Okay. But behaving like these women, I mean, technically, yeah, you could be a big bitch about it, but the reality is that for artists in particular, not a good move most of the time to be a
Yeah,
big
and
prick, because you
the
rely on commissions, and if people are like, well, I don't want to commission this person because look at what they do, but
the
whatever.
the funniest thing about the artist is I try, to be the bigger man to do nice thing because I just wanted everything to end, and this is still my wish. I want this craziness to end, and
Yeah,
maybe an apology or something like yeah,
not getting that.
it's okay. I know, but a way to stop the lie or something like you know what I mean.
Exactly.
A
Yes.
declaration of sorry or something like that. But
Yeah,
the
not gonna.
funniest thing
I
is
don't think
that
you're gonna get an apology from
I I
people
know,
like this. Just in my experience,
I
narcissists like this, nah.
but at least maybe the judge will agree with me, so I have hope.
A judge
but
could order them to apologize. That sometimes
but
happens.
either way, I try to do my best, for the artist specifically.
Yeah,
Like yeah, I pay you 300, leave me alone. Because she asked for something like
I'm gonna pay you
I
$100 to fuck off.
yeah, so
Great scene from Trailer Park Boys.
but apparently, if I remember correctly, she asked for something like 1,000 euros per year for usage of the drawing she did.
It's
Something like that.
absolutely absurd. Now,
Yes. But
like,
wait. Because I really did my best with my lawyer, and I said something like, I will offer you like 300, leave me alone, at least for the artist.
yeah,
And no answer.
no answer. So you even offered to give her, like, at least some money to fuck off, right?
Yeah.
It's because I don't know why it's also bizarre because, like, you're running this Kickstarter campaign, you don't have this money. Why
No.
they're trying to bleed, they're trying to bleed a stone, and it's absolutely absurd. But there's so many women like this out here. It's totally.
This is why now when I speak about cancel culture,
Yeah,
seriously, sometimes it's not canceling, it's murder attempt.
yeah. There's
Because I
unfortunately
had
your story is not unusual.
no, I know, but because
That's the
I
problem.
had very very like severe like impact on my health.
Hmm.
I lost some hair. I had some my headache when like through the roof. I I even had some performance issues in bed. I'm sorry, that's the truth.
No, I mean, like, sorry
Um,
for laughing. I mean, but
no,
it's
no, no,
like,
no, no. I don't take it badly. No, no, no.
well,
Uh,
no, I'm laughing because it's uncomfortable. But I mean, but it does affect you like that. And
yes, and
I can,
I also had like oh, sorry, in English. Like I went to the
yeah,
emergency because my body won't like
yeah,
shut down. Like
Jesus,
my leg was just collapsing on themselves, and I almost fell on the street, like on my face, like boom, like like the window shut down sound, like
yeah, yeah, yeah,
boom,
yeah.
and
Why are you eating okay? Because I had that happen when I wasn't eating, man.
no, no, no. Apparently, according to my neurologist, because I see a neurologist for my headaches, he see that
Yeah.
it's just like a severe case of fatigue. my body is so tired nervously that
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, women have that effect on people, but I understand specifically where you're coming from because I have I was diagnosed with autism. I got real mad about it. I was diagnosed as an adult, but I when stuff like when people tried to cancel me, which they do regularly, essentially not anymore so much. I think people have realized that for not everybody, because there's always new people, right? But for most part, people realize that I'm not a fucking monster. Like the words they called you, but it's the same thing. Is that I'm really, really not. I try to be a good person. I I don't always succeed, but I don't know. There's only one person who ever actually succeeded, and his name was Jesus Christ. So as long as you're just looking for that goal, I mean, you're not going to reach it, but at least try, I guess. Um, but still, I've been through that, and it is overwhelming. Like, when some of the attempts that people have, I mean, I often say I got kicked out of university. The reality is out of doctoral school. The reality is I was asked politely to leave. You know,
Mm.
but it's what's the operative difference? There's not much of one.
Yeah.
So, that's what happened there, and that was that it devastated me. My physical health, etc. Yeah, was I totally understand where you're coming from when you're constantly being bombarded like this, and you feel like you feel suffocated, like there's no way out. But luckily, we know now that you've got this opportunity to be able to at least publish something in English,
Yes.
which is
Yes.
awesome.
Seriously, yeah. And it's funny because it's a short story I wrote like 3 or 4 years ago, which is connected to my big universe. But it
Mm,
was something that I didn't fully wanted to do. It was to help a friend.
yeah.
She needed something, for uh, how to say that memoir or something, and she needed a story or a book with some short story. So I did something for her.
Yeah.
And now it's this story that will be published in English thanks to the material. So it's a funny story, but yeah, I am very thankful for this opportunity. Even if it's very painful for me for this Kickstarter to fail because I was
It's a
so sure that what I
yeah.
was offering was great.
Well,
But it
what I
wasn't
told you,
enough.
and I know, but I'm going to say it here on the air as well,
Yeah,
is what I told you before, is that it's a big ask.
yeah, I know.
$37,000 is huge, and for people who don't know anything about your work, because it's but again, this is the problem, right? So you're
Mm.
trying to reach into the Anglosphere, in large part because your name has been so tarnished by these women who are, I mean, I'm just going to say my perception of them is pretty wholly negative, that they just want attention and money more than anything, money that you don't have, which
Yeah,
makes
and
it extra bizarre.
the
Uh,
slander my name of everything, like I'm a
right.
transphobe, homophobe, sexist, ableist, and everything.
That's funny that they call you ableist if they're also saying that your autism diagnosis is fake. Uh, very, very cute. But I mean that in a derogatory way. But yeah, I think that, I mean, even if, like, this one's not going to make it, most likely, but and it's a big ask. But I think, as I told you before, if you can start publishing in English, I saw the campaign for something really similar, which I missed out on,
Yeah, yeah.
and I've been kicking myself for months over it. Is that there was a Kickstarter campaign for figures for the like, that you're supposed to paint yourself, but they did have pre-painted ones and they were quite expensive. And I thought about doing it, and I was like, oh, I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna pull the trigger on it and do it for the King Killer Chronicle. Not King Killer Chronicle. Why do I always say that? It's because I read them at the same time. The Brandon Sanderson books. Oh, come on, I've read all these books. Why does it always escape me whenever I'm supposed to think about it? Um. Oh my god, what is wrong with me?
I know the frustration of having something on your tongue and you cannot put your finger on
And I love these books, but I can't think of the freaking name of them right now. Which is really, it makes it look like I don't like. Oh, the Way of Kings is the first book. What's the Stormlight Archive? Stormlight Archive. God, how did I fuck that one up? Oh well. But yeah, there was a Kickstarter for Not Mistborn. That's another of his series. I mean, Brandon Sanderson has got a million, but yeah, for the Stormlight Archive books, they did a Kickstarter for a bunch of different figures, and I really wanted to get some of them because they looked awesome. But I would pay, and lots of people, and the Kickstarter when I saw it too, it vastly, exceeded what he was asking for to produce. I think it was also an art book and also and these figures. But that's because it's Brandon Sanderson, and it's an established series, so it's harder to get people interested. First of all, in something that when they can't read it in their own language.
Yeah. I
So
definitely understand and know
right.
what you're.
So I think it's just my suggestion would be just to focus on trying to get your published work out in English,
Oh
and
yeah.
then focus on the art project would just be my suggestion. And it's it does stink that it's probably not going to make it. I mean, it's
I'm already over it, to be honest. I'm just focusing on the good news that I met some great people. Like, to be honest, Yiz, it's like a godsend.
yeah,
She's so sweet, and I can't thank her enough. And even people like you who said, "Oh, but what you are doing is cool. What happened? What is the story behind it?" And
right. Well, that's why I wanted you to come on, so other people
yeah,
could hear the story too. Because yeah, when you told me about it, I was gonna say I was flabbergasted with how bullshit it was, and it is bullshit. But at the same time, it's also tragically common, and it is a reality that right now, even that in this world, women can just throw out accusations and Amber Heard it up and be able to destroy a man's ability to work, which is and then demand money from him. It's like, well, where do you think the money's gonna come from, you dumb bitch? Like, but whatever.
yeah.
Women don't think that things that.
The good months I have maybe 1,300,
Yeah,
and half of it
and
goes to rent.
yeah.
And the rest, when I can, it's all on my project. Like, I'm going balls deep. It's maybe not the best idea, I know, but it's a long story. But
Well, it's something you care about, and I
yeah,
respect that you're passionate about it, and
the
you are going, as you said, balls deep in it,
yeah,
trying to
but
actually get this done.
the TLDR, it's I can't have a normal job. I can't have a normal life because of my disability. Because, for example, I have a very high sensitivity to light, to sound,
Yeah,
to touch.
yeah,
I have
stepped.
also like very hard problem sleeping. I'm uh, I'm always anxious. I'm prone to depression, like out of nowhere, anxiety attack. Like everything is okay, and all of a sudden, like I'm snapping my finger because I'm in deep anxiety.
Yeah,
So I just it's very complicated even for the best boss around the world to accommodate my needs.
yeah,
So I it's very complicated for me to have a job. So I had a bit of money from the government. Well, I needed to go 3 years on court to have this diagnosis and money. So it wasn't easy, but either way, I got it. And now I have maybe the chance of doing something of me and my life and my maybe talent with my art. So I don't want to lose that. It's
yeah.
too precious for me. So I go all in. I don't care if I do care because I go to food aid and stuff, but I just want to have a normal life and to
I,
entertain people with the things I like to do, which is writing.
and I'm fully supportive of you, and I'm sure everybody here is as well. Like, well, I can't speak for everybody in the chat, but I'm sure Spoon is. He's a little quiet, I think, because he doesn't have much to add. He's not familiar with the. Well, I think he's just listening. He might be eating too. I don't know. But this. I mean, again, this does happen all the time, and I think it would be. Spoon, are you there? Because I do want to transition over and talk a little bit about the Eliza Blue stuff because it is relevant actually to Christopher's story. This is the women can just do this kind of stuff and get away with it, and it really makes me freaking angry. Now, Candace Owens has, I have in the past not liked Candace Owens because I didn't like that social autopsy shit that she was doing. Now, that was a long time ago, and I don't pay a lot of attention to Candace Owens. I've just never really trusted her after that. But I have to say, I was really, really impressed with her coverage on the Eliza Blue situation. Because and Candace is proving herself to be a real one by coming out and talking about it while everybody else is still trying to shut this down. Just yesterday, Eliza Blue flagged somewhere in between 20 and 30 YouTubers to take down videos about her. I mean, it's still going on. And what is it? It's stuff that she did, stuff that she chose to do. And then the third article from Shane Cashman came out yesterday as well, talking about the perpetual trauma machine. And it's just more nonsense. But also, she's been going on a storm on Twitter saying the most ridiculous shit. Spoon, I'm going to share my screen. Are you there? Spoon. Oh my god.
You went to pick up this, maybe.
I don't know what he went to do. So I'll just read. Spoon, you fucking Bree. I wish I could like ping him or something.
But maybe another anecdote is because again I speak a lot about my autism, not to be a victim, but because it's
a
some people
struggle.
say this like a joke and autism joke, and some people also take it as something that is not quite severe or it doesn't impact your life at all. And okay, I'm okay with the joke, but please keep in mind that it's a neurological condition and it's no fun. If I could live my life without autism, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Oh, I know. Trust me, I know.
And I published a video today about self-diagnosis because in the Francosphere, this is something quite important, and I got shit because of it.
I am very, very skeptical of self-diagnosis in any way.
For me, self-diagnosis is shit. Like, there is some case that can be made about it, but it's because, waiting for an actual doctor to diagnose you. So it's not actually self-diagnosis. It's just like, I may be something, I don't know, I'm not sure, I'm waiting for a doctor.
I think something's wrong. Yeah, and being able to recognize your symptoms is useful for doctors, is useful for medical professionals. But diagnosing yourself, like all these kids on TikTok, I say kids, a lot of them are in their like 20s and even 30s, who are like, oh, I have multiple personality disorder, which is almost entirely discredited thing.
It glamorized some mental health issue, which is a big no-no. Big no-no, because the actual researcher, the actual doctor, the actual educator and people like that, they are fighting for us on the battlefield to have some recognition, some government help, some reduction for electricity bill or something, because being someone with mental health issue means that you cannot, in some capacity, have a normal life. And I hate the constant victimization of the minority and people with disability. I sympathize. I mean, I'm aching every day almost to be like functional, but don't be a victim. I mean, it's okay to be hurt and have your foot down and okay, I'm in pain now. I need like a week of sleep and maybe after, but please let me sleep now. But don't stay a pussy, like, seriously.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's we do have to recognize the things that are challenges in our lives, but it's interesting. Again, I'm working on this stuff with Eliza Blue now, and there's something called tendency towards interpersonal victimization. It's a new. I was talking about it a little bit earlier. I had to pay for the studies because they're so new, which I normally don't have to do, but then I just pop them into Sci-Hub so that everybody can access them and they can be free for everybody, because that's the whole point of my that's my outlook on things. Science should be free. So now I had to pay some money for this, which is whatever. But this is a new instrument. This tendency towards individual victimization. Now, there's been a whole bunch of research that's come out of Shori and Noor are the two main scholars. I've done a video on it before called Perpetual In-Group Victimhood Orientation. And so there's a lot of research that's started coming out around the 2012s, 2014s, that was about this idea of group victimhood orientation, that the group sees themselves as a victim forever, and it's part of their identity, their social identity, which, Tajfel, Turner, Hogg, and Oakes are the seminal scholars on that stuff. And that scholarship was fascinating. It was predominantly looking at the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, most of the research that's been conducted on it. And I was kind of surprised to find that this individualized victimhood orientation really wasn't researched at all until about 2 years ago. But it certainly is. They developed a profile for it across a lot of very extensive research. Several different scholars have, that has found that, there's a type of person who not only identifies themselves as a victim, often for like BS reasons, but that they use it specifically to extract resources from others in doing so. And that they're, be admitting that where you because you can be victimized. All of us probably have been victimized in some way or another at some point in our life.
It's
right?
it's basic human condition, in my opinion.
Well, it's
Like the
yeah.
Buddhists say, life is pain or stuff like that. I tend to agree with that.
I mean, everyone's going to be victimized at some point in their life in some situation, right? But it letting it control you, letting being a victim become who you are.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Do you watch It's a Gundam?
Oh yeah.
He always say like, "Oh, I miss the bullies." I tend to agree with him, even though I went to hell because of my bullies. But
I was bullied mercilessly, and I agree. Like, I mean, there's like a certain amount of bullying. Certain amount of bullying is good, I think.
Yeah, in my case, I had some horror story about that because I even like I almost died in some way because of some bullies and some professor who mistreated me and so. But at least I get like a will to live or will to fight out of it. I'm not like a poor soul sorry for myself all the time and screaming murder if the wind is too strong. And
so many of these like people nowadays, they need to have been maybe not full on bullying as
of course
shame. Have some shame. People, we really are freaking lacking in shame. And it's, these people, like somebody said, look, okay, so Hogwarts Legacy is a good example of this, right? Like, these people are losing they dang minds all over the internet because other people are having fun playing the wizard game. Myself included, by the way. I'm having quite a lot of fun playing the wizard game.
Maybe it's not about the Hogwarts thing, but about Leonardo DiCaprio who had a new girlfriend, and I saw a meme so funny because Leonardo say I consent, the other girl say I consent, and there is another person
we don't consent.
We don't consent.
Isn't there everyone you're forgetting to ask? Yeah, that stuff's bizarre. Like what's the age gap between them? It is fairly significant.
Yeah,
but
30, something like that.
But they're both adults, and people did that at Keemstar too, because Keemstar's girlfriend is like 20, but she's an adult, by legal standards. I think she was like couldn't drink, so I think she was like 20. And look, is it a little weird? Yeah, but it's not uncommon either. The older male who's established and has a lot of money.
It's their choice. End of the line.
And with a younger woman, look, when women are, let's just be honest, when women are like, in their early 20s, it's like your peak of prettiness. Your peak hot. Is Keenan's girlfriend 19? Is she still legal?
No, it's
Leonardo's.
Yeah.
I mean, I will be honest, I think it's a little weird.
Yes.
But at the same time, they're consenting adults. And it is also weird that we have this other thing where, like, the day that somebody turns 18 and all of a sudden it's and then the day before it's not okay. That part is a little weird too. When people like freak out at like this happened to so many YouTubers at this point where they like the YouTuber is, I see this happen all the time. Now there are some real predators out on YouTube that have been caught and exposed, which is excellent. I'm glad they got exposed. But so much of it is, oh, he was 17 and she was 16, and then he turned 18 and she was still 17, and now he's a pedophile. And it's like, what? I don't think so. I think you're being a little silly right now. But it's not uncommon for women, of course, are looking for men who can support them so that they can have children. So it's totally logical that a 20-year-old woman or whatever would, first of all, it's Leonardo DiCaprio. I'm not talking for Keem, but it's Leonardo DiCaprio, okay? Like, he is the heartthrob of millions of women all over the world, or at least, was. I'm sure he still is.
Yeah, there is Keanu Reeves, Leonardo, and
Yeah.
Henry Cavill, and one or two other like that.
So he's hot, he's rich, he's famous. Yeah, and he's got his pick of any woman he wants, right? I don't know why. Like, if you like her, which I don't know much personality most 19-year-olds have. I would imagine probably not a lot. Some do, but probably not a lot of personality there. So I don't know. I think it's a little weird. It also makes sense why a rich and established man would want a young hot woman. So I don't know. And it makes sense why a young hot woman would want to get with a really rich famous man. But
Yeah.
again, a little weird. Yeah. Does it give me kind of little heebie-jeebies a little bit? Yeah, it does. But I don't think it's totally abnormal.
Yeah,
I do
if,
want
if
to.
I was the father, I would raise the eyebrows or two and like, can I give
Right.
a bit of money?
Yeah. If you're her dad, you're gonna be like, he is more than twice your age. Like
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
a
But
little.
joke aside about the money, yeah, that's their business, not
Mhm.
ours. And legally, everything is okay, so leave them be.
Yeah. I can't bring this up because Spoon is doing whatever he's doing. Did he
Yeah,
fall asleep?
I try to still entertain.
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. The only problem is that like he's got the keys. So like if he's asleep at the wheel, we can't put up the watch together. But I do want to talk about the Eliza Blue stuff. And I guess I'll read the article, but I won't have it on the screen. You'll just have to trust me.
Yeah. Yeah, like you trust me and the chat trusts me about my story, so it's okay.
Well,
But
I
again,
can post everyone can go read the article. It's very public. But
but
I did want to.
just
Go
for
ahead, Sam.
chat, I'm not like very like big brain on politics. My stuff is art and entertainment. But
Mhm.
yeah, I will do my best to not be an idiot.
Oh, Spoon's here. He must be eating or something. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen, Spoon. I was waiting because you weren't responding, you silly utensil. All right, I'm gonna share my screen. All right. Spoon, you weren't responding. He must be eating or something. Okay. He did say he had food. All right.
It's
Oh, it's
yeah,
funnier this way. Oh, you're trolling me, you little bastard. All right. So this is hilarious because she got fact checked on Twitter. Because of course she fucking did. So yeah, yesterday she went on a big tirade. She did her normal hope you have a beautiful day filled with love on the 9th while this shit's all going on. I don't think I need to relitigate or go back over the Eliza Blue situation, but just for those of you who maybe didn't hear it before, I don't know how you could avoid it at this point.
Zoom in, please. The text is very tiny.
What? Oh.
There we go. Thank you very much.
So the TLDR is Eliza Blue goes on Tim Pool's show twice. To talk about the first time was like apparently I thought it was more recent, but apparently it was like 2 years ago. To talk about being a survivor of human trafficking and advocate for human trafficking victims. By the way, great cause. Everybody on Earth is down with you on that, Eliza. Everybody agrees. Nobody wants anyone to get human trafficked besides human traffickers. And I would also say that generally speaking, nobody's cool with said besides human traffickers. I would also generally say that nobody is cool with children having sex with adults except for pedophiles.
And you.
But so I don't know.
Which you mistakenly thinks is Ann Capistan, which is the most retarded thing I've ever heard.
I've got my black and yellow hearts in my Twitter profile because I don't call myself ANCAP. I'm a libertarian. The ANCAPs go way too far.
You're an anarcho-monarchist.
Yes. Well,
which is a very strange thing to say.
Libertarian monarchist.
What's the difference?
There is some difference because I'm not because I don't believe in anarchy. I don't think it works.
Okay, well, yeah, that's the phrase anarcho-monarchist.
I would say minarchist, not anarchist, minarchist.
Monarchist.
Smallest minarcho-monarchist. There you go. Yeah, smallest state possible, but with the king in charge. Right? I know it doesn't sound like it makes sense, but trust me, it makes sense. We have a flag and everything.
You know, there's a really, really long podcast with Lex, Michael, and Yaron Brook. and they talk about Gulch.
It's gonna be hard to listen to Yoren.
No, but but they talk about the Gulch, which is in Ayn Rand's novel, where they just said there's one judge, there's one authority, and then later on they talk about Hopper, and Malice talks about monarchy, and he just goes, there's one judge, one authority, and then later on Michael just says, there's one judge, that's the monarch, and just looks to the camera as if to say, like, there you go, even in Ayn Rand society, there is a monarch. The private society has a king.
The actual ANCAP libertarian society, in order to protect the rights and liberties of the individuals, probably should be a monarchy.
Yeah, it should be a king.
Bill just says it's a physically manifested form of autism, which is also true. So,
no, it's not. Kings go into fight with you like that. That's a leader right there. Can your king fight with you? No, then he's just a fucking orderly bitch.
Yeah, not all kings have done it. Obviously, in fact, it's
kings
quite rare.
But
it's based. I think they should.
A Belgian king did.
Yeah, if you're gonna start a freaking war, then
fight with your
you should
troops.
lead the charge, or be there with your men to fight. That's based, and I agree with that. Zero Fuck says your mic's a little hot. I can't tell personally because it's on your side, but you sound fine to me. Just again to TLDR the Eliza Blue thing, just to get through it real quick. Goes on Timcast once 2 years ago, talk about being an advocate for human trafficking victims. She goes on again back in January to talk about that she is representing allegedly victims allegedly of Andrew Tate, and everyone in the chat is like, all she says is, "No, we just talked earlier about how the reasons why Christopher can't show any proofs right now. It is out there, it is Googleable, but we're not showing it on screen because he's personally involved in the litigation. I don't want to get him in any legal trouble. You can go find it if you so desire to find the.
If you dig a bit, it's really not that complicated to find. But
no.
For just preservation, I cannot show or give any information like detail or this site or this Instagram or stuff like that. Right. And I cannot also name, of course.
Right. So we're covering, making sure like Christopher doesn't get in trouble. However, it is a little bit different though. She said the same stuff, but I don't buy her crap because it doesn't make any sense. She says she couldn't reveal the names of any of the alleged victims of Andrew Tate. That she read a statement from them that she had prepared, but people were immediately starting to smell shit of what's going on with this woman. Then people, because it was like, she can't name any of the alleged victims. There's no is this actually going legal or not? What's happening here? People were smelling shit. And so then they looked into her past, and it turned out that she has a fucking past. Generally speaking, I don't really give a shit about people's past. I really don't. But it becomes a problem when it totally contradicts with your story about being a victim of human trafficking. So back in the early 2000s, early to mid 2000s, she was a scene girl. She was a groupie of My Chemical Romance. For some period of time, she was engaged to Gerard Way. Then she married some dude in the army whose last name was Seep. At that point in time, before that, she went by the name Eliza Morthland. Her father is a Republican politician in Illinois. Named I think Victor Moreland. It's Morthland, excuse me. So she comes from wealth. She comes from power and privilege. She moves out to LA. She gets involved with My Chemical Romance. At some point in time, she marries a dude in 2004. At this point, by the way, I should point out, Eliza Blue is 41 years old. If you listen to her tell this story, she was a child when all of this happened. No, she was in her early 20s. Moves to Germany for some period of time with this guy, then comes back to the US. And I'm doing my best to recount the situation because it's extremely blurry at points. Gets back involved with My Chemical Romance, gets engaged to Gerard Way, the lead singer of My Chemical Romance, this emo band. At this time, she's going by the name Eliza Cutts because she got her esthetician license in LA. Again, her family's from Illinois, Chicagoland. And okay, so she's hanging out with My Chemical Romance. The fans of MCR all hate her because they think she's an insufferable bint. who is they think she's a stalker. They think she's a stalker. This is, you can find posts from the early 2000s of people calling her a stalker.
There is also quite a bit of money involved because for moving from Germany to the US and stuff, it's not free.
No, it's not free. It is not.
I would like to go to the US and live there.
Unless you're a congressman.
Well, it seems probably most likely that her father was paying for was funding the entire thing, right? Because I don't know what she was cutting hair, I guess, for the band. But when there's interviews of her talking about like that, it seems that she got the esthetician license because she wanted a way into the band's inner circle. She was tired of just being a groupie. She wanted to cut their hair. Like, oh, hey, I can do your hair. You do have all the, I can do all your hairstyling.
I'm tired of swallowing jizz. Can I please cut hair now?
Well, no, this is we're not even into all of the jizz sucking yet. So then at some point she flunks out with MCR, goes back home, claims to have been trafficked. Now it sounds like who trafficked you, Eliza, from your claim is Gerard Way, which is a big claim to make. And maybe the reason you won't name your trafficker is because the first one would be Gerard Way, and he's got a lot of money, and I don't think you want that that libel out there, which is why you won't name who it was. She goes home for a little bit. Now tells her parents she's been raped and sex trafficked in LA. Then she just moves back to LA after like 6 months. Goes into, I don't know exactly when the move to Germany happened. I think she was only married to the Steep guy for like 6 months or something and lived with him on base in Germany. I think I've got the timelines right. Anyway, around this time, she goes back to LA. Sorry, in the first time she's in LA, she tries out for a Blind Date, the reality TV show. She's on Blind Date too while she's out in LA. Basically, she was desperate for attention, desperate for fame. So she goes home, claims she was raped, then immediately goes back to LA. Again, I'm guessing with daddy's money, to try and get famous again. This time she tries to get onto American Idol. And when you can see, it's awful, her audition. It's not great. Tries to get on American Idol.
It is for my ears.
Doesn't get on American Idol. And then realizes that, according to her, she went to go get a job as a cocktail waitress at a strip club and then was told, like, why don't you just strip? Just be a dancer. And she was like, okay. And she loved it. According to her, again, at the time, liked it. So she went out there, went back to LA, became a stripper, and seemingly then became an escort. Because she realized how much money she could make being an escort and told her friend, hey, you can make $500 a night being an escort. A prostitute. Okay, escort's like the classy way of saying you're a whore.
Yeah.
So
a whore sounds more honest.
Well, it's just the truth. So she is a whore in LA for a bit. She's doing escorting. She's a stripper. Then she begs, I should say, to start being in rap music videos. There's clips of her talking about how she begged World Star Hip Hop to be in this video that now you cannot post on the internet because she claims it's sex trafficking. A video of her shaking her ass. I'd like to point out, when that video was recorded, like, I've been doing this story real fast, shooting it out because I've already talked about it before. Yeah, she also claims that she was a drug addict this entire time, and that she probably was, but she claims that that she was being trafficked doing all.
No, her drug was fame.
Well, obviously, when the horrible music video of her being trafficked, she was like 36 years old in that video. Okay, I'm 32. And when she describes it, she talks like she was an underage minor. It was unconsensual. She didn't know what she was doing. You were 36, bitch.
It's like she changed her mind or something.
That's what it. Yeah. But at the time, she loved it.
Yeah, because
I made horrible life decisions. Now, how can I make somebody else make them pay for it?
Mm-hmm.
Because you spoke about the similarity of my story and this one, and it's funny because about the artist who drew the two pictures that now I can't show them and stuff, and she asked for 1,000 euros per year. She said on a letter, like the cease and desist stuff, like, now I don't allow you to share this drawing and stuff. So it's
right.
Written black and white. Consent. I changed my mind.
Yeah. Exactly. It's that, she changes her mind. It wasn't just one music video. Everyone, look, the one music video is the worst. the one music video is the worst because Brittany Vendy has floated this idea, and I think it's possible. The World Star hip hop video, there's like the whole thing, like you can't, there's no like rapper, like rapping. It's just incredibly like, it's called Eliza Knows, which is what she changed her name to at this point in time. So it's Eliza Morthland, then it's Eliza Cuts, now it's Eliza Knows. Oh, then it was Eliza Seep, now it's Eliza Knows. And she
50 Shades of Eliza.
I know, yeah, there's a whole, they're all gross. Every shade is more sickening than the last. So it's not the only music video she's in. The thing that's weird about the World Star Hip Hop video is that in every other video she's in, like there's rappers rapping, right? In this one, it's really just 3-4 minutes of just extremely illicit. It's not pornographic, but it's just her shaking her booty.
Shots of her ass.
Just shots of her ass, of her 36-year-old cellulite ass. And I'm not talking too much shit. Again, I'm 32. It happens. But like, you're not a teenager being sex trafficked. But again, it's not the only music video. There's also clips of her calling her mom, talking like, "Hey mom, did you see all these music videos I'm in? I'm so am I too sexy? Am I too sexy?" Yeah, it's something that if you're a sex trafficking victim, you call your mom and ask if you're looking too sexy in your music videos, and you upload it to your own YouTube channel.
Yeah, that tells
to
me
laugh about
therapy.
No, it just tells me she was. She again begged to be in the World Star Hip Hop video.
Your mother
clip of her saying that
is fucked up.
Yeah, it is fucked up. Then there's also a clip of her saying that she turned down $150,000 while she was working as an escort for sex. $150,000.
If she boasted to a friend that she can get 500 an app, but she turned down 105,000, yeah, I don't believe that for a second.
Well, if you're being sex trafficked, you don't get to say no.
Yes.
I also don't think you get to earn that kind of money.
No,
And if she said no, that means that she could have had higher number, like.
Right. I mean, it's all just nonsense. But again, she's admitted to being an escort. She's admitted to being a stripper, just in the past. But now she says, no, none of that happened. All of it's fake. The music videos were coercive, even though World Star Hip Hop has come out and said that she signed an agreement to be in this music video, and we paid her for it. And also, a big thing is that if you are being human trafficked, the women, you know how much they get paid to be in these music videos? Candace Owens brought it up, and it's completely not a lot. A couple $1,000s max.
Mm.
These are like little rap music videos. Like this is not, and you're just there to be eye candy, which is funnily enough the name of the song that she's in, or it's like Eye Candy Eliza. I don't know which one is the title of the song. And that's the whole thing.
It's like an extra, in fact.
Right. You're just there for people to have something to look at while they're listening to the music, right? That's it. You get paid a couple hundred, maybe a couple $1,000s. If you're being prostituted and human trafficked, that's not what your pimp is going to send you to do. Your pimp's going to send you out to have sex.
Yes.
For way more money. Not to get, no, you were seeking fame. That's what it is. So now that brings us up to where we get to in
Horse Stars Helpline.
Also, yeah, look, she was a prostitute, she was a stripper, she was desperate to be famous. And also around this time, she developed a black accent, which is really infuriating to listen to, because
all of a sudden
I talk like this, like I got this hardcore accent, y'all. Like she's got this fucking black accent, ghetto bitch accent that she's put on, which is really infuriating to listen to.
Did you see when she was in My Chemical Romance? She sounded like a deadly white bitch.
She sounded like a normal white girl.
She sounded like a normal chick who's like trying to be a groupie.
Right.
Yeah.
So she put on that
scene kid.
black scent ghetto stuff, which was really infuriating. And then in 2019, so after years and years of doing this, she's washed out of Hollywood at this point. She has to reinvent her grift. Well, she comes out as a human trafficking survivor advocate and survivor herself. And this was her new grift, is I'm going to grift off of conservatives who are concerned about human trafficking because, again, everybody who is not a human trafficker thinks human trafficking is sickening, obviously. It's not, by the way, Moody Mother, it's not that she made bad decisions as a teenager. She made bad decisions her entire life.
She's
up into her 30s, and now regrets it. Yeah, that's basically it. Like, I mean, again, it's one thing to do stupid stuff as a teenager and in your early 20s. Even I get that. I certainly have, right? but do dumb shit. Everybody does. But you're in
Yep.
your mid-30s and still doing this stuff? Sorry. Like, yeah, it's not. Anyway, so she comes out as this advocate. She goes on Timcast to talk about it. Clip comes out now. And by the way, the person who had this clip said they wouldn't have posted it. They were waiting to see how Tim responded to the whole situation. Well, Tim responded in like the worst way possible. We talked about it last week, or on Wednesday, that Tim had a melty, calling all of his telling all his fans, if you don't like it, to get the fuck out, and you're actually all paid bots from a PR firm that this woman's hired. Just go watch the Wednesday stream. It was a giant melty. But it came out that she was, because people said they weren't going to post this if Tim, depending on Tim's reaction. Well, Tim's reaction was bad. That there was a live stream they did after her first appearance where she's got her foot on Ian Crossland's dick. Ian Crossland then comes out, makes a video, and says, like, look, Eliza, because here's the problem, right? I know I haven't gotten to the point, and I know I should have, but the problem is she started flagging anybody posting videos or screenshots or even information about her because she has a connection to Elon somehow. Well, and the reason why is because she helped Elon write the new rules against preventing and keeping CP off of Twitter, right? And why wouldn't you hire? Because she's an advocate for helping children.
Yeah,
so you hire this prominent, but you get this prominent advocate to help you make the new rules that's especially entirely serve only her or specifically her in keeping her past away from her new identity. Elon unfollowed her. She claims Elon never followed her. Guess what? That's demonstrably wrong. You're just she can't stop lying. I mean, it's really crazy, a borderline personality disorder shit. But so she's Brittany Venti is still banned from Twitter. It's been 3 weeks. Brittany Venti is banned from Twitter for doing nothing more than asking her a question about the timeline of that World Star Hip Hop video and her sex trafficking story. And Brittany Venti is still banned because she refuses to take down the tweets. Many people were hit. Obviously, the Quartering, who's been deeply involved in this now.
He's back.
Yellow Flash, and he's been. Yeah, everyone else is back. Yellow Flash, that Umbrella guy, a whole bunch of people. Defango is an interesting one because he's going to matter here in this story. The new part of the story I'm gonna get to here in a second because this one, the last one was Clown Shoes. This is Clown World, okay? Because I know it sounds a little bit disjointed. I'm trying to get this out because it's so much shit. She's gotten everybody talking about her, anyone posting pictures of her, banned, saying it's exploitative material. She's being, and by the way, you're going to hear a new thing about how people being mean to her on the internet and just talking about her is sex trafficking. Isn't that curious? Everything I don't like is sex trafficking.
That's my Nazis all over again.
It really is.
It's the meme, like everything I don't like is literally like
literally Hitler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know I could say the name. So
yes, it's an emotional child's guide to online discussion. I don't know why she's got all this power, and that's what makes people interested in the story, is why the hell does she have all this power? Now, like I said, just yesterday, between 20 and 30 YouTube videos struck talking about this bitch. She's still doing it. She is doubling, tripling, quadrupling down, and people are still banned. And this is an issue, and always has been an issue, of free speech. People acting like we hate this woman because of her past. I went over her past thing because it's important only to show how her sex trafficking story doesn't make any sense, okay? Yeah, is it a bit Amber behavior? It's Amber Heard behavior to the nth degree. I think she surpasses Amber Heard. And listen to this stuff she's saying on Twitter here. So this is February 10th. All of this has come out. It's come out that maybe or maybe not. She at least she was dancing around and being very sexual with Ian Crossland, who is a co-host on Timcast. You know, I don't know if they had sex. Ian Crossland called her out though, and told her to stop flagging people. She clearly has no desire to do that. And there's even after this huge meltdown between Tim Pool and the Quartering, Tim now is acting like Tim's having a melty, saying he's going to retire. And I feel like that's kind of, I liked him a lot, but I feel like he's like looking for sympathy now too. Like everybody is the victim. Everyone wants to be the victim here.
Yeah, Tim's ridiculous around was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
You know who the only fucking victim here is the actual victims who might have put their faith in Eliza Blue. Those
And
are the
people
only
who got
victims in
their
this
channel
story.
yeeted for no fucking reason.
And yes, and the people who have had their channels and their Twitter accounts yeeted for talking about a story that is relevant to free speech.
And you said that it's a woman-related issue, just like man. You really think that it's the only thing that matters at the end, that she's a woman and therefore untouchable?
No, she was very touchable
no,
for a time being.
Right, yeah, for a certain price. But
That's some good stuff right there.
she's got connections to Elon Musk at Twitter,
Hmm.
clearly. I don't know if she still does anymore, but she sure did, and Britney's still locked out. It's not just Elon Musk though; it's this other woman who is the head of Trust and Safety. They tweet together they retweet each other. The head of Twitter Trust and Safety is this woman's friend.
Okay.
Elon,
Which is-
why the hell did you give the trust and safety to a fucking female
Woman.
Jesus Christ.
But it's like, Elon, this is what you came in to stop. But
Yes.
it turns out that it's the same boss, is just the new boss is the same as the old boss. You're allowing this woman to do whatever the fuck she wants on this platform because, and I do, it is interesting the people who are being most vocal talking about this and actually exposing her. It's Brittany Venti. It's Chrissy Mayer had her on her show twice to talk about the sex trafficking stuff. It's Candace Owens now. And I really do think that men are kind of afraid to talk about her because she's got some kind of weird power over men that I don't understand. I'm bisexual, but I'm not under the damn bitch's spell. And I don't know why people are. I don't know if they're afraid of her or if because they want to fuck her.
No, that's
but
because,
I'm not.
No, that's because your waifu is a woman of color and she's not.
She likes to pretend to be though.
Oh god, that's even worse. Like, if you're gonna be white, why the hell would you pretend to be I was almost gonna say
if you're gonna be white,
race.
make it sound like it's a choice.
No, I was gonna say something else.
Like,
I was very close to say something extremely racist. Like, I should
don't be racist.
Really? Do you know me?
Yeah, I know.
Hey, I'm allowed to be racist. I'm a minority in my own country. By the left's logic, I can't be racist. Actually,
you are an African Brit, or would you, or Irish African, or whatever? I don't know.
I just call myself a good white man.
Yeah, but you are African, so you probably are allowed to get away with some stuff.
Yes, I am actually. More so, I'm more African than African Americans.
Sometimes your minority card can be revoked, just like me. Like, I'm not truly autistic. So you're not truly African, man.
Very true.
I am truly African.
Do you want to read this stuff on the screen? I gotta go grab another drink because I've drank my whole soda that I had here, and I have to go grab my other bottle of soda. I'll be right back. You want to read what I have her on the screen?
What am I reading?
What she has here on the screen? This Twitter thread right here, and then I'll scroll up to the rest of it with this part, these 3 tweets.
Oh god, I have to read what this ridiculous bitch says. Hold on a second, I have Tetris on. Don't ask me. Let's see. I'm a survivor of human trafficking. Press X to doubt. If you believe me, thank you. I don't. Does that mean I should fuck off? Way to address that. If you don't believe me, you can block or unfollow and never have to think about me again. Yeah, but you stick your, vagina and ass in everyone's faces. In some cases, literally. So, and then you silence them. So we can't forget about you because you're like a cancer that goes around farting on everyone. It's not fun. I don't accept grant funding, so you aren't forced to or coerced into funding me. You aren't bound to me. Okay. I don't work for Twitter, and I never have. Yeah, you just happen to have influence about the people there. The FBI didn't work for them. Okay, no, that's wrong. The FBI did work for Twitter by the sounds of it. I don't work for any tech platform, and no tech platform works for me. Except Twitter, apparently. Actually, I'm an award-winning survivor advocate. I don't even want to know, what award did you win?
It's the meme of Obama giving himself the medal.
I don't even know what that means. Yeah. I fought for minor survivors of tech platforms. Minor survivors of tech platforms? Was the tech platforms molesting them? That's worded really weirdly. Minor survivors you make tech platforms look like they assaulted people. Okay, whatever. I won't lose my job because you don't have one. So there's nothing to cancel me from. Okay. I'm not going to stop being a survivor advocate. Okay, this is like a child who wrote this.
I know, it's fucking, it gets so much worse, by the way, too.
No, but like, read this line. Like, I fought for minor survivors of tech platforms. That makes it sound like the tech platforms weren't around molesting people.
Yeah, except for you also are recorded during your time going and doing the conservative talk show circuit of saying that in your ideal perfect world that the community would get together to decide if a child should be able to have sex with an adult.
That's not a joke, by the way. That is literally what she said, word for word.
It's word for word.
It was
William
bizarre.
said, "Show me on the smartphone when the tech platform assaulted you."
Well, actually, she actually said that. She also said that too. She said to Michael Malice that she
Yeah.
was being sex trafficked on Twitter because
What?
people were using photos of her to catfish. And that was sex trafficking. I think that what we've learned about this is that Eliza Blue, sex trafficking survivor and advocate, doesn't know what sex trafficking is.
She also doesn't know what ANCAP means.
No, I don't think she knows what fucking anything means, except
She's-
for me.
She's
me, me, me,
literally
me.
Oh.
she's literally just a stupid bitch.
It's like me laundering money. Like I wish I knew where the money was.
Right, yeah. Oh yeah, let me get to the super chats. I'll do that right now since I just got back. Cause so 3x3 Nihilio became a new member. Thank you, 3x3 Nihilio, for becoming a member. Enjoy the new emojis and stuff, because we do have a couple of emojis. If here's something I didn't know, but I did look into it. Obviously, the more people become members, the more emojis I can add. I kind of feel like that's sort of annoying, but I guess I understand it. So like, if you want me to add more emojis, consider becoming a member, and then I can add more. I needed to go find the exact number that we need in order to have more emojis, custom emojis. Kids for £5 says, instead of Black/Gay Pride Month, we should have a shaming month in order to shame degenerates and stupidity in society. Any objections? No, I think I think every month. Look, a little bit of shame is good. Okay.
I don't think it's
Like-
just good, it's necessary.
It is, yes, correct. It's necessary. Lucifer the Doberman, member for 1 month, says, kings must be warriors, base spoon 2023. I
Based.
agree.
But that I'm based or the king should be warriors.
That kings should be
Well-
warriors and that you're
Oh.
based.
Thank you.
Yeah, both. Kids are for £5 says, this is exactly why I should be king, as my avatar is Doom Guy, and he killed God and the devil, which is himself. Also, my niece is the cutest. Yes, she is, because Gary Thomas for $10 says, hey guys, not to derail things too much, but what did you think of people who call the US imperialist, which it is, yes,
It is.
but downplay how China is just as or even more imperial than the US has ever been? People who do that are stupid. That's really all you have to say. I mean, there's not much else to say
What,
about
that
it,
China
right?
is more imperialistic than the US?
Yeah, and people, or if people say that, it's because they're dumb and well, they're uneducated. I don't usually like using that word, but they're misinformed, right? Kiss it for another £5 says, Eliza needs an Uncle Ruckus beating. That'll be considered way too cruel by the South in the early 1800s. Any objections, my wonderful members? Bruh. Disavow. But yeah, she sounds like it's interesting because she can be quite literate when she wants to. She can be quite eloquent when she's speaking to people. She can also put on her black accent and act like she's from the hood. Talk about how she had to sleep on a floor in Chicago. Rich daughter of a politician, everything paid for her entire life. She lives with her parents now, which is where Shane Cashman is currently reporting from. I don't know if he's still there, but where he went and stayed with them for like a couple weeks or a week or something like
He's
that.
a simp.
He's married, as she's gonna get to here, right?
Really? Oh, she's
Yeah,
a
he's married
homewrecker as well.
And has children. There's a picture of them right here.
You don't follow Dr. Robin Malone?
I don't follow Dr. Malone. Oh, that's weird. Oh, weird. Oh, whatever.
There we go, good man.
Okay. World Star, Google, YouTube, and Twitter have removed the World Star video. They removed it a while ago. Bitch,
wonder why.
It was a week ago, and it's because you demanded it. And you pulled every string you have to get that video taken down, even though you were paid for it and you signed a waiver and agreed to be in
Pulled every string? Since when is string slang for dick?
it. Yeah, she pulled every dick. Right. Yeah. I don't know the girth there. Post whatever negative words, pics, questions, memes of me that you want. I don't care. Yeah, you do. You care a whole lot. You still have people taken down from Twitter
That's another girth. That was
just
good.
posting photos of you and just asking questions of you. So you do care. You're a liar. I prefer folks not post sexual image of me, to be honest, including nude, partially nude. Sorry, let me thread.
Then why was it on freaking
why were you in it?
YouTube for years and you didn't say
6 years.
shit?
And why were you paid to be in it? Why did you
Yes.
agree to be in it?
Yeah.
And you weren't nude.
Why did you
this
beg
is
to
her,
be in it?
This is her new fucking law. You weren't nude. You chose to be in those scantily clad outfits and shake your ass. I haven't asked for censorship of words, etc. Yes, you have. Any screenshot or repost of the World Star video specifically can get your account in trouble on multiple platforms. These are not my rules, and it's not a threat. I'm just letting you know because there is confusion. They are your rules, actually. You helped make them with Elon, and you are the one who is flagging shit down. Nobody else is flagging shit down. World Star Hip Hop is not flagging it down. World Star Hip Hop is not going after YouTubers and people on Twitter. It's you. This has all come out. There's no reason to lie anymore, other than that you're pathological. I don't understand why folks would want to post sexualized imagery of me. There was no reason to post nude. Stop it. You were not nude. Stop it. Stop lying. Partially nude or sexually suggestive imagery of me. I'm a 41-year-old professional woman. It's interesting she now finally will state her age. She's been lying about it for years. Taylor Lorenz. Now with a career, I'm a survivor of human trafficking and a survivor advocate.
What's your career?
Who have you helped? There was a clip, I think we played it the other day, where she was accepting an award for her work in human trafficking survivor advocacy.
So it's exactly like Amber Heard, like
it really is. She was accepting an award, and the person reading her description could not name a single thing she's actually done. She just talks on Twitter. That's what she's done. That's her great achievement, is that she talks on Twitter and goes on podcasts where she demands money from super chats to be on. I'm not particularly sure it was about what it was about my body that folks wanted to see so badly. No, it now they do because you created a Streisand effect that people want to see the video. Brittany Venti asked you a basic question and you went nuclear. This stunt didn't prove that I'm not a survivor of human trafficking.
Yes,
No. All the other information that came out kind of proved that. And there's no stunt. I'm a survivor of human trafficking. I'm so grateful for the woman I've become despite my past. God did that. Stop this Christian shit. Like, I really hate it that you think. By the way, I want people to come to God, you know,
why
and
does she
find
keep
God.
saying I'm a survivor of human trafficking constantly, like it's a catchphrase?
Because it is her catchphrase. Because it's her catchphrase.
Yeah, I don't think it's actually true.
No. I feel so digitally sexually exploited on a massive scale. It's hard to articulate.
Oh, shut up, you stupid bitch.
I know. My body and trauma has once again provided funding for others' personal gain.
Oh my god,
You see what it's about? It's all about the money. It's all about money. All she fucking thinks about is this woman is full on cream. Cash rules everything around me. Bitch. Like, all you think about is money.
Before.
You've never heard cream?
Yeah.
Cash rules everything around me. When she was on Hotep Jesus' show, she asked him, she's like, Hotep, you're gonna give me 50% of you're gonna give me some of that, I need some of that super chat money. And then Hotep, like, he's smiling, but you can tell he's uncomfortable because he's like, yeah, 50% of all the super chats go to help Eliza helping to stop human trafficking. She's like, oh yeah, I need that. I gotta pay for my cell phone. And of course she says she doesn't she can't even afford internet. She's so poor because everything she has, she gives to survivors. Of course, in one of the clips, there's an internet router behind her in the video. I can't afford internet because I'm a survivor advocate. Oh my god.
She has the money. She has the money to go to the hairdresser and all, and having sunglasses and.
Right. She has a Tesla. Now she claims she doesn't have a Tesla, but in the first part of Shane Cashman's article about her, he says that she was wearing a leather Tesla jacket. You know, like the thing that comes with the $100,000 car.
Where did you get 100,000 grand from?
Well, where did she get what like
or 100 grand,
when you buy an extremely expensive sports car, a lot of times it comes with a like leather jacket or whatever, you know, a driving jacket as an add-on.
100 million, isn't it?
Yeah, right. But you know what I mean, like a lot of times that happens. So she's got this leather Tesla jacket, but she drives an old minivan, according to Shane, that is broken down. Actually, she can't even drive it. It's broken. Where'd you get the leather Tesla jacket from? She said her friend at Tesla gave it to her.
Elon Musk.
She also has said that who's that? The only thing I can possibly
Your
think to
friend
do,
at Tesla that's giving you a
Right.
leather jacket that came with a $100
But-
grand car, really?
but no,
What,
she
are
said she
you
doesn't have a
friends?
car. She said she doesn't have the car. She just has the jacket.
How do you have
Even though
no
she's
money but
bragged
you're
about having the
friends with
car.
these really high-powered people?
Oh yeah, curious.
Well,
And-
can someone explain that one to me?
I don't know.
I don't know about you,
Uh,
Aiden, but I get the impression this woman is a serial liar.
Yes,
Mm.
she is a pathological liar. The only thing I can possibly think to do is to turn this pain around to help others in similar situations, which you've never done to anybody else. She claims to have started a charity, a house for trafficking victims. There is no proof or evidence that it has ever existed, and it
Oh,
appears
it's
to be
She might be
it's
in
the
legal
pledge
trouble for
again.
that.
it appears just to be her dad's house.
Someone made a video about that, actually.
Yeah.
One of
Well-
Rakita's law buddies made a video on that. That says she could be in legal
Well,
trouble.
Legal
because of
Mindset Legal Mindset got banned too from Twitter.
that. Really?
I think he did. It was one of the other. I think it was Legal Mindset got banned from Twitter or temporarily suspended. I think he's back. But yeah, over this same woman. The only thing you're right. Folks think I
Why
have
does
the
this thing keep
power.
flickering.
I don't know. Folks think I have power, but I don't. I didn't have any way to stop what is currently even happening to my own body via imagery on Twitter. So again, she's being raped on Twitter. Something that she said before. She is being raped on Twitter from people posting photos.
Hold on,
Yeah, Fair and Balanced has gotten videos taken down. Fair and Balanced is working on a documentary and even clips of the documentary. Yeah. My entire fight this entire time was to stop what's happening to me from happening to others. Nothing's fucking happening to you. Thank you, Undoomed. Your words as fake as your lips.
Based.
It gets worse even. One thing, thank you to those who supported me during this time in public or private, especially the men. You saw what was happening wasn't right, and you honored me as the woman I am today. Thank you.
God. Please make it stop. I can't take this much cringe.
Here's where it gets worse. This is when I changed my mind. I was working on a video about people self-convincing themselves that others around them are evil. I thought it was a good explanation for so much of the political animus that we see, where people will just invent it. I found it in the data. People will just make shit up in their heads about another political group, and then when you ask them questions about it, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, that definitely is a thing that happened. I definitely remember that happening. It didn't happen. They literally made it up in their head." And I was like, "That's fascinating. That explains so much political animus." So I was working on something that I thought was interesting. I'm still making the video, but no. Now, after this tweet, this was the one that made me change to say, "No, this is now my next video. I'm prioritizing this about the tendency towards individual victimhood, TIV." This is the one that set me over the edge. Today, I have decided to change my story as a survivor. Yeah, you've only done that a million times before, and you have no evidence.
It's just the way that she frames that is really weird. As a survivor.
It reminds me of the
fuck?
people changing their sexuality and gender. Oh, today I'm non-binary.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I have been abused a third time on a massive digital scale. It's called image-based sexual abuse, IBSA. People went and looked this up. It's, by the way, it's like an SJW kind of term, but it's about revenge porn. That's what that's referring to. It's revenge pornography, of which did not happen to her.
How exactly is posting public information that's available to the entire world and saying, "You did this," is revenge porn?
Because she makes up the definitions of terms in her head constantly. Her definition of trafficking is, again, people posting pictures of her on Twitter. That's
Just
human
like
trafficking.
just like me with the two girls about harassment. Because
Right.
apparently I harassed them even though I never spoke about it ever.
That's why I actually thought that I wasn't necessarily going to go too deep into the Eliza Blue stuff, but so much of your story reminded me of it. Every individual who knowingly profited off this content without my consent, or even all those people that you got banned from Twitter and are now striking their YouTube channels, trying to get rid of their actual income by getting their YouTube channels deleted, without my consent, has become my abuser in my story. So Brittany Venti, Chrissy Mayer, The Quartering, Yellow Flash, me, right now, that umbrella guy, we're all her abusers now. We are all her abusers. You didn't fight censorship. You fought to exploit me. No, you're in favor of censorship. You're not being exploited. nudes. Stop saying this. There's no nude photos. Partially nude, sexually suggestive content without my consent, except you did consent to it and you were paid for it. If you would have asked, I wouldn't have consented. Don't need to ask. Don't actually need to. I do not need to ask to post a video that you consented to be in and were paid to be in and signed a waiver to be in. You believe that I consented previously, so you decided to take my body and use it for your gain. Nope. Just asking questions. You, Streisand, affected this. So to prove I'm not a survivor, many made me a victim again. You can never say I'm not a survivor of exploitation now, because you made me one again. You didn't fight to expose government malfeasance or tech censorship. You fought to post my body without consent. No, bitch, not at all.
Okay, can we stop now? Can we stop? This is making me cringe.
Yeah, I just wanted to read the I need brave men to stand up for me right now. I'm begging you.
Yeah, just stop. Like, I can't take much more of this.
It's all right. I will just put. I will do a little bit of. I just want to show a little bit of the new Shane Cashman article. So the last Shane Cashman part 2, called
I want to use the F word so fucking badly.
I know. Called me, Brittany Venti, again, Christy Mayer, the Quartering, all of us called us a group of leeches who are performing a digital pole dance for attention, and that we are like a cancerous tumor. Those were the exact words that were used by Shane Cashman to describe people who are reporting on this story. Now, I don't know how Shane Cashman got this fucking indoctrinated. I've read some of his other pieces. They seemed logical. This one is about gang stalking. Do you know what gang stalking is, Spoon? Or Christopher? I don't know if either one of you ever heard of it.
Never heard this word.
Gang stalking is something that schizophrenics think happened to them. I'm not joking. It is a very common schizophrenic delusion that the government or some secret agency is sending people to stalk you around in ways that in public that are not obvious always. So like these people think like the mailman is stalking them because the mailman shows up every day.
Yeah, it's a kind of paranoia or something like that.
Yeah, it's something that doesn't exist. It's schizophrenic delusion. And Shane Cashman is out here talking about Eliza Blue's gang stalkers. Or a specific man that he calls the gang stalker, which is, by the way, it's a guy called DeFango. The guy who made the first thread that exposed... That's who we're all assuming. It's the guy...
I have a question.
Yeah.
What about the rapper, musician that did the clip with this person, Eliza Blue? Because they have a say in this case.
Apparently, no, they don't. The person who actually made the rap song doesn't get a say in what happens. Because to be fair, the music video... Yeah, I mean, there's music playing, there's somebody rapping, but it really is just 4 straight minutes of her shaking her ass. Venti hypothesized that considering Eliza begged to be in this video, that the name of the video is Eliza Knows, which was her alias, that it was essentially created as an advertisement for her escorting work, which I would believe.
Okay.
I don't know, but that's the hypothesis. So I can't believe you would use the word gang stalker. It's something seriously only used by people with schizophrenia to talk about how the mailman is stalking them. And we all think it's DeFango because that's the person who it lines up with. He's the guy who made the first thread about her that went through her history in My Chemical Romance and all that stuff. It is weird that he knew all that information or was able to find it, but the reason why he was able to find it is because guess what? He was a My Chemical Romance fan. He was around in those circles at that time. So that's why he knew about her past. Which doesn't sound like gang stalking so much as he knew about this woman for years. Because she's been making the rounds for years doing weird shit.
Well,
so I don't want to read this because look how long it is. I mean, just like all the others.
To me, it sounds just like a more or less a tiny bit of a life story of a crazy woman.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I understand now what you say. It echo a bit of my story.
Well, it reminded me of it. I mean, it's not identical at all. Like this woman's fucking crazy.
To be honest, my story to me resonated quite a lot of. Oh fuck the guy! Just look the name. Yeah, Vic Mignogna.
Yeah.
because it's to me it's more or less the same of what Vic went through, and I think it's not over yet for Vic.
Okay. I forgot about this part, but here's this Gangstar created a website called HelenTroyModeling.com, registered in February 2nd, 2023, populated with old photos of Eliza. But Eliza does remember modeling for them years ago. So you remember working for this Helen Troy modeling thing. I talked to a model who would like to remain anonymous, who was involved in Helen Troy modeling. Well, do you know who that was? Sorry, you're not anonymous in this. I don't mean to be mean because I have nothing against you at all. I really don't. In fact, I've had nothing but polite conversations with you. But it's Cassandra Fairbanks, okay? We know this. And this is where the ties to Cassandra Fairbanks is Tim Pool's booker, right? She booked me to be on Tim's show. I don't like talking shit about people. I really, really don't. I don't like this woman taking down my friends. That's where lying and the lies and the censorship is what has pissed me off. And now all of this stuff that is coming out, just like, look, this is the third article, and who knows how long this is. The full thing, just kissing her butt. And none of it is addressing the actual issue, which is the censorship. This has been going on for 3 weeks now. I'm tired of it. I'm fucking sick. But I'm gonna do a video after that tweet thread that made you sick too, Spoon. That's why I decided, no, we're gonna look into tendency towards individual victimhood. I'm gonna pay for the new research. I'm actually fascinated. I love new research. I love me some hot fresh new research. So now we're doing that. I don't really want to talk about this woman, but unfortunately, you have to, because this is relevant news when it comes to censorship, and particularly when it comes to hypocrisy about the issue of censorship and freedom of speech on the conservative right. We have to talk about it. I think that's all I got to say about Eliza Blue. Would you like to watch the thing we were actually supposed to watch? Spin. Hello? Did he leave again? He fucking left again, right? As I was coming to the end of my rant. I will say then, as an aside, I've been playing Hogwarts Legacy. I did talk about it earlier. It's great. I really, really like Hogwarts Legacy. I would boot it up, but I feel like it would something bad in my computer to try and run them both at the same time. This computer is not meant to play video games. It's meant to render video. I have some screenshots though, not a whole lot. Oh, where were they at? Where were they at? What's in this? Shoot, where are those? Oh, I gotta go to Steam, right? See if I can pull up some screenshots. I'm enjoying the game a lot. I think it's really fun. I haven't had fun playing a game in, I don't know. The most recent game I played was Frostpunk, which is fun, I think. I don't know if fun is the right word to describe it. It is a fun game if you like city builders, but it's also very stressful. Because well, it's a stressful kind of game. But here, all right. So here's I had to go find it. Here's me. Let's see the screenshots. I don't have a lot. I actually don't even have any of my character's face because, of course, it's a brown girl. But here you go. It looks nice. Even my computer's not old. It's just it's not meant to play video games. It looks beautiful. I think really pretty. Like I only have a couple screenshots, so I don't have a lot to show off. But I would say I'm enjoying the game a lot, and I would highly suggest playing it. My couple of thoughts about the political stuff that people are of course mad about. Everyone's mad about the game for all the political reasons, but I would say that it's a little bit jarring to be playing a game that takes place in 1890, and yet like you just are walking around outside and you run into a witch and she's like, "Oh, my wife." It's like a little jarring when you're dressed in 1890s fashions, which to be fair, Harry Potter, it hasn't gone up in the wizards all still live like it's the 1800s in the 1990s, so it doesn't really change much. I don't know why they didn't set it now and why they instead set it in the 1800s. I would guess the reason why is because they don't want Harry Potter to be in it, because or any of the Harry Potter characters really, and
yeah, I think so.
mess with their timelines or canon. So I would assume that's why. But it is weird that, like, I would say when you just walk around, like, half of the school is not white, and this is supposed to be Scotland in 1890. I mean, I know it's an international school and all that. I get it. But it's a little bit jarring. It's also jarring when characters just start talking about their being a lesbian. And I mean, look, the bartender, the trans bartender, is also very jarring. There's no other word for it. It's jarring. That voice is just jarring. I know it's a trans person, but it is just makes you go, whoa, what? Because it's a very masculine voice. There's no other way to say it.
Oh, so it's like the character in Shrek, the travestite bartender. I don't remember.
Right. Yeah. It's again. It's just kind of distracting. It takes you out a little bit from it. Other than that, though, I think the game's excellent. Other than the couple of things that break the immersion. And it's funny that all the people that they put that stuff there, they put those characters in for the very people who are all boycotting this game, right? Like, and it's so funny, like something that is immersion breaking to 99% of people, they put it in there for your 1% crazies, and you're the ones who who are screaming and screeching and crying and shitting and pissing about this video game. Spoon, come back so that we can watch the video.
I'm here the whole time.
Oh, I asked you earlier.
No.
You ding dong. All right, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen and we're gonna do the watch together. Okay.
No.
All right, I'll repost it if you don't have it, Christopher. If you and you
Oh,
can
no.
whenever. Oh, it's right. It's right there. But whatever. So there's this debate, which is the actual title of the stream. Man,
I need to give people a warning of this guy. I have alcohol to deal with this because if you thought the previous one with Pac-Man was bad, Jesus jumped up Christ. This guy, this is just first of all, he used to be part of not the Obama administration, but he was a very prominent media figure. I think he used to work for MSNBC, which tells you everything you need to know about this guy.
Let's see.
I think
Roland Martin. Roland Martin is his name. Let's see.
Yeah.
Journalist, host of One News Now and Washington on Watch with Roland Martin. He is a CNN contributor, including The Situation Room, Anderson Cooper's AC 360, and many others. 2008, he joined the Tom Joyner Morning Show. Is senior analyst. He currently hosts a web series.
He was a CNN boy.
Yeah.
And it's quite
Chicago Defender and CNN.
So I call him a boy.
Just to be clear, you want me to leave or you just okay?
Oh, you can hang out. Like I was just saying, we're gonna just move on to this if you want to hang out.
No worries. I may have some question later on, maybe, because you said that my story is quite common. I knew I wasn't alone and all, but if you have, for example, example and all, maybe you can send me after the stream and stuff like that. It can be interesting to me.
I think that I don't know if I have a specific story, but I have heard many similar ones. I don't have anything specific, but the Honey Badgers, who I've worked with in the past, and who Karen Strawn's an amazing woman, and all of the ladies at Honey Badgers are awesome. They've been covering this stuff for years, and I've heard them talk about so many stories that are very, very similar to that, where women just come in, take advantage, and then cry, and then cry victim, cry bully.
Yeah.
I mean, they are cry bullies.
Well,
not all, but
you can hit me up with that later on, because I will definitely be interested.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I can hang out with you with pleasure.
Yeah, sure. If you want to watch this cringy debate, I only listened to a little bit of it because
I will suffer with you.
It hurt me. It was. It's. I mean, Spoon. Goddamn. I don't know. Like, I know how you find this stuff because you're probably just watching.
It's because I watch Valentine.
Patrick's channel.
Yeah, Patrick is great.
Right.
He is an extremely underrated interviewer.
Commentator. Yeah,
and
he is great.
His patience, Jesus fucking Christ.
I know. Oh my God.
His level of patience is fucking saint-like. If I could have this man's patience, I would be a better human being. but I don't. I was like, how do you not want to just reach across the table and just knock his fucking lights out?
I know. Real quick before we get started, Scrix for $10 says, I'm currently playing the new Paradox Arc game, Surviving the Abyss Horror City Builder. Ooh! And yes,
Yeah.
you can make crab people clones. I
see it on
Paradox-
Steam right now, actually.
Paradox games are always a giant money sieve and time sieve. But I do love Eve or Civ. But I that sounds actually really fun. And John Arnott for $5 says, "Great show, guys. Hey, thank you. Let's get into what was supposed to be the meat and potatoes, I guess, of the at least what the thumbnail was what was his name? Martin again? Roland?
Yeah,
Why do I keep
Roland
forgetting his
Martin.
name? Roland Martin. I don't like people who have two first names. It confuses me.
He looks like a chihuahua, doesn't he?
Except for Ron Paul. He has, I don't know. He's got a small face. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, and
Like his face is tiny on his head.
He also has the temperament of a chihuahua.
I would agree with you from what I saw on that one, but yeah, he's like Dick Masterson. Like Dick Masterson's got, like it's just his face is small on his head. Like it's small.
It's smushed in, and also he just looks tiny. And he's one of these people that thinks, if I can just make my point louder, it's somehow going to be more
That'll
effective.
make it true.
Yes, and God.
Let's show you guys rather than
Do you guys have alcohol? Because if you do, I would recommend that you get some of it now, because you might
grab a drink.
Yes. I have one with me.
Patrick's got a coffee. He's got that, like, I've seen it.
Yeah, but Patrick is just like not a human being when it comes to dealing with this kind of shit.
I'm so, it's astonishing. He has the patience that yeah, you and I certainly don't have. Let's watch though.
27 out of top 30 cities in America in crime ran by Democrats. Why?
First, I will tell you. First of all, it's where African Americans are living. So let's bring up Chicago in particular. What you have had in Chicago is you have had some of the greatest racial segregation, not in 20 years, not in 30 years, but literally in 100 plus years.
Led by Democrats.
No, hold on. Here's the deal though. Okay, I will show you how. Mississippi has the largest percentage of black people in America, run by Republicans, broke as hell. Explain that. Explain.
But where's the crime?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's broke as hell. But the crimes that happen in Mississippi are usually just like minor drug crimes. Like that's their problem is the drug epidemic is an endemic across the South.
Yeah,
opioids.
He was talking about the
violent crime.
Now you're moving the goalpost.
Well, I mean, even when you include the opioid epidemic as part of the crime rate, you can't in any way compare the crime rate in Mississippi, run by Republicans, and with the largest per capita population of black people in the U.S. So why is there no crime epidemic in Mississippi except for like opioid stuff? Could it have something to do with being run by the Democrats?
Yeah.
Maybe, just maybe. Why did you make a point against your own argument? You silly, silly man! Like, come on.
You so want to use other words,
being silly. No, I mean, no. Silly is correct. I
had a bunch of other words.
I'm sure you did.
It's not the N word, by the way, because that's too easy. F word though. Yeah.
Yeah.
The highest. Tell me when you have. Hold on. Wait.
Don't spin.
No, I'm not spinning.
No, don't.
No. What I'm showing you.
Let's stay on topic.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on.
I like the way that he's keeping on topic. Like I can see.
Patrick's like, can we just please? Like, I do think that Roland realized that he made an argument against himself, and then he's like,
you know what I
switch the point.
I just like about this is that this is a good example of a right versus a left. This is the right man. He's just like, calm. I have some data. You're a lefty. Defend this. And the lefty is just like panicking, flop sweat, and it's just hyperbolic.
He's so panicked.
And it's just talking like he's clearly on an upper.
Yeah, it is weird. This whole interview, from what I skimmed around it, he's like he's scared.
He's erratic. He's extremely erratic.
I mean, what was the previous?
Chill.
What was the previous interview we watched with Patrick? Who was he talking to?
David Pakman.
Oh, right. And Pakman also was nervous as shit. Is it just like Patrick's calm demeanor that makes them freak out?
I mean, I have noticed in any debate where you remain calm to someone who's spurgy, it seems to make them more annoyed.
Right. If you're just like,
always very good.
It does seem to be that way.
Just calm, just shut the fuck up, make your point, don't interrupt me when I interrupt you. You can just be calm and civil. It's because the person who is calm knows they're in the right, so there's no reason for them to spurg.
Well, it is a communication accommodation issue. So communication accommodation means that like whatever the tone is being set, the other person is supposed to accommodate to it. So I think if the one person starts out as being like going in for thinking this is going to be a aggressive conversation, which like lefties almost always do. But righties do too, whatever. Coming in, being out the gate aggressive like this, erratic, like eccentric, I would say. And then when Patrick doesn't rise to and accommodate your communication, adopt the same communication style, it's seen as a social infraction. Like you're supposed to meet them, but I think and then it makes them angrier because they're like, why are you not getting mad like me?
Yeah.
But we're like 40 seconds in.
Yes, because I don't need to spurg, and I'm correct.
Yeah.
Let's stay on topic.
We're
the
on
topic
topic.
is crime 27 out of 30, not economic. Economic is a different story.
No, it's not.
But I agree with you that we need to get the financial situation.
No. And you're making the
you
mistake.
went to Mississippi. No, you're making the mistake.
No. Here's the mistake you're making.
Why is it that when Americans had a crap load of like Irish and Jewish people first come to America, dirt poor as hell, they didn't have any of these problems?
Well, there was a problem with Irish crime.
Yeah,
in cities.
Yeah, when you like bootlegging. In the
Yeah.
beginning, yeah. But
and Italian crime when they immigrated. There was the mafia.
mafia?
There's Irish mafia. Yeah.
yeah, but that's a small percentage. That's not like you can't look at them
It wasn't,
and go,
you know, mafia stuff are crime families we're talking about. They're supplying people with drugs. They're not helping in that sense the community. But it is a small group of them. Whereas the
Yes.
crime that occurs in the inner cities in Baltimore and
Yeah.
New York
is overwhelmingly
Chicago is overwhelming, and it's petty crime for the most part. It's theft,
and also Jews
destruction
managed
of
to
property,
work themselves from poverty into model minority in a really quick time. Whereas
Same with Asian
black
Americans.
people, not so much. Why
Right.
do you think that is?
Well, same with Asian Americans and a lot of Hispanic Americans too.
Based Asian boy.
A lot of Hispanics are model minorities.
Really?
Who not everywhere. When they are in like ghettos, yeah, they're not very much so. But a lot of Hispanics come to this country. When they come legally, the problem is illegal versus legal immigration, and they become successful, like small business owners and stuff. A lot of them are.
We need to get.
I have no problem with legal immigration from South America.
We
Those
need to
people are all
get.
Catholic.
We need to get.
And a lot of them
4
are really
areas.
hard workers.
We need to get 4 areas, okay? Roughly the equal amount of land space and people, okay? And then we need to segregate them. We're gonna have blacks, whites, Hispanics, and Asians.
Do you know who are some of the most successful?
Hold on.
Okay.
Right?
Sorry, I just reminded of something.
Do
Go ahead.
that, and then just keep them like that for like 3 years, no integration, and then you can see which one is the best.
Do you know who some of potentially? I don't know if I agree, but do you know who are some of the most successful minority immigrants to the United States? Where they come from?
India.
A lot of them come from India, and a lot of them come from Africa.
Yeah, specifically North Africans.
Yes, who they save up a lot of money to get out of Africa, and then oh look, they're really glad to be out of Africa.
Yeah.
Yes, Nigerians in particular. Yep, and they they do exceptionally well.
And then what's Spoon? No, I just want to see which group does the best.
I'm spurging out.
Once you know who's the best. Oh no, I just want to see which one does the best of those 4 groups, and then we can point like to the civilization and go like, oh look, this particular homogenized group particularly does well when they're with their own kind, and some other ones don't really do very well with their own particular kind. I wonder which one that would possibly be.
Oh, yeah. Well, you might find something interesting there.
7 out of 30.
Here's the mistake you're making. When you say crime, I just obliterated a black conservative in my show on this whole issue.
He did, by the way.
When you say crime,
said he did.
you have to then
It's really
say,
my mind.
okay, what creates crime? No, what creates crime?
Bad behavior.
What creates crime? It's a multitude of issues. Broken families, poverty, yes.
Really, there's a lot of poverty in Asia. They don't have as much high crime. Why is that?
Yeah, I said poverty is a factor. It's not a determinant. I mean, like poverty is a factor. I think the biggest factor is broken homes. And do you know what facilitates broken homes? Welfare.
Yeah.
The reliance of African American women on welfare. Their single mom rate is something like 80%.
In Black America?
Of African Americans, the single motherhood rate is something like 70 to 80%.
Yeah, I think
are
it's like
single mothers.
3%.
That's horrendous.
Do you know what it was prior to the civil rights movement?
Prior to the civil rights movement, the divorce rate among African Americans was lower than white Americans.
Yeah. It was lower than what the white American rate is now.
Yep.
Wonder why.
Yep.
Do you remember how back in the day, like if you had a child out of wedlock, you would be like sent away to like rural America because you'd be a shame on the family.
Fox
Nowadays,
says it's 82%. I don't know if that's true. I know it's about that high.
Nowadays,
it's
you'll see like 4 or 5 black teenagers with fucking selfies with all their fucking belly showing.
Mm-hmm.
That's your fucking problem. It's because women run your societies and women suck.
Well, at this, yeah. At this, without women and men are complementary.
By the way,
we're supposed to work together to raise children and to have a household that is a safe and secure place for children to grow up happy and healthy and then go on to have their own happy, healthy family.
But here's the thing. This is also why black people, specifically men and women, date outside their race so much.
Oh yeah, I mean it's if you've seen the like OkCupid data, and it's like what race do you prefer to date? Black men and black women rate the opposite gender, African American, as the least desirable.
Yeah, I mean you can
like
see why.
White people rate their preference for dating African Americans and black people higher than other black people do. Like they do not want to date other black people, and it's because of experience.
Well, yeah, but it's not a surprise. But it's also because of a lack of function.
Yeah.
Because like if you're a girl and you grew up in this matriarchal society, you're gonna look at this and go, okay, every female I seem to be around is running the joint. There's no men around.
Yeah, there's no men.
So they're just gonna think,
the men are in
okay,
jail.
Yeah, so I'm just supposed to get pregnant and then just be on welfare. Like that's how our
that's the
society is
expectation.
run. Exactly. But the thing of it is, if you are a boy and you look at this, you go, what in the fucking hell is my function around here? There's no order for my kind.
Your function is okay. So, and here's a problem that faces. Well, here's the problem for so many of these kids. Now, did you see the report that came out just this week that showed that I think in 24 Baltimore City public schools there was not a single student who was proficient in math?
That's fucked up.
Yep. I believe it was 24. It might have been 27. It was more than 20. It was in like the mid to high 20s. And these schools are 90% black. Okay.
Yeah. But here's the other thing before you derail my point again and I yell at you. Is that if you're a boy, you look at this environment, your environment is like the marauding highlands of Scotland and England, where like the only thing that's functioned there is like an honor culture, which is why these people get fucking violent when someone just slights them for any social ill, because that's the way to gain capital in that kind of social environment. So if you're like a clean-cut someone with a car and a good boy, like a house and a job, like you're seen as a loser because that is not social capital in that environment.
And they'll say you're acting white.
Yes.
You're not acting in the culturally acceptable way. And that's screwed up, and it shouldn't be that way, but you can't legislate your way out of it.
Yeah, and the thing is, well, if a boy somehow escapes this environment and he earns his keep and he now wants to find a woman that is like submissive and can be female, he's not going to want to date a black woman because every black woman around him is a complete fucking psychotic matriarchal bitch. He doesn't want that. And then he dates outside their race. And then you get black women going, why don't our men want us? Because you're bitches and assholes, that's why. You don't know how to be a woman.
Well,
you don't know how to let a man lead. That's why.
Yeah, well, because both,
someone watching
sons
Thomas
and
Sowell.
daughters
Yes,
are
someone
missing,
also read Thomas Sowell.
Right, has been read Thomas Sowell. And they are lacking the lack of a father figure and the lack of expectation of a father figure, because the state will come in and take care of you, is a major issue, and that has been legislated.
Yeah, but here's
African Americans will have to. They
But-
will have to take accountability in their own communities.
but
And
here's-
it's really difficult when the state is being a motivating force against Black success.
Yeah. Also, here's something that's very interesting that I actually brought this up with Thomas Sotomayor, because I've actually been on the show here a few times. This is something that I
Yeah.
realized is that if you are Black and you see this dynamic, not only will you not be able to form a coherent relationship, you actually have no idea why it needs to exist.
Yeah, why? Why?
You've never
why would
seen
you-
one. You don't even know
But
how it's
so many
supposed
of
to
them haven't.
function.
Exactly.
And then you wonder,
so
like,
many of them really
why don't they get
have-
married? You know what's interesting? The out of wedlock rate for Black women,
Oh,
right, is about like 74%, roughly
Yeah.
speaking. How many of them do you get married? 22.
Yeah.
This is
I
rather
have,
interesting that it
some-
adds up almost to 100, isn't it?
right. What was that, Christopher?
Oh no, sorry to interrupt. I was just have something to say about the lack of a father figure, because
Mhm.
in my case, my father died before I was 3 years old. So
Oh, wow.
I lived my whole life without a father, and my mother was. And one time she went a bit crazy, so my household was a bit chaotic. And definitely I saw the impact of not having a father. Like, it's a bit weird because I cannot actually know what it is to have one.
Yeah.
But I saw like some of my friends who had a very nice family, like aunt and cousin, and everyone was married and stuff like that. And I always saw that and saw the mental state of my friend. I was like, I definitely feel there's something missing in me.
I can't imagine that. I mean, it's horrible to hear, and I think it I mean, in that case, there was no choice there, I'm guessing.
Yeah, no.
So
No, it was a rather tragic death too. So,
That is
but
tragic.
but it was like it's not cancer. I think some sort of leukemia. But
Oh,
anyway, it was something very tragic because one day it went like, oh, I think I will be going home and everything is okay. And the morning after it was died, he dead. So it was a very like tragic death.
Sudden.
And
Yeah.
yeah. But what I'm willing to say about that is it's not only the people, the father who abandoned their kids or left or divorced and stuff, like normal death, quotation mark, also have a very important impact on people.
It is, and by the way, not all dads are good. Okay, not all
Yeah.
moms are good. Like, so it's not
And
just
mom
like
too,
just
because my mom was very crazy, and it's just now, like 2 years ago, that she quit drinking and she apologized and recognized all the craziness she had. Because
yeah.
I don't want to go too deep in my family story, but
A
my
similar thing
mother,
happened to my mom recently.
yeah, my mother is a broken woman. When even she was a child, she had issues, and it is just now that we are reconnecting. But yeah, my point
I'm
is,
glad you're reconnecting with your mom.
yeah, me
More
too.
or less
It's
bell
like, oh,
buttons.
finally have a mom.
It's
Because I educated myself with all the nerd stuff, and this is why I think I'm a writer now. But my point was just like, yeah, the parent figure, a woman, a mother or a father, it's like essential to
Yeah.
the mental being of a child.
You really do. I mean, like, people can grow up fine with one parent missing. They absolutely can. The point is, statistically, right? And there can be, again, like I said, there can be terrible parents. So just having two parents, well, if they're both terrible, that's not going to help. But the statistical likelihood of success goes up when you do have a stable, solid
Yes.
family union of both parents, because both parents provide different things. My parents got divorced when I was like 6, and my dad lived about an hour and a half away from my mom, and I only got to see him on the weekends. But even just that, and that was rough. That was hard to go through. And I think that probably screwed me up in some way, to a certain degree. But I'm a total, I love my mom, but I'm a total daddy's girl in that, like, I've always looked up to my dad so much. I was always, because he was so smart and sarcastic and witty. And I've asked him to come on the show, and his about to talk about Abraham Lincoln. I asked him to come on the show to talk about Abraham Lincoln because of that video that Razorfist put out. And his answer was, as should have expected from him, and I did expect, was not just no, but hell no, because he's a very private person. He's like, he doesn't want anything to do with this kind of stuff. I wish I could expose you guys to my dad because he's awesome, but he has
I really
no
hate
desire.
the dad. I really hate the daddy's girl. My dad is the best.
I love both my parents, but I was very angry with my mom for breaking up with my dad when I was a kid. I used to be really, really mad about it. I'm not so much anymore. I still don't totally understand it. My mom has got her reasons. It's always been difficult for me to understand, but it is what it is. I think my life would have been really different if my parents hadn't gotten divorced, because what happened to me is that I got upturned moving from a small town in West Virginia when I was 10, 11 years old, and then moved to inner city Baltimore.
Go
that town, the city I just talked about having apparently it was 23 schools where not a single student was proficient in math. That's where I moved to. So very different. I mean, extreme, change in life. I think it's made me a stronger person, and I know my mom had her reasons for doing it. She wanted me near her family. I think it's going through that little bit of it, like I said earlier about the bullying thing, the shame, like having a little bit of adversity in your life, even though I got bullied really terribly, is beneficial. Yeah, I think it might be beneficial because it makes you a stronger person. You have to go through some hardships. You shouldn't have to, but unfortunately, you kind of have. The Fresh Princess of Baltimore, zero fucks. Fuck you, dude.
Yeah, why do you think I was quoting Fresh Prince of Bel-Air a second ago?
I see.
That's just life, that you have to face adversity to grow as a person. Like nothing great has come out of easiness. I don't think it's maybe not the correct word. I think like it's like the quote of Starship Troopers: "Something given has no value."
Yeah. Getting back to the video though, since we get back into it, it is clear with the problem. It's yes, poverty is a part of it. Redlining is a part of it. But I think whenever you look at these things, there's a bunch of variables that contribute. It's like, well, how much variance accounted for does this variable contribute? Give me that R-squared number. I'm going to say the R-squared on fatherlessness is by far the overwhelming predictive variable in this equation.
And do you think they address that?
And there's your math, and there's your Baltimore City public school student mathematics for you.
What creates crime?
When people are not doing well financially.
What else?
Your surrounding and environment, who you're around.
No, what else?
Pick up habits.
What else?
Bad policies.
No. What else? See, he knows.
Whoa, wait, you asked him what else, he gave you an answer, you didn't like it. What?
See, you're jumping to policies.
But it is bad policy. Wait a minute.
No.
If I lead a company, Roland,
the underpinning. Hold on, wait.
If I run a company.
What do you mean answer the question? You asked him to answer the question, you fucking idiot.
He answered it, and then you told him no.
Yes. You were the one who asked the question. It's not you asked the question.
And look at his smug little face. But he's not going to look smug too long, guys. Like, he gets real freaked out in this video. It's why it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
But okay, so no, it's not policy. Really? Policy has nothing to do with it. That's why Mississippi, even though they're poor, and they are very poor, doesn't have the crime problem. It's not policy. Make it make sense.
And I'm the CEO of the company. If the company improves or doesn't improve is based on my policies. I'm the head running the company, the department. If it does,
you can see the look on his face. He's not paying any attention to this.
No, he's not even listening.
He's not even listening. He has a rebuttal in his head, and he's just waiting for Patrick to finish so he can launch it. I guarantee you, what he's going to say is nothing to what Patrick just said. Not a fucking thing. You can just look like smug, punchable face right now.
I just skimmed through this, but yeah, you can tell he's not listening, which is really frustrating.
Doesn't improve. It's because of me.
So let me.
What else would it be?
So let me lay it out to you again.
Go for it.
When you talk about what is the underpinning of.
See.
Just ignored.
Yeah,
yep.
just completely ignored.
completely ignored that. He already knew what he wanted to say.
Yep.
Crime.
When you have two interlocutors,
John Hope
one's
Bryan,
not listening,
founder of Operation.
Not a good start.
Yep.
This is what he said. He said, "Show me a community where you've seen a riot with a credit score of 700 or higher." The reality is, when you talk about crime in this country, you're talking about economics. You're talking about
and who makes a bad credit score?
Why are they in a bad economic situation?
Mm.
Could it be because there's no father figure? That we're talking about single family homes that are reliant on the state, and that's why. And by the way, they are incentivized to not get out because the way that it works. This is the really. If y'all don't know this,
LBJ.
I'm sure many of you do, but this is the really insidious nature of welfare, right? If you make enough money to no longer receive government welfare, you will be making less money per month than you did on welfare.
Yeah.
So if you break that criteria to no longer be able to get welfare, you will then lose a huge amount of money.
Yeah.
In terms of your income.
So why the hell would I go work when I can stay home and get more money that way?
Doing nothing.
Yeah.
It directly incentivizes people away from improving themselves, which is horrendous. It incentivizes people to stay poor and dependent on the government.
Do you remember when we were watching Mulbug and Ben Burgess when he said when he said welfare is a good thing for economic impact? It's like, what the crack are you smoking, dude?
Exactly. That's what it incentivizes people to stay poor and dependent on the government, because to get out of the cycle of poverty is going to cause a lot of financial pain and turmoil. It's going to hurt them financially to try and escape it. It's better for them to not try.
By the way,
it's learned helplessness.
This is also why UBI would never work.
Yep. I know Adam
anyone who thinks that is smoking crack. And anyone who's on UBI would probably smoke crack as well.
About the welfare thing, because I am on welfare right now, and I want to not be. I want to have my work and stuff and everything. What you are saying, Aiden, is entirely correct. I don't think this is the same system in my country and yours, because I think you're from America or England.
And I'm talking about America, so
yeah. So if especially in Belgium, because Belgium is one of the biggest tax country in the entire world, if I try to gain some money from selling my books, for example, I will lose money on the welfare to compensate the money I gain from selling. So I need to make the entire jump like in one go.
Yep.
Just one day, magically, I sell like 200 books in one day, and okay, now I'll go out of welfare. But the transition will be very painful. I'm willing to do it, of course, and I want to do something of myself. But as you said, there is almost no incentive, and especially if your personal situation is a bit iffy, like me, because I can't technically get a job like that for my own desire. But yeah, you are passively encouraged to stay in that way.
Yeah. And sorry about that noise. Just moving my mic. Yeah, it is a problem, and it does create a cycle of it. It's not, I don't know how it works everywhere, but in America, it certainly does work that way, where it creates a cycle that people are not encouraged to get out of it. They're encouraged to stay in it economically.
That's not an American thing. That's anywhere those policies tried, because the incentive structure is exactly the same.
Well, because there's no way, like if you want to have and it's a problem with a living wage, right? You want these people to be able to live. Well, but if they have no qualifications because they've, never had any need to, because why would they? Because again, they can make more. Okay, you're coming out of high school, you're not proficient in math, you literally can't do basic arithmetic. You never had to, because the school system has just pushed you through. No child left behind, right? Thanks, George Bush. And you come out, you have no skills at all. You didn't learn anything in school because you weren't required to. So your options to get a job are go work at Wendy's or McDonald's or Walmart, minimum wage.
That's not going to last any long, because that's being automated now.
Minimum wage jobs. Yeah, and they're getting automated. So minimum wage jobs are the only thing that you can do. Or you can get on the government dole, have a couple kids, and then every kid you have, by the way, you make more money. Or you can sell drugs. And that's pretty much what happens in these inner cities. And by the way, the drug thing is insidious, because it creates this, it does create this high school to prison pipeline. People they go and they sell drugs because they think it's the best way to make money given their circumstances. They end up in prison, and then poof, more men out of the community. No, more fatherlessness. It is insidious, and it's because of policy. By the way, legalizing drugs might help it a little bit, but it is not a solution. I'm pretty chill. Where I used to be, I'm cool with marijuana. I don't care. Like the hard stuff, heroin, crack, that stuff should be illegal. I'm sorry. And it's really hard for me to say that because I'm a libertarian, but it should be illegal. It destroys societies. Okay?
Yeah.
That stuff should be illegal. It just should. And I hate saying that stuff should be illegal, but heroin and crack, no, it ruins lives. Be allowed to smoke some weed. Like, no, whatever. Who cares? But, the hard stuff, yeah, is the problem.
Education.
It's not the same.
You're talking about how. You're talking about.
It's not the same thing.
You're talking about health. Show me areas where you do not have high crime. I'm going to show you areas that don't have the same, aren't as compacted. That's first. What you have is when you talk about crime in places, you then look at what are the numbers of people there, what are the pockets there, what are those communities, and how did those communities, how were they created literally not over 20, 30 years, but literally over 50, 75, 100 years. Now, that was Jim Crow.
How many years does it take to change?
What are you talking about?
How many years does it take to
Okay,
create
when
change?
you have...
Good question, Patrick. How many years does it take for you to change? If the policies weren't in place to keep this system going, government policies weren't in place to encourage this particular system of fatherlessness and drug abuse and drug selling and criminal behavior that keeps encourages black men to not be fathers because they go to jail because the thing that they think they can make the most money doing is selling drugs because they have no education, because they're forced forward in this No Child Left Behind bullshit where there's 0% proficiency in mathematics.
Also, can we
What the
ask
fuck do you think's gonna happen?
Can we ask the question in reverse?
Yeah.
If an area was good and it went bad, why did it go bad?
Yeah, it would be a question. And the problem is that, like,
what if there's a change of demographic?
Right. Well, that would be an interesting question, right?
Or what if certain policies make jobs disappear, like NAFTA?
Oh, good question, right?
Who is that done by again? Oh yeah, President Clinton.
Right.
Who is that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Democrat. It's interesting, isn't that? Yeah. And who said manufacturing is never going to come back to the United States? Who was responsible for more manufacturing jobs coming back to the United States? Oh yeah, Trump.
Yep.
Oh yeah, he's
you got rid of him real quick. Don't like him. Don't like jobs. Don't like success. No, because they profit off of this slave plantation.
Yeah.
They keep people reliant on the government. Then they can ask for more and more money. They can tax you more and more. They can
get more votes.
These people are vote slaves. It is really sickening the way that the Democrat Party sees inner city black people as nothing more than votes, and that they have paid off to be able to keep on their plantation forever. And it really makes me sick.
They've done a pretty good job of it as well.
I mean, you got people like Roland Martin out here defending the plantation. A black man.
Yep.
Yeah, read Thomas Sowell, my dude, and free yourself.
How long does it take to create change?
When you, first of all, you're talking about a black in America.
How long does it take to create change?
When you have had,
yeah,
okay, walk through 243 years of slavery, 92 years of Jim Crow, and then you get to 1970 when you are technically fully free, you can't act like all of that before did not impact. The issues that you're having now have to do with not Democratic or Republican policies. It has to do with literally white supremacy and Jim Crow.
No, what the fuck are you talking about? No, black people at this, again, no, you're saying 1970s. I would agree with you. When you're saying fully free. Okay,
I think even
agree.
Thomas Sowell would disagree with you on that one.
But I'll take his claim that it wasn't until 1970 when we have the end of Jim Crow that we're fully free, that blacks are fully free, right? That's 50 years ago, okay? And that's that's 2 generations. What's going on? Why are you not able to? Oh, you know why the black community is only gotten worse? In fact, by every metric, gotten worse since the 1970s. Crime rates skyrocketed, fatherlessness has skyrocketed, poverty has increased.
Yeah, and also
Why?
just out of curiosity, when you look at things
The
like
government.
when you look at things like home ownership, college rates, marriage rates,
Yep.
look at them
All
prior
decreasing.
to the 1970s, prior to the civil rights movement.
Yep.
Right? Can you maybe
All
look at all of
decreasing.
those policies? Like how was Black America doing when they were under that time? And then you
Yeah.
look at them now. How has that decreased? Has it gotten any better? Has it gotten worse? And then maybe
It's gotten worse.
what policies or things were passed during that time? And maybe that, like, if you watch what's his name?
Yeah, Shelby Steele, Zero Fucks, says they never learned how to be free. It's the same thing with this Proud Family shit that comes out. It's just like where it's this
Yeah,
perpetual, it's again perpetual in-group victim and orientation, PIVO, and it's not helpful. Being perpetual, portraying yourselves and seeing yourself as a perpetual victim is not actually helpful to getting yourself as an individual or as a group back on track.
Walter Williams, who passed away a couple of years ago, God bless him.
Nobody who's
hold on a
saying
second, I'm talking, for God's sake.
Sorry.
Fucking hell.
He's
the one who said that. I think it's in one of his books. He said blacks made their biggest economic gains during Jim Crow, which is fucking insane.
Which is insane.
Yeah, but then you ask yourself, like, how the hell did you make under segregation? Did you make more economic gains? Like, how the fuck?
You are talking about people starting from like nothing, and so of course their biggest gains are nothing to something. But again, it was the 1970s era of the feminist movement, the introduction of birth control. By the way, I know doesn't sound like it should be a big issue, but it's a huge issue.
I went somewhere else different than you did.
Huh?
I went somewhere else different. I thought it's because they had a better family structure, and when the community stuck together, they were actually better off.
Right. But birth control and feminism destroyed all that. Which is why we find it in the 1970s is when it falls apart, right as Jim Crow ends. As Jim Crow fully ends. Like, Jim Crow did pretty much over since like the 1920s, but in some places there were some semblances of it left.
Do you know what's really
But the 1970s, you find in the 60s and 50s, the black family was doing extremely well.
Better in some respects than the white families.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is great.
If you look at that old clip of Thomas Sowell with Buckley.
Yeah.
He talks about like affirmative action and black and white families, and he mentions like in the 1970s when Thomas Sowell had like a massive throw and everything. He just says like, look at the college rates. The college rates for black and whites are roughly similar.
Yeah.
So like this whole thing of like, there hasn't been black opportunities, like that's fucking.
Well, they'll
nonsense.
claim that they're not going to the same quality of. Well, let me tell you some real ass shit. Like the only time that quality of institution matters is if you're going into like politic or big business. That's it. Like nobody else. Otherwise, nobody gives a fuck where you went to college outside of. They just want to see your degree. Yeah. So if you went to a historically black college, like in Baltimore, what's Harvard? What's it called? What's the historically black college?
I wouldn't know.
HB Baltimore, Morgan State. Sorry, I forgot about it. But because I had a friend, my best friend growing up, over a period of time growing up, his name was Ebony G, and her mother was a professor at Morgan State, and like we used to go hang out at Morgan State all the time. Which we'd hang out like when we were kids, like because her mom was there, so we could like hang out in the computer lab and stuff, because her mother was a computer teacher, or computer technology or whatever professor. Yeah, so like I used to hang around there, but like there isn't, nobody really cares if your degree ultimately is from. Don't bring up the ebony and ivory thing. My mom used to sing that song at us all the time. Don't worry about it. It's happened. But we used to hang out at the HBC a whole lot, and nobody really cares where your degree is from ultimately. Like some people think that it really matters. Let me tell you the truth, as an adult, nobody ultimately cares where your degree is from. They just care that you have a degree. Zero fucks, you're fine. I'm just making fun. But
so the cliche of like Harvard and Princeton, it's not true.
Hmm?
The cliche of having a degree from Harvard or Princeton,
Oh, it matters in certain careers.
Okay.
But mostly like politics.
Okay. Because again, I'm not from the US and I haven't got to an university, so
Yeah, I'm just.
It's like a legendary cliche for me.
It is a cliche, but it is just that. If you're trying to get into politics, yeah, you really want a degree from Harvard or Yale or Princeton to be in the club, right? But if you're not trying to do that, then you're fine getting a degree from wherever. At least in my experience, I got a degree from a very, I'd say like, it's an unknown mid-tier Catholic university in the Midwest, Xavier University. No, not like Xavier, like the X-Men, but trust me, we did make those jokes. I loved my undergraduate institution. My graduate institution was West Virginia University, and it was also my doctoral institution. So a big state university, but then it's West Virginia. Like, people are like, "Yeehaw, you'll fuck your cousin." That's the kind of stuff you get out of that kind of implication. But no, you don't need it. You really don't need to go to, and also like, I could have there's all these. I'm sure you guys have all experienced this, where you can look at your life and see the divergent points, right? Like where something could have gone a different direction, and you wonder. You can only hypothesize who you would be differently as a person today if you'd done it.
Yeah.
And
what I'd like if I didn't almost kill that one girl.
What?
Yeah,
what?
That's not a joke, by the way. That's a serious question.
Okay. I'm confused and concerned a little bit now.
Yeah, when I was younger, I almost killed someone.
Holy shit, Spoon! I've known you for over a year, and I've never heard this stuff.
Yeah, there's a reason why. Because if I kind of say that, it's quite like, what? You did what now? Like, yeah, I put a girl in the hospital with a serious head wound.
Holy crap, dude! What?
Yeah, that kind of fucked me up a little bit.
Yeah,
It wasn't on purpose, by the way.
Okay, well, tell me about this more later. I'm a little concerned.
Oh, basically, I swung a golf swing and she was behind me. I didn't know she was there.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
And then she just went down on the ground, and then there was just a pool of blood everywhere.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she had to get rushed to the emergency room with 9 stitches in her head.
Okay,
I think to this day her head is still
Don't introduce the story the way that you did, because it sounded like you like strangled somebody. Not that you accidentally hit someone in the head with a golf club.
Well, it's not funny if I do it that way. I mean, I kind of like that the chat thinks like, holy shit, what did she? Oh, it's not that bad, but it's
okay.
The setup.
Yeah, everyone's just like I feel like the whole chat is taking a sigh of relief and being like, oh shit, okay.
What do you mean? Sure, I didn't know. This is like my best friend as a kid. So this was like a neighbor's girl. Yeah, like we used to. When you used to be able to go outside. You know when kids used to do that.
Remember that? Remember when kids could go outside?
Yeah, when you used to play, you climb on trees and do that kind of shit. Yeah, I did that. And where so this is what happened. We had our house had a small front yard area.
Everyone's disappointed that there was an accident and that you didn't actually try to kill someone.
Okay, that's disturbing. She was white. I wouldn't. So we had in my front yard there was a small little grass area, and then there was the driveway right in front of it. And at the end of the driveway there was there was a hole in the thing with I think it was a gas or electric meter or something. It was like a little gauge. And my father always used to just putt on the green across the driveway into the hole.
Did you yell whore first? Not four, but whore.
No.
Before you hit her in the fucking head with your fucking driver.
No, it wasn't a driver, it was a putter. How the fucking hell would I be a driver? Jesus Christ.
What was it? It was a driver if you hit her in the face with it.
No, it was a putter.
How'd you hit her in the face with a putter?
She was behind me. And I got mad, and so I swung the stick behind me, and then I didn't...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there we go.
So you're being...
Yes, I was a 9-year-old kid with a temper.
Oh, you were 9.
You. Yes.
Oh, you were 9, who cares?
I think almost killing someone would be the caring part.
Yeah, I don't know if you... Yeah, I guess so, but it was an accident.
I think if you're 9 years old and you kill someone, you'd be quite traumatized.
Yeah, I'm sure you were.
Yeah, I can still see that in my head very vividly.
Dear God, yeah.
Yeah, that was... Yeah, that's something that still haunts me to this day.
Yeah, putter hurts way worse. Oh, man.
Yeah, because the putter isn't hollow. The driver is hollow. The putter is fucking solid.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, well. Yeah, I could have easily killed her.
Spoon, almost murder confirmed. Hang on, I'm fucking with you, dude. That's fucked up, though. That's...
Yeah, if you ask me something that's quite traumatizing. it's probably that.
I'm sure it was. Holy God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
She had to get like
Funny
9
because I
stitches
almost-
in her skull.
It's funny because I almost did the same to my best friend.
With a golf?
No, it wasn't with a goal, but like a big wood piece. But it was also with a game of golf. That is funny.
Oh, I mean, I've never done anything like that. I almost the only like weird thing that happened to me like that was that one time I was just standing in the hallway, and someone I thought was my friend, who, like, we weren't really friends, but like I thought we were
Skull splitter.
friendly.
Fucking
Was she
God.
just
That's
pushed me up
horrible.
against the wall and held by the throat and tried to choke me to death?
Okay, I was okay. That's okay. You needed to say choke me to death. Otherwise, that could have gone in a very different direction.
No, she just like because
It's
another
kinda
our
kinky.
mutual friend had been like telling her all this shit that she said I was saying, which I wasn't. That I've been talking and like so I was just standing there and she just pushed me against the wall and I lost consciousness and I don't know if I don't think I almost died or whatever, but it was like what the fuck? She got kicked out of school for that because then it turned out she didn't deserve it. She had a knife in her bag, but she had an X-Acto knife because she's a visual artist. We were always we all carried X-Acto knives to do our work. It was in box cutters and X-Actos. We had them all the time for art. And then they like searched her bag. Okay, she did something fucked up to me because another friend was trying to stir drama. Like people, you know, literally a mutual friend made shit up, told this other girl that about the shit she made up about me, and then she tried to fucking choke me to death. And then that poor girl got kicked out of our high school, which was not her fault. I apologized to her in the like years later, being like,
Robo was
Jesse, it
correct,
wasn't your
by the
fucking
way.
wasn't your fucking fault. Fucking Emmy being a psycho, you know.
Robo saying Aiden continues to have bad taste in friends. Yeah.
I will always defend people if I think that they were.
You have good choice in best friends, though.
Aw, I love you too, you words I can't say on YouTube. Speaking of which, let's go back to this video.
America,
It's
we
the
are
F-word.
still to act as if we are still not dealing with that. How did housing discrimination take place in
How did you become famous and multimillionaire? Out of curiosity.
this country? Do you know who created it? The realtors. They apologize for it.
Why are you going away from the question?
No,
Yeah.
because here's the deal, though. You don't want to deal with what creates
Brother, I don't-
crime areas.
You got to realize this. Listen,
I'm dealing with the real truth. How they create it. What you're dealing with is, there are democratic areas. What I'm dealing with is how do you deal with the historical reality of neighborhoods that simply can't be just, we elected one person and they're just going to change it.
Roland,
Doesn't work that way.
Roland, I'm Middle Eastern, okay? I was born in Iran, 10
Okay.
years. My mother's a communist, my dad's an imperialist. We
Okay.
escape, we go to Germany. I lived at a refugee camp for 2 years, okay, with people who are Yugoslavian, Czech, Albanian at the time, and they're all
Yeah, this is one of the things that I love about Patrick. Is that people who try to throw that shit at him, like it's completely just like drop your stupid fucking shit about how you're white and XYZ and you've had a perfect life. Drop it, because it is really unfortunate and lame and gay, and I will call it gay. That it has to be that we have to have people who have these horrible experiences in life, who are black or who are brown, to speak for conservatism, because otherwise you'll just get called white shut up. Well, you can't say that about Patrick, so fuck off.
leaving for a reason. I come to the States, okay? I'm a welfare baby. I'm a food stamp baby.
Okay.
Just letting you know, my parents are divorced twice in 20 years. I'm going to Glendale High School. I have a lunch ticket I would sell because I don't have any money. I'm 6'1", 130 pounds. That should
Okay.
tell you the fact that we don't come from a lot of money. One day, I'm in the school, and my teacher starts talking about politics. Up until that point, when I think about politics, all I think about is divorce. Because I think about my mom and dad arguing all the time. I don't have a lot of pain linked to politics at the time. And the teacher's going to be a Democrat because she's presenting how rich people are this. I'm like, okay, great, rich people are bad. So I come home.
I obviously
13 to 1. That's the number.
Are you joking? Are you joking, Roland? Of course she was a Democrat. Of course, it was a she, and of course, she was a Democrat because that's who teaches school in America. White and other ethnicities, but predominantly white women Democrats who teach their ideology and don't teach fact. That's the reality. Those are the people because they're drawn to it because that's what they are passionate about is teaching kids about their ideology, and that is why the Democrats are winning. And when the left is winning, is because they are drawn towards teaching children and fucking with children in multiple different ways, physically or not. Actually, it's the trans stuff. They're the ones who care so much about messing with kids.
Dude, I had a whole lot of damn Republican teachers in my life.
I highly doubt that. I don't know where I mean, maybe it's true, Roland, but I highly doubt that because I don't know where the hell you went to school. But there have not been Republican teachers in schools for a long ass time. They don't exist. Like maybe one or two, but the vast majority are leftists. Maybe you consider them to be Republicans because they weren't leftist enough for you, but I think that would be your bias showing. The entire field of pedagogy is completely infiltrated by the left. That's just the truth. Leftist, predominantly white, but also non-white women. That's the truth.
Well, I like stats. Stats are 13-1 as Democrats to Republican. You know the stats. So I come home and I say, Mom, are we Republicans or Democrats? And
there was a stat 13-1. So I don't know what weird school you went to, Roland, where you had all these Republican teachers, but the data are what they are. That teachers are overwhelmingly 13-1 Democrats.
She said we're Democrats. I said, tell me why. She says, because the Democrats are for the poor, Republicans are for the rich. So my mom says. You know what I told her? I said, when I grow up, I want to be a Republican. Not because I want to be a Republican. I don't know what the policies are.
So first of all, who's actually for the rich and the poor?
The Republicans.
Actually, the Republicans actually are.
To be honest, I think the answer is neither.
No, neither
party gives a fuck about the working class.
No. Yes, neither party does give a fuck about the working class. Exactly. You're completely correct.
Neither
party really gives a shit.
One party is evil, the other party is stupid, and occasionally they get together and do something both evil and stupid. It's called bipartisanship.
Yeah, they both stink. But if you want to say that, like, the idea that the mainstream Democrat politicians are for the poor is politically ignorant.
Yeah,
it's nonsensical. I'm not saying the Republicans are better either. I don't like the Republican Party at all. I mean, like, y'all are here listening to this stream because none of us, I think, are real big fans of bipartisanship in America, of the left or the right. No, I mean, well, obviously Spoon and I aren't. So we're a little bit outside. I mean, we are outsiders in that way. But like, this is ridiculous. It's silly.
Who is for the rich and the poor?
She said that she don't know where. Oh, yeah, because I think you were speaking about my political alignment, and to be honest, I don't know, because I'm not well versed in politics, as I said earlier, but I definitely am not left.
Yeah, well, I think you can, it's pretty easy for everyone to kind of like find themselves a little bit on the political spectrum. The reality is the vast majority of people don't know anything about politics. They just kind of watch the news, and they go like, oh, I like this thing, I don't like that. That's it. It's not more complicated. Minnesota Fats for $5 says, boss, I'm not going to lie. This Roland Martin guy comes off like he is black. Yeah, it comes off that way to me too. Like he's disgusted that he's any race, other than black. Yeah.
Yeah.
To elaborate a bit more about my background, I came from like a very like worker class, you could say. I think it's the correct term.
Yeah, my family is very, very worker class. Yeah.
My father, for example, was a stone cutter. So very old stone cutter.
Oh, okay, yeah, wow. Oh, that's
that's cool.
Yeah, that's very old also. And it was one of the last like mines of stone in my area, and even in Wallonia from my part of the country. So yeah, it was like a very not poor, but not not bourgeois of any kind, and everyone came at like 6 p.m. Back from work,
Yeah.
worker class. So
Yeah, I mean, like my family is weird. My mother's family is entirely craftsmen. It's like I've said this before. I have 7 uncles. Well, one of my uncles died, but no, 5 uncles, 3 aunts, or 2 aunts and my mom. So 7. We're 7 kids altogether, right? My mom's family, and the
Wow, large
5.
family.
Yeah, the 5 uncles though. My uncle Warren died, but he was a carpenter, and you
What
could
about
have
the other
gotten.
side?
My dad is an only child, so and
Okay,
I'm an only
that's
child.
disturbingly similar to mine, only in reverse.
We've talked about this before, but like anywho, so my mom's family, my grandfather was he built houses, and he
Yeah, so did
trained
mine, actually.
basically and encouraged all of his sons to also do things to build houses. You could have gotten, 40 years ago, you could have gotten all my uncles, 5 uncles together. They could have built a house in a weekend. One of my uncles is an electrician. They're carpenters, plumbers. They all have these specific these skills that they learned and went into to build houses. That's what they did. And that's based and awesome, but that's how it was back in the day. Like, you train your sons
Workman.
and these are
Men.
not like, and they are men. They were men, and these are lucrative job, right? Being able to build a house, very lucrative. You don't have to go to college for it. Well, the electrician, he did. My uncle David, the electrician, and he lives in a mansion because he's a rich electrician. But still,
I checked Wikipedia for the correct translation, and
Yeah.
my father was a stonemason.
What my granddad did though is based and awesome in my opinion. He was already doing a job. He had a big family, and he helped train his sons how to gain these skills so that they could then go and make their own fortunes. Some of them did, some of them didn't. My family's doing fine, but and his daughters too. Like, he had 3 daughters, and I love my granddad. I miss him so much. He passed away like 5 years ago, but maybe 6 years ago now. Didn't I have 5 years? Jeez, it's been 5 years, yeah. But yeah, like he trained all his sons in how to do this, and that's another like super important value of having a good father figure. He trained his sons in how to be successful in their own way. I think that, yeah, how to be men, how to be strong men who could make their own way in the world, and that's what we're missing so much of.
You said Republicans for the rich, Democrats for
Yeah.
the poor. Is that you say you love? Is it true or not?
First of all,
Is it true or not?
Whether that's true, statistically, more rich people are on the Democratic side today than the
No.
Republican.
That is true.
That is true.
That's true, Patrick. Roland, I know you don't like that. You can just say no, but it's not correct.
I
The
like the
Democrat
way
Party is the party of the rich.
I like the way that he will press Patrick as if he's weaseling out, but whenever he answers the question, he deviates from the subject fucking constantly.
Yeah, this debate is insane. It's awful. Look, Patrick's correct. Right now, when you look at the statistical breakdown, people who are extremely wealthy are in support of the Democrat Party. Overwhelmingly Democrats.
Yeah.
There are many wealthy people who are Republicans. Let's not get that wrong.
Koch brothers.
But the reality is that the Democrats are the party of the rich.
The rich, yeah.
That they can claim it's the Republicans all they want, but it's not true. Not when you look into the data. Like, I hate when people are just like, "Oh, this is how I feel about it." No, and then, "Oh, Republicans don't have any statistics or data." I am nothing but a data machine. I just look at numbers. That's all I do all day, man. I don't really care about anything but data. And so, unfortunately, the data prove that you're illustrate that you're incorrect. Sorry, loser.
I'm not, but no. You say who are for, not who's rich, but who are they for? The policy.
But Roland, this is you. You're smart.
No, your mom
Wait
said it.
I understand, but you're a smart guy, bro. Listen, when I watch you, you're not a dummy. You're very smart, okay? So sometimes John Maxwell says something very important that I completely held to myself. And every time I break this, I don't like it. He said, the moment you learn sales and you learn persuasion, okay? The moment you learn the ability how to persuade you, me, We learn how to persuade. He says, be very careful to not go one step above that, which is to manipulate just to win all arguments.
Yeah, it's Robert Cialdini. It's Robert Cialdini. Robert Cialdini. I don't know who told you that exactly, Patrick, but you're talking about you're citing indirectly Robert Cialdini. It's fine.
Because you can. You can win any argument if you want to. You can play devil's advocate and flip the argument, play the Republican side, and you make one hell of an argument to be the Democrat. Because you can do that. You have the ability. I have the ability as well.
That's why I think people fucking listen to me, because I'm just a citation machine. That's what I do. I know the citation. The citation is Robert Cialdini in his persuasion tactics, his 5 persuasion tactics. That's it.
I don't want to do that. What I'm asking you right now is the following. Results. Today,
Yes.
27 out of 30 cities
Yes.
that are ran by Democrats are the highest crime in America. That's stats.
What states are those in? What are those states?
The states are different than the community.
The states are also all Democrat. Oh my God, his face is scary here. The states are also all Democrat because the state ultimately
That's the
gets
face of someone
run
who's panicked.
by the cities. The cities control how the state votes because it's where the majority of the population is. The highest crime places in the United States are all Democrat-run cities.
Yeah.
That is an incontrovertible fact.
New York, Chicago, LA.
But that's not the thing. The state is the community. The city is where.
What are you talking about?
The city you're in is what you can touch. Every year you come up and you say, re-elect me. I can
touch
help.
the state. Listen, I am born and raised in Texas, Houston, Clinton Park. To act as if what? No.
Oh, so then what you're saying is.
So in other words, this man has no actual experience with being raised in or growing up in a city that is predominantly black and high crime. Because Houston is for all the cities in the United States, a lower crime city in perspective. I mean, it's still high crime compared to like a rural community. But Houston's lower crime, so he is privileged, actually. Well, Roland, I grew up between the ages of 11 and 17 in Baltimore City, Democrat stronghold, and large, but 60% black population, and not rape. Just saying. It is the murder capital of the U.S. Just letting you know.
Hold on, what you're saying? Voting for mayors, they're a waste of time.
No, see,
because they can't do anything.
First of all, I didn't say that. Let me finish my thought. I am born and raised in Houston, Texas. Grew up in Clinton Park neighborhood. To act as if what happens in Austin does not have an impact on Houston is crazy.
You're making excuses now.
No, I'm not.
You're making excuses.
Okay, here's
now.
the deal, though. See, it's real easy to say it's excuses when I'm stating facts. And the point I'm stating is...
That's not a fact. That's just an opinion.
No, it's a fact.
No, you are actually stating opinions. You have stated no facts whatsoever. In fact, you've called into consideration or into question Patrick's background. He gave it to you. Now you're talking about your background. Turns out you grew up in a Republican area where you were able to be successful. You did not grow up in Baltimore or Chicago or New York City. So your personal experiences have nothing to do with this. They can't relate because you didn't grow up in a shithole.
The state of Texas significantly has an impact economically, educationally on what happens in Houston. That's a fact.
Yeah, but
as somebody who, as a kid, traveled with my mom to rallies and events with the Metropolitan Organization and the state capitol, I understand.
Did you grow up rich?
Who?
Did you grow up rich?
No, my parents didn't even go to college.
How are you rich then?
What do you mean how?
How are you rich?
Here's how.
How are you rich?
No, here's how.
Yeah.
By the way, just the fact that, as I said earlier, the fact that your parents didn't go to college doesn't mean that you can't be rich, by the way. A lot of people in my family didn't go to college and have a lot of money. Like, they're not, I wouldn't call them rich, but they're very well off. All right? Because they build houses. They're carpenters. They're the electricians didn't go to college, obviously, but they're carpenters. They're plumbers. You make good-ass money. My cousin, the son of my uncle who passed away, he's a plumber. He's got 5 kids. And they have, they don't live in wealth, but they live very comfortably off of, and his wife doesn't work. His wife is an immigrant who crawled through the dirt, and I am not joking about this, to escape from North Korea.
Wow.
Crawled through the dirt as a child to escape from North Korea. That's his wife. They're conservative Christians. And when I hear people talk this kind of mad shit about people like that, it makes my blood boil. Because I know people like that. That's my cousin. And she, by the way, his wife, Gina, she is one of the most lovely people I've ever met in my entire life. She's a very devout Christian, and she is a lovely fucking human being. She is truly a lovely person. And they have 5 kids, and she doesn't work. She takes care of their kids. 5 kids. Amazing. I'm so incredibly, I didn't really realize it when I first met Gina when I was younger, but I'm so incredibly proud of my cousin and his wife for what they've done with their lives, because it's astonishing. They've raised 5 kids. The youngest now is, I think, like, she's probably almost 18 now. Yeah, she's probably 18 now. And
that's dedication.
Yes, but they're conservatives. One household, a plumber. He doesn't have a college degree. He's a plumber. Like people like Roland Martin, I think, look down on people like my cousin. And really, you shouldn't.
I made a small video that will go out on my channel, I think next week or something like that, speaking about my dreams and ambition. I said, just like I said earlier, about what I want to do, that it's quite difficult with the 2 crazy that are canceling me. I just want a normal life and have the American dream of, a house, a wife, and stuff. But today, having a house, like not an apartment, having your own property,
it's difficult.
It's big
Bill and
money.
I are incredibly lucky.
It's big money. So having, as you said, your cousin, like 5 kids, a wife who was not working, so not
single income.
Yeah, single income. And if he has like a small house or a nice apartment or something, it's still like plumber is not cheap money. You can be like somewhat wealthy with being a plumber, but still, they kids and all, yeah.
With that many kids, they struggled. They really fucking struggled.
Yeah,
like they're fine now that the kids are mostly older, but it was a struggle for them. But
yeah,
and it's always
but it's dedication, like willpower and making choice and sacrifice.
And they love God so much, and that's why they wanted to have a big family, because they're both such devout Christians, and they wanted to have a big family, and that's what they wanted to do. And I'm so incredibly proud of my cousin and his wife, who, by the way, my cousin, I call her my cousin, she's my cousin-in-law, but whatever. My cousin Gina, the woman who escaped North Korea, is one of the most kind, sweet people I've ever met in my entire life. And when I came back to Christ, like she was overjoyed, and she's just a wonderful person. Her husband, he likes to make fart jokes. He just like farts all the time. Like that's his whole thing. Like, but that's his thing.
I also like South Park.
Yeah, he'll just be like, hey Becca, how's it going? Like, and fart. Like that's what he does. I mean, that's how he is. Like,
boys will be boys.
Yeah, but whatever. Like those people they're wonderful people. I love my whole family, obviously, but like it feels very diminutive when people talk this way about people who who have non-educated jobs, right? I don't like that at all, and it really is infuriating to act like these people are lesser than. I don't like that whatsoever. They're not lesser than just because they've chosen a different life lane than you. And also, like, yeah, call my cousin fucking racist for his South Korean wife or North Korean wife who fucking escaped crawling on her belly.
I think we spoke a bit about that when we first met. That in the Francosphere, being successful is not overly fun. It's not like a nice thing to look at. People tend to say that no, stay on your low end job and don't have dreams, don't have ambition, don't be an entrepreneur and stuff like that. This is something I despise, to be honest. I want to do something with myself and my life and having a house with my work, and I will be so proud.
Precisely.
Oh, man.
You should make something and be proud of it. The left instead just says like, oh no, just accept your lot and ask for money from the government.
Yeah.
That's why they hate people like
Stay
my cousin.
small, look down on the ground.
That's why they hate people like my cousins.
Yeah.
My cousin and his wife, because they didn't just lay down and accept their fate. They hate people like that, who are working class people, who did have to work really hard to support a family of 5, had to work really hard. But you look down on them because they're Christians, because they're conservative. Fuck off. And I hate that stuff, because I've seen it in my own life. I know how hardworking these people are. And I really do despise the looking down the nose at people like that, which I think Roland is doing, although he's not saying it directly, he's saying it indirectly.
Because first and foremost, the neighborhood that I grew up in it was one of the first master plan communities by HUD. What you had in my neighborhood was you had folks, first of all, I had mom and dad, one, who also
married together.
Also, hell yeah, they're still married, 56 years, who absolutely believed in education. Now,
why do you think that you're successful? Could it be because your parents remained married? Maybe that's why you were more successful than other people in your HUD housing neighborhood? Ever think about that? No?
What I recognize is, so for me, in my household...
Spoon, if you're not aware, or Christopher, HUD housing is government funded housing.
Okay.
Yeah. What my parents emphasized, never went to college. Then my brother went to Texas A&M. I went to Texas A&M. My sister went to Texas A&M. And so that was our house. What I recognize is that somebody who is next door or across the street or around the corner did not have the situation that I had. Now, I totally get that. What I don't do is be arrogant enough to say, well, I did this. Why can't you? Because I understand that not everyone has the exact same setup, the same situation.
Which is fine.
I'm talking...
Sorry, which is fine, but like, the reality is that everybody is going to have to eventually pull themselves up by the bootstraps if that is true. I know people hate that phraseology, but you are going to if you want to succeed, you have to do shit for yourself. Nothing that has happened to me in my life, in terms of anything the things that that have happened to me that are like the big successes, right? The fact that I got to go to art school. Well, guess what? I applied. There was no money. My parents didn't have money to pay for that. They didn't pay for me to get in. I applied and I worked. For me to get into college, I didn't have any money to go to college. I applied. I worked. I took tests and to the SATs and ACT. I took that stuff and I worked. I worked to get into grad school. I had no money. Everything that has happened to me in my life is a part of my own personal work. My family could not afford that shit for me. It's just not possible. So I'm sorry, but this whole idea that this is somehow racial is ridiculous.
I quite like one comment in your chat. Furious Dan say, "Why can't you?" is an invitation to explain the situation. We want to help. Yeah, it's the phrase "Why can't you?" It's not like like mocking or like gotcha, look, you're lazy. No, it's also like what is what does make you unable to achieve the thing you want to do.
Look, life is rough, okay? Okay, for in your example, Christopher, you've got severe anxiety, you've got autism. I have autism as well. These are things that we have that are detriments in our way. I also didn't have any money. My family didn't have any money growing up. And yet I still was able to, via my own hard work. And again, the problem is that not everybody needs to go to college and should go to college. You can go and become a plumber, go become a carpenter. There are real things that you can do that you don't need to go get work training in. You don't need to go to college. If you're like, I'm not a genius, because guess what? I'm not a genius, but I have a certain level of intelligence, and that's would allow me to do what I want to do, which is that I'm a researcher. That's what I like to do. That's what I want to do. It's what I've always wanted to do. Well, for at least for over 10 years. But that's a real not a great thing to necessarily go into. I'm very lucky that I'm in the position that I'm in. But you can just, if you're not like a super fucking genius, guess what? And I'm not saying that to be mean. You can make a shit ton of money, and that's why I brought up my cousin earlier. You can make a shit ton of money not doing something that's intellectual. There is so much to be gained in this world. You don't have to be a hyper genius. You have to go to college. Fuck college, honestly. College is a fucking psyop, largely at this point. Ignore college unless you want to be a doctor or a lawyer, I would say. Anyway,
can I ask the chat a totally random question?
No. Go ahead. Joking.
Yes. Do you think wars wars can change a nation's borders?
Yeah, of course they do.
Okay, thank you. Someone in
Obviously.
the chat is arguing with me that they don't. And I'm like, you're fucking high.
Whatever.
I said to him, can you explain to me what happened to Germany post First World War? And how the fuck do you think Czechoslovakia came about?
Yeah.
Yugoslavia.
Well, yeah. Which there are wars over as well. Anyway,
I think it's the entire history of Mongolia.
Not the real Mongolia. Let's or see if we can get how far we can get through it.
About, and this is the again.
But why not give that story of inspiration to say you can get out of it?
First of all, you say why not? I'm sorry, you clearly have never watched my show. When what I talk about consistently are these very issues.
The reason why
I don't sit here
asking that question is because you just said you basically can't get out of it. So then, how is he supposed to now know about your entire? But go ahead.
Go do doom and gloom. First of all, every single Tuesday on my show, I feature actual Black-owned businesses. Every single Wednesday, I feature African Americans who have tech companies.
I love that.
Every Friday, I actually feature something called Education Matters, folks who are in the education space, school choice. I got HBCU Connect, so I do all of that. But one second.
But you know why I said that? Let me tell you why I said that. Because you said. I'm not the one that says, look at me, I got out, so can you. That's what you said.
No. Here's why I say that.
That's what you said.
Because it is arrogant when, as an individual, I'm assuming everyone else's situation is the same. That's first.
That's not
Two,
that's not
it's
what that
also
means, though.
arrogant to then not actually study and look at how, from a macro level. See, you're describing a micro level.
I hate when it gets condescending.
No, it is condescending. It's also incorrect. It's also completely incorrect. I described the macro level economics about all of this just a minute ago. So no, it's incorrect.
You can always have that singular individual or this person or that person or this family. That's micro. What I'm talking about is macro issues. And what I'm saying is when I look at communities, that's not micro, that's macro. Even within the African American community, when you dealt with Jim Crow,
okay, then have father figures. Okay? That's the problem. We all know what it is. You're refusing to acknowledge the problem whatsoever. Is that the influence of the welfare state discourages Black families from having father figures. It actively discourages it, and it discourages people from getting off of welfare by maintaining positions where they make too little money, where it would, to gain more money, would lose them their welfare benefits, and therefore cost them more ultimately. That's a problem. That is an insidious cyclical system. That's what it is.
You couldn't live anywhere else. You literally could not live anywhere else. Bottom line is, if you were Black and had money, and then you were Black and broke, you were literally living in the same neighborhood. After Jim Crow ends with integration, what then happened? Those African Americans who were middle class, upper middle class, began to move away. What then began to happen was you had areas where poverty increased even more so.
Why move away, though? Why move away?
Because
if you care about the community, why not stay there and change it?
Well, first of all...
Oh, yeah, great question, Patrick. Why not stay there and change the community? Oh, look at his face. He's concerned because he knows that is what happens every single time. It's what happens every single fucking time, is that when Black people get money, they move the fuck out of Black neighborhoods and they never look back. That's the reality. They move into white neighborhoods. That's what happens.
Does anybody else move?
What do you mean?
Who the hell else don't move? How do you think suburbs were created?
But wait a minute.
What do you mean?
Like we completely shift the goalposts. Like
he just completely
the country entirely.
No,
It's a
How do you think
Chewbacca
real-ass
defense.
flight was created?
But
So
Yeah, sorry, it's a real ass fucking question, Roland. Why do black people leave the community as soon as they get an extra penny to get out of it? That's a problem that should be addressed. If you want to talk about like this is white people doing it, no, why don't black people reinvest in their own community? Well, I can tell you one reason why. Because reinvesting in the community doesn't help. Just spending money on this stuff does not help. So I'm not blaming those people who leave. They leave because they know there's nothing they could even fucking do. And his response is a literal nothing response. Changes the fucking point. Changes the goalpost, moves off the topic, because you don't want to address the fact that black people don't, when they get money, don't stay and help their own community. That's a reality.
So everybody move, but we can't move.
But if you act like you care about the community as much
guess
as
what?
you do, stay
but
there.
But hold on, but I'll answer your question. Do you know why? Because when African Americans were living in black neighborhoods, they also had economically depressed housing values, and the reality is they were not able to
change it. Help change it.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I am.
Yes, I am. Agree with Patrick 100%. Change it.
Who else is gonna change it? You were the ones who fucking live there.
You're the ones who live in these communities. Change them. Like, you know, I've known and been very good friends with so many black people in my life who live in like, some of them live in shitholes, some of them don't. I've known black people who lived in really nice areas, by the way. So like, but you have to, if you want to change this, you're going to have to do it. Government spending clearly cannot do it.
No.
50 years of government spending has only made it worse. Black people actively encourages making it worse. The black community is going to have to fix it for themselves. You can't expect a white savior to come and help you. And it's weird that you talk about how everybody's racist and then you expect white people to come and fucking save you. That's insane. That's insane. It's racist, by the way, and it's nonsense. Black people are not that stupid. They are not that incompetent. I absolutely believe that black people are capable of helping themselves. Because of course they are.
It's quite funny.
If 50 years of democratic rule is anything they go by, the answer is no, they can't.
But it's because they're stuck in this Democrat plantation. Black people absolutely are capable of helping themselves. It's because of people like Roland that they don't. Who tells them just like, oh, actually, all of your problems, just to ask the government for more money, and that will fix it. It's not your fault. Sorry, Chris.
I have no problem, but I have an observation and a question. Again, politics is not my strong suit. But I think I'm average knowledgeable, but not on your level. So I won't say too much, not look stupid. But the thing is, it speaks about macro and stuff, and look, it's like it's borderline saying it's a systemic issue, racist issue, but he's not saying it. But again, he say, but I will move, and the other guy say, yeah, but if you care that much and it's a systemic issue and stuff, why not staying? So it's just hypocritical in the end. It's just like a liar, grifter, what other words you kids say.
Precisely. Yep. 100%.
I am.
Okay,
I'll give you an idea. Are you familiar with Palmdale?
I'm gonna need you to be drug tested. Seriously.
Yeah.
Do you even know today?
Funny.
We've done the stories in Florida when somebody's black selling their house, the appraisers will come in and literally give them a value $100,000 to $300,000 less because they're black.
That is a real thing that happens. That is a real thing that happens, but it's usually because the house is in disrepair.
Okay, can I say something? I'm just gonna be honest here because I used to work for several years actually with my father.
Yeah.
And
So you've worked in house retail.
Yes. I work with my father with like electronic building inside people's houses. Let me just be honest here, because Ireland has a lot of foreigners. Black people's houses by far were the worst condition. Every time, unless they were European.
So
one black guy I remember distinctly going into his house. He was French, nicest guy, and his house was fucking spotless. I remember thinking to myself, to my father, I was like, you notice how clean that guy's house was? And he had a French accent. So clearly the French European influence rubbed off on him, because every other black person's house was like a fucking train wreck. But his house was clean and tidy as shit.
If your house
cool guy too.
This is the thing, like if your house is clean and tidy, it's going to increase the value. But the reality is,
and I don't know why it is. I can't give you a reason specifically, but a lot of these houses are in extreme disrepair. That's why they're worth less.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry that it upsets you, but like a lot of the look, okay, I'm just saying, like I've been over to a lot of Black people's houses in my life, and they were usually in real bad shape. Okay, all of them. Like I've lived in houses that weren't in great shape. I've lived in a real shithole apartment and stuff like that, but every Black person's house I've been to in the United States was not in great shape. It was actively in disrepair. Did you ever think that maybe that was part of it? Now, you could say that's part of a poverty factor as to why the house is in disrepair, but if they're not taking care of the house, it decreases the value, okay? Like, that's just a reality. So if they're not taking care of the house, then it decreases the value. That's just reality. It has nothing to do with race. It has to do with the fact that the house is not being cared for, then people won't pay for it. That's it.
You know that's actually happened, right?
You'll take one story and say that.
Oh my God!
On how many occasions has that happened?
Are you serious?
Do you think a message like?
By the way, I would say, Patrick, it does happen quite often, but I think the problem is that like a lot of Black people don't take care of their houses the way that white people do.
He's going to address that, by the way.
Okay.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and Google? Why don't you go ahead and Google?
How many times has that happened? No, I believe it's happened, but how many times has that happened?
The New York Times literally just did a story.
Oh, it's for the New York Times. I won't believe it.
Yeah.
Talking about the systemic racism that exists within housing appraisals. This is a fundamental problem. I'm trying to see you're living in a different reality.
What progress are you making by saying that?
What progress?
So what you're doing?
I'm trying to end that. Okay. Do you know how in
by doing what?
Here, okay, hold on. You said you're Middle Eastern, right?
You're trying to.
Hold on. You said you're Middle Eastern, right?
I am. Yes.
How would you feel? How would you feel?
Yes.
If you're selling your home, you've got a home that
right,
and you put upgrades in it, and your home is worth $500,000.
Yeah.
And somebody comes into your home, and they see your photos,
right,
and they see your family, and then they go back and they go.
But that's not what's happening. What's happening?
Do you honestly think that someone will go into somebody's house and go,
no,
"Oh,
he's
look,
lying.
you're Middle Eastern," and they're somehow going to make it devalue just because?
He's lying. The problem is they go into these homes, and the homes have serious damage to them. Like, I'm not trying to talk some shit, but like, okay, I will. I guess I'll talk a little bit of shit. Like, this is gonna sound really racist. I don't mean to say it. I don't mean to be racist, but like, Black people's African Americans' hair products, do leave stains on stuff. Okay, they just do.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that to be mean. It's just the truth. It leaves stains on stuff. I don't think that's actually why the houses are being devalued alone. I'm just saying, like, look, I like the smell of shea butter, okay? I like it. I've been to many Black people's homes over the years. I've dated Black people.
This explains Asians fetish.
I'm just saying, like if the house has been fucked with, if like the house has been destroyed, I don't think it's because there's photos of Black people on the wall. I think it's because the house has been fucked with in some way. Like, there's stains, and by the way, like, I'm not saying that like white people don't leave stains. Obviously, white people can leave stains all over shit. Asian people can leave stains. Hispanic people can leave stains. But I think it's maybe the smell a little bit, which is mostly a smell of hair products and maybe stains from hair products, which I know they need to use, and that isn't fair. Like, Black people have to use hair products, products that, like, obviously they do. So that part's not fair, but it is just kind of the way that it works. And I don't think you can say that it's racist if a Black family has destroyed a home by getting stuff on it, in the walls, and then say that that's racist. I'm sorry. It is a problem that Black people have that white people don't, in the same way of needing all those hair products, but and skin products to prevent ashiness. But like, still, it can get all over shit, and it can make things, I'm just gonna be clear and just be honest, greasy. It's the way it is. It's not like, I'm not trying to be racist, but like, Black people use products to prevent ashiness and to put in their hair that white people don't. It's not fair, but it is. I'm just saying, like, even if they took perfect care of the house, there could be that kind of stuff in the house, and that's not fair. It is. I don't think it's racist, though. It's the reality of it, you know.
Go 350,000. You go. What the hell?
So you tell that story.
Wait, 1 second. 1 second. 1 second.
To get people to be convinced that's happening.
It's actually
out of 1,000 appraisals.
Oh my God.
Out of 1,000 appraisals, how many times does that happen? Out of 1,000 appraisals, how many times does that happen?
You want to pull that up?
Tell
you want him to pull that up?
That's your world, though. Out of 1,000 appraisals, how many times does that happen? Let's just say it happens.
It is a significant issue in America.
Oh my God!
And wait 1 second. And then when the woman, a black person should not have to remove their photos from the wall and remove black art and remove.
That's not what the issue is. It's about the damage to the property.
The state of the house.
Yeah.
Black books to have a white appraiser then come in and go, oh, it's actually 550.
So, because like, trust me, I've moved into apartments where I could tell like a black person lived there before me because there's a smell, and I'm not saying it in a bad way. It's just like you can just tell, like, because there's I don't think it's bad. Like, I'm sure there's a white people smell too. By the way, I'm sure white people have a smell.
Yeah, it's called
but
money.
like
everything has a smell.
Well, everything has a smell. But I'm just saying, like, I can tell when like someone who's lived in a place before me was black. I don't think it really matters, but it could matter when we're talking about.
You can tell when Asians have lived there before you because the smell.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because there's a scent when Asians live places because of the cooking.
Yeah.
I don't think it really, but it could actually matter in terms of pricing the place if there's a smell or stains and things like that.
One of the best example is if the person lived before you was like a drinker or smoker, like you can tell right away.
If someone's a smoker, you could definitely tell if someone's a smoker. Like if they lived in a house before you, if you don't smoke, for sure you can smell that they were a smoker. And I don't think that is a weird thing either. Like black people have different food that they cook. They have different products that they use. So do Asians, so do white people. And so I think you can probably smell and see some of the evidence of whoever lived there before that. But if the house has been like fucked up, yeah, it's going to affect, including if it has a weird smell, it can affect the value of the house. I don't think it's actually like look, is it a bad thing? Maybe, but it's something you can't deal with. Like it's just the reality. It's reality.
So, one second, because I'm going to show you how it impacts generationally.
Here we go.
So when you, follow me here, because this is housing in America. When you then get that lower appraisal, you then cannot sell your house.
I like Patrick's face right now.
I know. He looks like he wants to die. Yeah.
For the higher value, which then means you are not then taking those proceeds and being able to invest, being able to send your kids to school. And what I'm trying to explain to you is,
how the hell does that have to do with your kid's schooling? You live there. Yeah, you send the kids to school while you live there. This has nothing to do with the appraisal of your house. The fact that you bought the house in the first place tells you got
the entire fucking conversation, moved on to a new point.
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense.
I think we get into the CRT thing here in a minute.
There is a world here that for some reason you're like living in Unity world that ain't the real America.
Oh, no.
And I'm trying to.
How terrible to live in Unity world where we can all get along and admit to things like what I just said. Like I felt very uncomfortable saying what I was saying a minute ago, but like smells. By the way, there's data on that. There's actual research that shows that, like, for example, like white people sweat. Their sweat smells very different from Asian people's sweat. There's research on this that just like smells are a big thing that are real. Like Asian people do not sweat in the same way and create the same smells that white people do. This is a demonstrable fact.
There is even something even simpler, like when I was going to my ex-girlfriend's house, I was smell like woman, like hair product, perfume, stuff like that.
Smells are extremely potent in terms of how people perceive things. So, like in Japan, there's a term called batanioi, which means smells like butter, which is a term that is often used for Westerners. And they say that like Westerners smell like butter.
They don't like it. It's an unpleasant smell to them. It's just a thing that exists in Japan because we have different sweat glands. Genetically, we do. We just do. So, I mean, like, it smell is really important. And like, you move into a house that you think is smelly, it's not like that person did it on purpose. It's just a thing that happened. So it could be a thing that devalues the house. You know, and the hair products and all that stuff, it can also devalue it.
Get rid of that stuff.
You have the wrong guy here. You have the.
I'm trying to get rid of it.
Okay, good for you. I am as well. But you have the wrong guy here, and here's what I mean by that. So when you ask the question, what do you do if they appraise your house $350,000 less? Right, that's your question. Okay, I don't see myself as a victim. I stopped looking at myself as a victim a long time ago. And by the way, being Armenian and Assyrian, you know what a lot of people in the Armenian community do? You know what a lot of people in the Armenian community do? They sell victimhood mentality. I'm raised with that, which is the statement of mechka. I know you don't know what the word mechka means. Mechka means, oh, poor Roland. Oh, poor PBD. I don't see myself as a victim. And the other part is when you use one story as an example to divide and get people even angrier because out of 1,000 appraisals this happened one time, I don't think you're unifying when you say a statement like that.
Thank
to say,
you,
hey,
Patrick.
This is what's taking place all the time. But going back to it. So
He's not even listening. Again, he's not listening. He's looking at his phone.
I really like this guy.
Yeah.
Patrick's great. But like Patrick is telling the truth, and this guy isn't even listening. He's looking at his fucking phone.
With a smug smile.
Roland, you loser. Patrick just told you some real ass shit. And you're not listening. You're not listening at all. He hasn't listened to a single thing Patrick has said. You're just sitting there looking at your before you were sitting there.
It's not a conversation. It was one guy trying to convince one another. And I'm very bad at, facial expression and body language.
Yeah,
and all,
me too.
But the Patrick guy was like calm every single second. Never raise his voice. Never, squint his eye, or maybe just a tiny bit at the end. And just now he's like, okay, I've done enough. I'm pissed. But that's the feeling I have.
Right. Patrick's feeling completely level-headed, understandable. And
he knows he's right.
Again, Roland is not listening to him. He's looking at his goddamn phone.
You left because you wanted better economic situation for yourself.
Listen to what you just said. Again,
I'm having a hard time listening to what you just said when you're saying
it's so fundamentally flawed because when you say, "Oh my God," you see yourself as a victim.
You do.
No.
Yeah, you do.
No. You do see yourself as a victim. You have perpetual in-group victimhood orientation, PIVO, and a tendency towards individual victimhood identity, TIV and PIVO. That explains you too.
You're selling it as a victim.
No, I'm not. What I'm selling is a reality. What I'm selling is when this is again. Since I guess you couldn't pull it up. Okay.
Oh, he did pull it up.
Okay. The Biden administration, the Federal Housing and Finance Agency, released 47 million appraisal reports to the public for the first time. The appraisals, which were compiled between 2013 and 2021, present evidence of a persistent, widespread practice in the home appraisal industry to give higher values to homes when the occupants are white and devalue them if the owners are people of color.
That's such bullshit.
Why? But why?
Why?
Could there be additional issues?
You're not.
What was the state
why.
of the home?
You're just telling me the end result.
It's pure statistics.
You're not telling me the
what was the state of the
appraisal.
home? Yeah, what was the state of the home? Was the home in disarray? Was the home in disrepair? That's a real question that need to be asked. And I would suggest, and I'm not trying to be rude, but maybe there were problems with the house. Maybe the house was not in a great condition.
This is the exact same argument of, oh, look, women make less money than men do. It's exactly the same argument.
Precisely.
But
you're not looking at the interceding factors.
Yes.
And that is a problem. Is the reason why the house is valued less is because they were black, or is because the house is in a lower degree of repair? And I know I'm not saying that to be racist. I'm saying, could you answer that question? No, you can't.
Bullshit. That's such bullshit. You know why?
Hold up.
Let me tell you why that's such bullshit.
They actually took the reports and showed the data, and now you call it bullshit.
Of course I call it bullshit.
So wait a minute. So you ask for the data and the facts.
No.
And now you give your opinion
First of all,
because you don't like the facts.
Bro.
Come on, man.
Do you run a company?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so when you run a company, how much shit can I find in the OPEX? How much
in the what?
With OPEX. When I go into my balance sheet and I look at my expenses, my monthly expenses, what I'm paying for, rent, employees, benefits, workers' comp, I can give a number and say, we lost $280,000 this year. And it's like, oh my God, we lost $280,000. And then I open up the balance sheet and then boom. I'll see you're moving your face like you don't know what I'm talking about.
First of all,
when I see a data like this, tell me the whole story.
You see why I said I want to punch this guy?
I mean, it's infuriating. I think that
I scream smug little.
Yeah, I think
prick.
Patrick is getting to the real point here, but he's just like shaking his head no and saying no. There's no possibility that the black people who live in those houses fucked the houses up.
I have to ask, if just because I'm a guy, if I was a man, and I was looking at these two, who would I rather be? Like, which demeanor would I think is more masculine?
Well, obviously
Patrick's.
it's Patrick.
Yes, because Patrick is calm, he's level-headed, he's
Yeah,
not ill-tempered, and the guy on the right is this yuppie chihuahua fucker who can't contain his emotion in any capacity.
Roland is hyper-emotional and feminine. Yeah,
Yes.
It's also
cringe.
Although the Roland guy is also intellectually dishonest.
Yes.
Because
he
he doesn't make the effort to meet the guy halfway. Even if they are disagreeing, like there's an attitude you have.
And again, there's an issue where, like, okay, I get it. Like, I get it that there is this differentiation, but could you try to look at why there's just differentiation?
But he can't,
outside
though,
of just
because
racism?
It would destroy his entire worldview.
Yeah, it would destroy him. Maybe the reason why black houses are valued lower is because they did something to mess with the house.
Yeah.
They didn't take care of the house. I'm not saying white people don't do that, by the way, because of course they do. But maybe there's a reason why. Okay?
Yeah. Also, I would also like to know how many black people versus how many white people were in that study. Because if you're telling me that black people, if only like 10% is black and 9% is white, that's already going to skew the factors massively. Your sample size is fucked off.
Well, the sample size is going to be at most, actual population level, it's 20 to 30% black. So obviously, they will be the minority. This is the truth.
There's some sheer numbers,
But you can actually, not to go into too much detail, but there are statistical analyses that you can use to be able to account for the disparity in the population. We can do that. It's very easy statistically. Like, the mathematics are there, which is another thing that makes me irritated when people are talking about statistics and they don't understand statistics. I do understand statistics.
There's a context and all and data.
But you can calculate for all of this within the numerics. It's not complicated. It's actually quite simple. You can calculate for and specifically account for this issue. So of disparity between population size, you can still do that. It's really fucking simple within the math. So it's not difficult. And by the way, those people who are publishing these kind of studies can calculate and account for them without any issue or any problem whatsoever. And in fact, usually they do account for it. They do account for them. I read these studies every single goddamn day. They can account for it.
To jump to conclusion with.
Who was it that made a quote that something like, it's very difficult to get people to acknowledge they're wrong when their paycheck depends on it.
Well, obviously. I mean, like,
I don't know who
probably
said that, but that was a really good
nice
quote.
quote.
It's a good quote.
It's a very good
something
quote.
like this. What I've seen the entire story is ludicrous to make a comment like that. But
his face,
right back on his phone.
His face just makes him like such a fucking little cunt. Sorry,
but he's right back on his fucking phone.
Yes, someone just messaged me and just said, when black people complain to me about being white, I literally just said to them, "It's not my problem. You're black."
Yeah, I'm sorry.
God,
is that
yeah,
that's what his shit is? Like, apologize that I was born black. Like, I can't help you, my dude. I don't dislike you for that, but don't be a weirdo about it.
Is Mark Twain really? Are you sure?
Was it Mark Twain? No way.
Anyway, let's keep watching the video.
Analyzing the millions of appraisals by using census
Break it
tracts
down for
as
me.
a proxy for neighborhoods and comparing communities with nearly identical housing stock.
Yeah.
2 researchers found that the results showed a clear correlation.
Two researchers did 40 million housing appraisals.
And correlative evidence is the weakest form of evidence, by the way. Correlative evidence is the weakest form of evidence. You need to do an ANOVA, do a MANOVA, do a fucking hierarchical regression. Oh, you can't, all you can prove is correlational level data? This is absolutely absurdist. Do something better than correlation. You are a hack fraud if you don't. This is bullshit science. Correlational data is the weakest form of data. You're out of your fucking mind.
The proportion of white residents in each community, the higher the appraised value of individual homes. They compared similar data. See,
okay, but what was the status of the homes? What was the status of the homes when they were appraised in terms of the individual quality? When they were being sold, was the home in disrepair? You don't have this because it's correlational level data. This is not taking into account multiple level analysis, which is why you need ANOVA. Multiple ANOVA, I would say, which is multiple analysis of variance. That is a MANOVA account. That's the kind of data that you need. You can't fuck. This is what makes me madder than anything on the fucking planet Spoon. When people fucking use statistics and try to say that it means something when they don't understand statistics themselves. I'm a statistician predominantly, so you can't fuck with me on this. You can't lie to me about this. So fuck off. You would need multiple analysis of variance in order to be able to understand what specific analysis, what the R squared of every single fucking factor is going into this was. Where's the goddamn R squared? You don't have an R squared because you're just making this shit up? Fuck off, homie. Get out. Oh, I hate it. Oh my god, like you've actually activated me. I get so mad.
Is this
Give me the R squared.
Is this the quote like correlation doesn't mean causation?
Correlation is almost a nonsense. Like correlation just means that two variables are related to one another. They're related to one another to a certain degree.
Yeah, so if they are related, this doesn't mean that it's a cause and effect.
It does not mean anything about cause and effect. It means they are related. It has nothing to do with cause and effect. Yeah. Yes. Correlation does not have. Now, in order to be able to understand a cause and effect level understanding, you need to have a regression analysis. ANOVA can provide some level of understanding of relationship between one variable and another, but you really need a not just an ANOVA or MANOVA. You really need a more detailed analysis. And correlation is the weakest form of data. It is truly shit. It's absolutely ridiculous to try and rely on correlational level data when you're talking about causal level data. You need not just ANOVA or MANOVA. You need a regression analysis. A regression analysis. That's it. It's not difficult to do.
Sorry to ask question, but I prefer to look them than be them.
By the way, I don't know if that was Mark Twain who said the quote, but I'm looking at some of his quotes. Man, Mark Twain had some really good fucking quotes.
I think he was a bass.
Mark Twain was bass. He was a bass boy.
Yeah.
I like
Again,
this quote, no amount of evidence will ever persuade an idiot. Oh my fucking god, that is one of the most truest quotes I've ever heard in my entire life.
One of the most fucking accurate quotes I've ever heard in my life.
It's related to this video too.
Yeah, no amount of information will no amount of data will persuade an idiot like Roland Martin.
If you could just learn that quote, your life would be so much fucking easier.
By the way, like everything I've talked about in terms of like regression, ANOVA, MANOVA, these are not, in my opinion, like multiple regression analysis. Like, yeah, okay, like or a log linear regression. That's complicated statistics, but they are not statistics that I think are actually outside of the comprehension of the average person. It's one of the things that I fought for, and I continue to fight for and talk about, is that like everybody can understand even a log linear regression, which is like about as complicated as it gets. I can explain to you how a log linear regression works. It's not complicated. But what this guy's talking about is correlational level data, the worst level of data. Super Manador for $10 says talking raw numbers and directly comparing them without controlling for most of the variables is bad. Yes, it sure is.
If there was an infamous gap that we could have learned this lesson from. Oh, I know. If only there was an infamous gap we could learn this lesson from. Yeah, here's the problem. Using pure correlational level data is completely nonsensical. There are reasons why, and there are instances wherein correlational data are interesting and of import. Okay, a lot of what I talk about in my videos is correlational level data. However, when I talk about ANOVAs, MANOVAs, and more complicated statistical stuff, I try to explain it in a way that makes sense. But the reality is that regression analysis is how you know that one thing produces another. We can show this via data. We can show this via statistical analysis. It's not just that two things are related. It's that this thing produces the other thing. That's the value of regression analysis. ANOVA and MANOVA also allow us to see a more complex relationship between multiple variables. Okay, but regression analysis specifically allows us to see that one variable produces the other as impact. It's not complicated. Ultimately, it really isn't. Statistics is something that I want everyone to be able to understand, because it seems complicated, and there are like these weird gatekeepers who make it try to seem like statistical analysis is more complicated than it is, but it's not. It's really not. Everybody should be able to understand statistical analysis data, and that's what I'm out here trying to fucking do. So that's my only goal in life at this point, is to make it clear and to make it explicated what statistical analysis is. This dude talking about correlation. No, you should talk about fucking regression level data. Correlation is nonsense. Sorry, I got really mad like in one of
Yeah.
This is a good quote. If ignorance is bliss, why isn't the world happier?
Good question, right?
That's a good fucking question. Holy shit.
Reject. And what I'm trying to explain to you is
I am refusing to constantly have people give data without me having access to the entire thing for their own benefit to divide.
So what you're saying is,
yeah, because you're just giving the conclusion. You're not telling me how they got to that.
Yeah, it was correlational level data in the first place, and then Patrick's just asking him for elucidation, and now he's immediately triggered. Cool.
Yeah.
In order for you need access to the 47 million home appraisals.
I'd love to
for
see
yourself.
I would love to see it.
Okay, guess what? It's a federal agency. File a FOIA.
I'd love to see it.
File a FOIA.
File a FOIA request. Are you out of your federal information request for information request? Why does he have it and you don't? You're saying that he can't access this data freely because you have to file a FOIA request? That's curious.
That's funny, because that's again Roland giving an information or like an affirmation, and he's mad that the other guy doesn't trust him. Like, so trust me, dude.
Well, it's fascinating, like, because so you're demanding. He's saying he has the FOIA information, but it's not. You have to. That Patrick would need to go file a FOIA request. Excuse me.
But here's file a what?
A FOIA.
Okay, so I'd love to see it. You know why? Here's the part.
Yeah,
how often do you see data being used and we don't know the whole story? Both sides. How often?
Well, first of all, we see data out there, but what I'm saying, I'm looking at data, actual data, and I'm
like the way it doesn't answer the question.
But you don't have a capacity to understand it.
Doesn't answer the question.
Use correlational level analysis. Correlational level analysis is the worst level of analysis. It's the most basic.
Is it actual
MANOVA, and regression is what you need.
Is it actual data if it's the end result? Like, I'm not sure that it's qualified to be worded as data.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But also he's saying that he can't provide the data because Patrick would need to file a FOIA request to get access to it. So where's the goddamn data? Here's the reality. As I've said before, when I buy a study that's not available already on, you know what I do? I go upload it to Sci-Hub. Okay? Where's the fucking data? Why don't you upload it so that everyone can have access to it? Data should be free. Particularly FOIA level data should be fucking free. Okay? Why is it that I have to request from the US government to see these data? Which, by the way, in no way from what you described, in any way point to your conclusion. But you don't even provide the data. You don't have, and you just told Patrick to go file a FOIA request to get it. What a lunatic.
Also looking at a reality. And here's what I'm saying to you. And again, this is what you, for some reason, you're not fully accepting.
What?
What is the most consistent way Americans have been able to actually build wealth? It has been through housing. That's been historical. And when you are black in America, this is not an opinion. This is not a perspective. It's a fact. What we have seen is when you have been unable to enter the housing industry.
Why? You were given HUD housing. The government provides you with housing as a black American.
Also, I find it weird, but he's saying the selling of the housing. Motherfucker, you were able to get on the property ladder.
Yeah. Like
so what the fuck are you talking about?
You were given housing by the U.S. government as an African American. You can apply, like, white Americans don't have the same ability to apply for HUD housing. But that's weird that you're not noting that. Now, again, my problem is that the welfare state, including HUD housing, makes it so that if you make over a certain amount of money to become successful, you can no longer live in your house. You will be kicked out of your house by the U.S. government, and you are going to make less money. It is a system that keeps black people poor, and in my opinion, it's intentional.
Meaning, saying you can't sell to black people. Then, when you actually buy a home,
who the hell says you can't sell to black people? What the fuck are you talking about?
He's talking about the thing I just talked about, where he said that, like, this study where black housing was worth less. That's not what it actually
bullshit.
is. No, it's completely.
I have
nonsense.
a question. Sorry for asking many questions. He said that the wealth of the USA is housing, but it's also like entrepreneurship. And if I remember my history correctly, like there was so many natural resources also in American soil.
Yeah.
Look, so I'm not sure that it's just housing.
No, it is a multifaceted issue, but this is ridiculous.
And they've been grossly undervalued, that then limits you from being able to sell your home at a higher value and now take the profits and then create a business and then be able to send your kids to college. And what I'm saying to you is, when that has been...
Who the fuck sells their house to get a business?
I mean, everything he just said there was nonsense.
Yeah, that's...
Like, so you sell your house to make a business
that doesn't
so you
make
can
any
send
sense.
your kids to college?
Yeah, that doesn't
That's
make
not
any
how
sense.
it works. It's not how it works for anybody. Like, most people take out... The reality is, my dude, is that the American college system is extremely predatory, and they will give you a loan. They will give you a loan to go get a 4-year degree in feminism or black studies, and you will end up owing $150,000. And it's going to take you the rest of your goddamn life to pay that off. That's what that's about. That's all that's about. I have no college debt, right? I'm very, very lucky and rare in that position. Because I didn't go... Now, look, I talked about this before. I was offered a position at American University, which is one of my top choices, and GW, George Washington. If I had gone to either American or GW, like I said, when you look at your life and you realize that all the paths you could have taken, the reality is I would have been probably an FBI right now. I'm not. I'm so fucking happy that I'm not an FBI agent. But if I had gone to American or George Washington, I probably would be an FBI agent in this chat right now, trying to find racism or whatever. I didn't choose that option because although I was accepted into both George Washington and American, they didn't give me full scholarships. Xavier University gave me a full scholarship. I've told you guys this before in the past in the chat. I was fully prepared to be a Fed. That was what I wanted to do. I wanted to be Mulder. I wanted to be a Fed.
Bitch.
I know. I wanted to be a Fed. I really did. I really wanted to be a Fed, and I chose not to. And so I'm out of it, and I'm so glad. I'm so happy that I chose not to take that turn in life and be a Fed.
That's just what a Fed would say.
I didn't do it though. I went and I got a.
It's such a common
I went and got degrees at Xavier University. I didn't go to the universities that did offer me that shit, but it would be that I was gonna we'll pay for some of it, but not all of it. And then I had to. And by the way, part of the agreement, if I went to George Washington, for example, I would have had to have owed 8 years of my life to either the FBI or CIA.
That's a real thing that was offered to me. Like, yeah, we'll pay for your college, but you're going to have to work for the FBI or the CIA for 8 years. I chose not to do that, or the NSA. It was a real choice that was put in front of me that I considered taking, and I chose not to take it. I didn't want to have the rest of my young adult life completely owned by the federal government, because I was a libertarian even back then. And now I did kind of want to be an FBI agent. I'm not lying about that. I did kind of, but I didn't want to be owned by the FBI. That's what fucked me up. That's why I didn't take that back in the day. I could have taken it where I would have been owned by the FBI, but I didn't want to be fucking owned by the FBI. So I didn't take it. Fuck that.
Aiden.
Screw that shit. Yeah.
So it's human trafficking, just like Elizabeth.
Oh, it's human trafficking. Yeah, it's FBI human trafficking. Of course. Yeah, I didn't take that shit.
This video is 15 minutes long. I think we can finish
I
this
know.
before 1 o'clock.
Yeah, let's try to go.
Persistent. When you look at the appraisals, 1, when you look at inability where you're buying a house, 2, all of a sudden now you see a clear way how African Americans have been impacted, not historically, but still in present day. And what I'm saying to you is, whether you are Democrat or Republican, I want that to change, because what I want
You've had 53 years. The Democrats
when Republicans were president and in charge, they didn't change.
Wait a minute. Democrats have had the black vote for 53 years. What have you done?
You're
for
not
them?
even answering the question.
What's that?
On this issue right here,
Roland,
is Democrat, Republican, independent. It is a systemic American problem.
You still haven't answered my basic question. I asked you about 27 out of 30 cities. You blame the state.
No. I answered the question.
What did you say?
I said to you, you show me high crime areas. I am explaining to you how they're high crime areas. And what I'm saying...
None of it has to do with their policies.
What?
High crime cities in America, none of it has to do with Democrats running
those cities. And you can't even name the policy. What policy? Give me 3 Democratic policies.
The point is, you can't name the policy. This is your world. If I'm in the business world and you ask me a question...
Well, Pat, ending cash bail, defunding the police, which is in our faces, refusing to prosecute categories of crimes, letting thousands of convicted felons out on prison release, the prison population.
So that right there. That's the reason for high crime in the last 20 years.
No, I'm just saying that's the article from from New York Times.
You still haven't answered.
No. I'm actually answering. Yeah. And here's the whole deal. First of all, when you talk about the issue of ending cash bail, that's actually only been very recent. 2, ain't no defund the police. The reality is you have seen a major increase in funding of police.
Democrats defund the police 2 years ago for an entire year.
That's a flat out lie. There were individuals.
You can say that with a straight look on your face.
I can tell you right now. I have actually talked directly.
So who came up with defund the police?
Who came up with it? Activists did.
Right. Activists were Republicans or Democrats?
They were activists. First of all, they hate both parties. You don't even talk to them.
But
I do.
But the Democrats in Congress were repeating it.
No.
AOC and
Stop. AOC, who else? You said the Democrats in Congress. How many Democrats in Congress oppose defund the police?
A lot. But I'm saying there were still some in Congress saying you're repeating the rhetoric.
You just said some. Hell, I could quote Louis Gohmert and some crazy stuff that he says and go, well, you know what? That's Republicans. The reality is this here. Democrats, Democratic mayors, Democratic governors, and yes, Democratic president have greatly increased funding of police in this country. Ain't even a question. So you can holler, the Democrats defund the police when it shows they've actually increased the funding.
Show the video.
They've increased the funding.
You asked for it.
Yeah.
You asked for it. Show the video.
Which video now?
Show the video. I just emailed you. I just texted to you. Because
who we got? Don Lemon, Charles Barkley.
Democrats haven't said defund the police at all because they would never
say that.
No, you said Democrats haven't said it. Activists said that. Your word.
No. You said who created the phrase. I said it was activists that created the phrase.
Who came up with the concept of defunding the police?
Activists did.
And then which credible Democrats had defunded the police?
There were some Democrats.
No, not some. These are some heavy duty ones.
No.
Make it bigger.
No.
Make it bigger.
When Democrats controlled Congress, how many votes they had?
Here you go.
When Democrats control Congress, how many votes did they have?
Do you like Nancy Pelosi?
When Democrats control Congress, how many votes did they have? How many votes did they have?
What's your point?
The point is this here.
Pause it so we can start from the beginning.
Did 223 Democrats vote to defund the police?
press
No.
play.
Answer the question. Yes or no?
I want you to see this. I want you. You're asking. I'm showing you data because you asked for this.
No, you're
Press
showing
play.
me some
just
Democrat
press play.
who spoke on
No, not some.
police.
The most credible
mental
ones.
health issues or policing in schools and all the rest, that perhaps we can shuffle some of that money around.
Suck it up. Defunding the police has to happen. We need to defund the police.
Mayor Eric Garcetti saying take some of the money from policing, about $150 million.
I applaud Eric Garcetti for doing what he's done.
Not only do we need to
No.
That's two.
That's two.
But we need to
that's only two.
completely dismantle the Minneapolis
that's only
Police
two.
Department.
That's just
So yes, defund your
Same
budget.
person.
Defund you.
Yes, I support the reallocation of resources.
Three.
No,
from
that's not
NYPD.
defund.
You're taking reallocating money.
No, because I'm about to check you.
Okay. Pause this for a second. He is freaking the fuck out. Like, he's losing his mind. He's having a big fucking melty right now. Because all of his beliefs are being shown to be wrong. That Democrats don't want to defund the police. It's so obvious that they do. And you just say like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, well it's a common belief. You could show him 100 and he would be like, well, it's only 100 Democrats, whatever. That's the way this guy is, which is why it's so pathetic.
And social services.
They are talking about
five now.
reducing
No, it's not.
the allocation of resources to that department.
You're
And I think
defunding them.
every
You're
single
wrong.
How's that
city
wrong?
in this
You're
country ought to be
wrong.
I
thinking
want you to
about the
explain
same
that to
thing.
me.
Yes.
Why are you wrong? 'Cause you're wrong. That's not an argument, idiot. It's not a fucking argument. You're wrong. Why am I wrong? 'Cause you're wrong. Nope, not how it works.
I support the defund
That's
movement.
three.
That's the
What's
keep
gonna
going.
get
Three.
going?
Now, let me explain to you.
How many more you want
So,
me to say?
no. So let me explain to
That's
you.
five.
Explain it. Go
No,
ahead and
it's
defund it.
three.
That's five.
You turned your
So
hand
yeah,
to
I mean the
more, just
spirit
one.
of it. I
So
Hey,
pause
There's only
it.
three.
Pause it.
Roland, it kept
By the way,
going. It
would
kept
you?
going.
Okay, hold
if
up,
you-
right there.
It was
What
on
does
for another
reallocate
5
mean?
minutes.
Would you like me to
Taking money-
continue?
Whoa, that video went on for another 5 minutes. He is freaking the fuck out, saying, shut the video down. I don't want to see it. I don't agree with it. Guess what? The reality is that there's another 5 minutes of Democrats saying to defund the police. That's the reality. Why don't you like it? Sorry, because it doesn't align with your perspective. Get over it. Homie, come on.
Continue this.
No, it's no.
Reallocating is
Don't
taking
spin
money.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. Do you understand? Do you understand that in a significant number of cities in this country,
Right.
where you have policing who do everything, okay? You have in some cities where the police are handing out parking tickets, where the police are doing duties that had nothing to do with the streets. When you say reallocate, what that says is, okay, why should we have police handing out parking tickets? Why don't we have them doing the major function of fighting crime?
Oh my god. Oh my god. The parking. By the way, like I almost agree on this. Spoon, you know I talked about this a couple weeks ago, right? About my issue with the police. I don't think I did actually talk about it on stream, did I?
Which one? Which issue?
Of my personal experiences with the police.
Oh yes, when the insurance thing.
Did I talk about that on stream? I don't remember.
Yeah, you did.
Okay. So I have an issue with the police. In that I have been, in my opinion, mistreated by the police. Doesn't mean I don't think that the police should exist. I have been mistreated by the police. To this day, I don't have an American driver's license because of, let's be honest, it was about parking tickets. So yeah, I'm a little irritated about that I can't have a driver's license because of parking tickets. That's what it's about. And I paid all the money to the police, but they are so corrupt that they just took my money and they said, oh, we didn't get your money. And then when I sent them a receipt that showed that I had paid them, they said, no, we didn't. So I don't like the police at all, but they do exist for a purpose. I don't like, I really don't like the cops. I'm a libertarian, obviously. I don't like the cops. They've totally fucked me over. They fucked me over in a way that is extremely illegal, by the way, but doesn't matter because they're the cops and they can just ask for more money from me. I really do not like the police, but this is also bullshit. I can say this as someone who has been a victim of police misaction and bullshit, that I still think the police should exist. This is nonsense.
Why don't we actually have this unit that handles that? That's called reallocation. When you talk about the issue of mental illness,
you're spinning.
No, I'm not. I'm stating facts.
You're spinning.
First of all, let me ask both of you a question. Have either one of you actually covered City Hall before?
No.
No. I'm giving you. You want facts? Here's the deal. I actually have been a City Hall reporter. I have actually been in the city meetings. When you talk about,
why don't you just say you were wrong? Why don't
I'm
you
not
just
wrong.
say Democrats were wrong?
Because I'm not wrong. Because you're wrong.
Because it can never be wrong. They can never, ever, ever be wrong, of course. And again, like you're talking to somebody who like just thinking about it like raises my blood pressure so high because I really do not like cops. I do not like traffic cops because traffic cops entirely act off of quotas. It's bullshit. I paid the traffic cops over $2,000 to try and get my license reinstated, and then they just lose the money. I'm not joking about that. It's a reality that has happened to me where they're like, oh, we don't know where it went. And then when I show them a receipt from my bank that shows that I paid, they go, well, we don't have the receipt. Oh, so my bank is lying? Wells Fargo, one of the oldest banks in the United States, is lying? That's what the government says. And this is why I hate the government. Because the government just goes like, oh yeah, one of the oldest banks in the fucking country is lying to us because we can't find a record. The reason they can't find a record is because they don't keep records because they're fucking incompetent. I don't like the police in terms of like, I like the police as a general system. But the way they actually work is incredibly corrupt and it's fucked up and they fucked with me so that I'm sorry to say that I'm so angry about this. I'm a really goddamn good driver, okay? I am. I don't mean to say, I usually don't say anything nice about myself. I really don't. I'm not someone who ever says nice things about myself, but I'm a damn fucking good driver. I really goddamn am. And I lost my fucking license over parking tickets that I paid 10 times over what the parking tickets were about. And they will not give me my fucking license back. Because the state of Ohio is that goddamn incompetent. Now, by the way, I've even spoken to a representative who is a personal friend of mine who works for the state of Ohio, and he cannot. A person who I know personally, who's a friend of mine, who works for the state of Ohio, DMV, cannot get because they are so locked up in their bullshit. They will not reinstate my fucking license because they want more money. And they have on their record, because he looked it up, that I paid them $3,000. Not just to pay off the parking tickets, because they were parking tickets, they weren't moving tickets, that nobody can get my account reinstated because it's fallen into a weird thing where they don't know where the fuck the access should be. This is insane. This is the state of Ohio, the DMV, it's the BMV in Ohio, where I can't get my fucking license back because the state of Ohio will take all my fucking money, admit they've taken all my fucking money to pay off I have paid off the parking tickets now twice, $3,000. And they just go, whoops, we don't know where the money is. Even though I've spoken to fucking people who work for the state of Ohio and they go, oh yeah, we can see that it actually is that you did pay it all off, but we're still pretending that your license is rescinded. It's fucking infuriating. I'm like, people who get mad at me or say stuff like, oh, Aiden's license is rescinded. Yeah, I can't drive. I can't drive because the state of Ohio has refused for the last 5 fucking years to take my they took my money. They didn't refuse to take my money. Trust me, they took the money. No questions asked. But because they're so goddamn corrupt that they just don't care. They just don't care. It's infuriating. Lucifer the Dipman for $5 Canadian says, Aiden mistreated me and Sitch by not buying webcam to play Magic the Gathering with us. This money goes to that cam. I do have a webcam somewhere, but yeah, I didn't know you were playing MTG. I knew we did talk about it, but like, anyway, it's infuriating to me. I really, really hate a bunch of state police officers in terms of, not them personally, but state police who do this driving stuff. Because, again, I'm a goddamn near professional driver, and I'm not allowed to drive because of parking tickets.
I'm not allowed to drive because of parking tickets. Yeah, I know. Bills keep saying that like I can get a driver's license over here, which I need to do. But I'm a fantastic fucking driver. I really am a fantastic fucking driver, and I can't drive because of fucking parking tickets. Let's finish this fucking. Sorry, I'm so angry about it. I'm so angry about it.
No,
but hold up, Roland.
Wait a minute.
Explain to me reallocation. Hold up, Mr. CEO.
Yeah.
When you're in a company and when you reallocate funds from one unit to the other, are you cutting funding or are you simply adjusting?
Why do you have a hard time just saying they said it? Why do you have a hard time? By the way, I
actually counted three people who said the words defund.
If you allowed it, you would have heard them saying defund the police.
Wait a minute. I literally heard Nancy Pelosi say shuffle. I heard Kamala Harris say reallocate. You go, oh, that's defund.
Well, except you ignore the part where they did actively say defund. You ignore the part where they actively said defund. So you're being very interestingly exclusionary in the information that you're willing to accept and receive. They actively said defund the police. They all have said this. Don't lie. You wouldn't even allow him to play the rest of the video. It was 7 more minutes of that video, dude.
You actually have a reallocation of resources that exist in city government, county government, state government, federal government every single day. But for some reason, you don't want to deal with that. Yeah. Was it spin when I told you that Democratic mayors and governors and the president, they've greatly increased police funding? Why? Hold up. Can you acknowledge that as a fact?
But they don't. They actually don't. They have not been doing that. That's an incorrect statement. You can say that in some instances they have in the past, but currently they are not. They are increasing some police. It is true that there is some increase in police spending, but it's for this training so that police don't actually arrest anybody who's committing a crime, because you're saying that crimes are racist. Not you specifically, but people within your same paradigm are saying that. So that's what's being done. That's the new training. The money that's being spent into police systems right now in the United States is anti-racist, and that means you cannot arrest a black person. That's what's happening. Anti-racist training, meaning that you cannot arrest a black person, even if they are robbing a store right in front of your goddamn face. You can't arrest them because that's racist.
Roland,
hold up. Can you acknowledge it as a fact?
If I sit with you and you can acknowledge.
Can you acknowledge as a fact?
And you can acknowledge that your side of the party.
It's not my side.
Support it.
See, that's right there. See, you're yelling your side.
I'm not yelling my side. I'm a registered independent.
Here's the whole deal, though.
Isn't astonishing too?
First of all, in Texas, I don't have to.
Like Patrick is just speaking normally, and Roland is losing his fucking.
I would have very, very hard time keeping my cool with someone like.
I know. But Patrick is completely cool on this while Roland is freaking out.
You still are not going to acknowledge the fact that the defund the police concept was brought up
by
and
activists,
constantly reaffirmed by some of the most powerful Democrats in America.
The Speaker of the House said
in America,
shuffling of funds. That is not defunding.
If you would
the vice president.
But that was the entire push. It was called defund the police. It was a movement. It is a movement. How can you act like it's not true? How can you deny reality this way? I mean, it's absolutely insidiously insane.
Kamala Harris said reallocation. That is not.
But Ilhan Omar said not only defund, she said dismantle. If she's a member of Congress, how many people are listening to that?
Stop. That's one member of Congress, right?
Oh.
Well, that's still a big deal.
So again, remember a second ago he said it doesn't exist. And now it's, just one. Well, you couldn't watch the whole video because you said to shut it down because you didn't like the video. So you couldn't see all of it. All of the Democrats saying to defund the police. Now it's just one. That's all right. Insane. You're a lunatic.
But you want to let the whole thing play.
That's a 7-minute video.
You want to let the whole thing play?
First of all, show me. Here's the deal. Show me 218 who defended that and actually voted for it to happen.
Okay. So he needs to see that every single Democrat voted for it, which they did, by the way. Like, generally speaking, like the Democrats have voted largely in favor of
demonetizing the police and defunding the police, but he's saying that the evidence of them saying it in their own words is not enough for him. How curious is that?
Happen. Please, you can't. You know why?
Stop.
Because they
See,
didn't.
this is where credibility is lost.
What are you talking about?
Credibility is lost if
this is utterly hilarious.
It is hilarious, dude. It's hilarious that you told them to stop the video because you didn't like what you were seeing. Yeah, your credibility is destroyed. It was already destroyed before this, but now it's ultra destroyed. It's done. It's dust.
I am stating an undeniable fact.
Understand.
Democratic mayors, Democratic governors, Democratic president.
Raising your voice doesn't validate your argument.
Increased funding. Mayor Lori Lightfoot of Chicago took actual COVID funds and shifted $20 million to the police department to deal with the mental issues that they were having.
Oh no, the mental issues the police were having. Highly doubt, by the way. Like, I know that that's what it said on paper, but like, are you out of your mind? The COVID funds? Yeah, like, why? Because you wanted them to. You know why they had mental health issues? Because they were being told to intensely and extrinsically shut down the rights and freedoms of individual people. And you know what? I bet it did actually affect negatively the mental health of police officers who were told to go and arrest people for not having their jab, not having their up-to-date jab. Yeah, I bet that did mess them up. It's totalitarian bullshit. That's why. I bet it did mess them up.
I think I've seen like some increased number of policemen quitting their job during the COVID.
Yeah, a whole bunch of cops have quit in the last 2 years.
Why?
Well, because cops know, white cops in particular, know that if they do their jobs and they arrest a black person, there's a very real possibility that they will end up in a court case where they're called racist. It just as what was the killing that happened recently? That was 5 black cops who were involved with it, and the left couldn't. Do you recall this? The left had no idea how to deal with the situation. They just went, "Oh, well, it's still racism." And then, like, they looked into it. Everyone who is not brain dead looked into it, and all the Tyree Nichols. Yes, thank you, Zero Fucks. So Tyree Nichols gets killed in the situation, and all the police officers involved were black, and they're still calling it racist. How can it be racist then? It's not. The reality is that the guy was a scumbag, and he got killed by cops. Maybe I also think the cops probably overacted. I would agree with that. But now they have no idea how to deal with the situation because everyone involved was black. Every single person involved was black. That story has been goddamn memory hold because they don't want anyone to know about it. At first they were like, "Oh, racism," and they're like, everyone involved is black, and they go, "Oh no, hide it." Ridiculous, insane.
Oh, I'm sorry. Reallocation?
Maybe one of the worst mayors in America.
She took COVID money.
Yeah.
Hold up. COVID money and reallocated for that. Oh, but reallocation works when you agree with it.
Roland.
What I'm trying to explain to you is when you say defund, that means cut.
You can
defund means cut.
Do you remember earlier when I said there's a difference between persuasion and manipulation? You can spin any argument.
I'm not spinning.
You are spinning. You're spinning very hard, and it's pathetic, and everyone can see it, Roland.
Good at debating. You're very good at raising your voice, interrupting all that stuff.
No,
I've watched you for years.
I just think it's hilarious
but
that both of you will say that the Democratic Party has supported defund the police when the
I didn't say supported.
When the fact of the matter is
the Democratic Party came up with the idea of defunding the police.
And you're wrong.
But they did. And in fact, yeah, you're right. Patrick didn't even say that they supported it unilaterally, even though I would say they do. But this is a Democrat talking point. Defunding the police is a Democrat talking point. The fact that Roland can't accept it is lunacy. It's actually insane.
And they supported it.
You're actually wrong.
You've not heard Republicans say defund the police. You've not heard.
Actually, you're actually wrong. In Senator Tim Scott's policing bill that he released in 2021, in the bill, I will happily send it to you.
What did he say?
He actually said.
What did he say?
You want me to read it?
I want to hear it.
No, I'm going to read it. Hold up.
Let me guess. He said reallocate.
No. That's not what he said.
Oh, I'm fascinated by this. Let's go.
Because see, what you don't understand is
But here's what we're going to do.
So you have one Republican. By the way, I don't know what he said in this bill, but we have one Republican who maybe said that the police force should be reallocated. Meanwhile, Roland says he won't even listen. He doesn't want to listen to all of the Democrats who have said openly to defund the police. You're a lunatic. You're a lunatic. But let's hear.
Hold on. When the George Floyd Justice Act,
play the entire.
When the George Floyd Justice Act
play
failed,
the entire clip.
I literally sent this. I sent this to Senator Tim Scott, and he didn't answer my question.
We were running for office, and I answered yes to that question.
We are going to reduce funding in the police department and redirect
that
money.
Smart move?
There's no
reduce funding.
These budgets should just keep growing and growing and growing. They can
what did they do?
Cuts to police.
We propose
police cuts is a good thing.
No, it wasn't cuts.
$7 million from the
he just said that.
You don't even know what London Breed did. You don't know what she did in San Francisco.
No, it's just
What
Democrats
is
and more
this?
Democrats.
Just all Democrats calling for this, and you just say, no, it's not happening. But don't believe your lying eyes and ears.
It reminds me of the quote, like, you cannot win a chess game against a pigeon because he will shit again on the board and thinking he's winning.
I'm thinking that they're shit.
Yeah, don't remember the quote, but yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That wasn't a she, that was a guy.
London Breed was speaking before her.
In cuts.
Rashida Tlaib tweeting,
are cuts a good thing?
No more policing, incarceration, and militarization.
Police cuts are a good thing. In these communities.
Rashida Tlaib straight out said, it cannot be reformed. It must be destroyed. Rashida Tlaib said that directly. Here's Cuomo.
They're not doing their job.
What do they say?
Oh my God! So you
we want fundamental.
Right here. No. You said to me. You said, "Oh, show me Republican." When Senator Tim Scott introduced his bill, okay, on police reform, this is one of the things that he did. When it failed last year, he went on Margaret Brennan's show, CBS Face the Nation. He said the Democrats wanted to defund the police, and that was a bridge too far. In Senator Tim Scott's own bill, they actually said in order for police to qualify for these funds, laws will have to be passed on the city or the state level. Excuse me.
Oh my God. So you buy that into defund the police, but we need to reduce it.
Yeah, okay, reforming the police. Literally reforming the police. The thing that every Democrat and BLM person asks for. Tim Scott comes out and proposes that, and they say that's defunding the police, even though he's not defunding them. He's saying they need new training. By everything of your definition, this is not defunding the police. He is not saying to defund them. He's not saying to dismantle them, which the left is saying. He is saying that they should have new training. Tim Scott has said this. This is exactly what's happening right now. And you're lying about it. You're lying about it to Patrick's face.
Hold on, see right there. You won't even
You're
listen.
so funny.
You won't even listen.
Buddy, if there's anybody who doesn't listen, it's you.
No, you won't listen. Senator Tim Scott said that they won't get the funds if laws don't get passed.
That's defundable.
When the George Floyd listen,
you're a master spinner.
No. First of all, if you listen, I'm telling you what he did. He then a year later calls that same thing
respect
defund the police, and I literally, and if you want to see it,
no, it's not that he called the same thing defund the police. It's that he was saying to reform the police, which is what the left wants or claims that they want, but clearly it's not what the left wants. The left wants there to be no police so that they can go out and riot and murder and steal. That's why the left doesn't want any police. That's the reality of it. You can't lie about it. It's just it is prima facie the truth. Okay.
Those are the text messages.
You're so funny.
I sent to Senator Tim Scott, and I said, Senator Tim Scott, please explain to me the difference between what you said the Democrats are doing, what you did.
You just hurt your argument even more.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Because what you just did is validated everybody else what they just said.
No.
Yes. That means what Kamala said, what Nancy Pelosi said. They're all saying the same thing. Defund the police. And now they realize it was a bad idea.
She did not say defund the police.
Of course.
She openly, actively said, both Nancy Pelosi, AOC, and a shit ton of Democrat
shields
people in power have said defund the police. You just heard it, but don't believe your lying ears, because this guy is out of his fucking mind. Roland is crazy. He doesn't even understand what's happening around him. He is so ideologically captured, can't comprehend, even when he hears it come from the mouths of the people he supports.
did not either.
Oh, wait a minute. So you say what Kamala said was defund the police.
Your argument, you just screwed yourself up.
No, I didn't.
You did.
No, I didn't.
Of course you did.
No, I was specifically calling out Senator Tim Scott by trying to call something defund the police.
Oh, real quick. Eric Zahn asked about his body language. I talked about it a little bit at the beginning of this. But the body language of Roland Martin is that he is extremely, obviously, perturbed.
Under duress.
He's under duress. The reason why he's under duress is because he knows that he's lying. No, he knows that he's lying.
That too.
The reason why he's so upset right now is because he is lying. He knows that he's lying, and he has to try and defend his lies. That's what it's about. It's not complicated. I am not a body language expert. I am a communication scholar. I know which, like the only thing that anyone thinks that we're supposed to do is body language analysis. I don't. I've taken classes in body language analysis. It's not my primary area of study. My primary area of study is actually like in terms of like what I was trained in is statistical analysis of mass level social interaction. So that's why that's what you get in my videos.
I'm curious. You're actually 100% sure he knows he's lying?
What?
Are you sure that I was questioning like how do you know that the Roland guy knows he's lying? Because I just cannot fathom myself.
His agitation is it. No, I don't know this for sure, but if you do want my body language analysis, his aggression. No, I could go through the whole entire 35-minute clip again, and go through and explain every single point where you can tell that he's lying. But it's clear his agitation, he is lying. People who are telling the truth don't get this agitated. He knows he's lying. If you want me to, if we got like 3 minutes left on this.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'll do a body language analysis here in the last 3 minutes.
When they were simply proposing exactly what he did.
You know what's the problem? Here's the problem, Roland. The problem is
some of the things I can tell you that he did beforehand, the fact that he was constantly looking at his phone, he's looking away, he's looking down. These are all indicators of lying. That he's looking away from Patrick. Those were all indicators of lying. But just in this particular part where he is caught in a serious lie, let's watch this and I'll do the body language analysis.
When I sit down with somebody with whatever thing they believe in, okay, it's specifically a lot on the Democratic side. It's specifically.
It's a lot on the Democratic side.
It is being a Democrat before their country.
Yeah.
It is how they vote before America. It is, nope, I'm going to defend this because there's no way these guys going to say anything wrong with defund the police. And that's where you lose credibility. All you have to say is,
you have no,
I don't acknowledge this, I don't support this. That's all you have to say.
You have no credibility on this when you can't even acknowledge what reallocation means. You have no.
Taking away resources from A and giving.
It means taking away resources, which means defunding. Okay? That's what it means. That's the basic definition. It's not complicated.
No credibility when you can't even define that. When I have actually talked to mayors.
Reallocation simply means the act of taking it away and giving it to somebody else. Like the
precisely.
defunding is
which is defunding.
The defunding is just the taking away. The relocation is what you do after the defunding.
Right.
It's still the defunding.
Yeah, precisely.
It's not killing. It's unlifing.
Yeah, it's not at all complicated. It's really, really simple. We're taking away money from the cops. Where's the money's gonna? You're still taking the money from the taxpayer, of course. But where's the money going to go?
It's like saying, I'm not removing your money. I'm just stealing it.
Yeah, true, right?
And city councils, and they have walked through how when London breathed, when the
policies have destroyed the cities.
Here you go. We're
destroyed the cities.
Yeah, how's Chicago and Baltimore looking? Like really,
how's Chicago
ask
doing?
yourself that question. I pointed this out earlier in the stream again. 23 schools in Baltimore City, not a single student proficient in math. How's it going? How is it going in Baltimore and Chicago? Oh, it's not going great? Whose fault is that?
You know what we need, Aiden? We need to throw more money at the problem.
Yeah, just throw more money at it.
That's
Obviously,
definitely going to solve the problem.
Obviously, that'll fix
Destroying the city.
53 years Democrats have had to vote.
When the mayor of San Francisco talked about the mental illness crisis in their particular city, and they said we need to be sending mental health folks out on calls. And
the homelessness crisis in San Francisco is out of control. There are thousands and thousands of people who live on the street, and they just literally live in tents in San Francisco.
I've seen
That's
also,
a reality.
I think if you don't know it, you should all watch it. It's the YouTube channel of a girl named Sav Says. And she did like 2 reports about, I think, New York and Detroit, I think. And it's just crazy to see the state of the city and what the people are.
Shitholes. They're complete shitholes. You can drive if you're just driving down the street in San Francisco. There's an entire homeless camp. They're there because they can't afford to live in the state because the state is so expensive to live in because it's a Democrat state. So it's impossible to live in. And they're there begging for money. That's the reality. And you find that in every Democrat-run state, full of homelessness, full of problems, full of crime. It's just the reality. This is what Democrat policies create.
And the title of the video Saab did was The Lawless Street of San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
Enough said.
No, I would say people in the South, in Republican areas, often very poor, but they're not. Why are they so poor, but they're not committing the same kinds of crime? It's a good question to ask. They're happy enough with what they got. The Democrat policies create crime. They do this without question in every single state in which they are implemented. You're just mad about reality. Get mad at reality as much as you want. It's the truth.
Always the cops. Now, we've seen numerous examples where that happens. What has actually happened in the last 30 or 40 years in Democrat and Republican cities and states in the country? We've seen
There's like no Republican cities. Every even city within a Republican state is still Democrat. Yep. So there's no such thing as a Republican city because Democrats promise people shit. They promise them gives.
Democrats rule as Republicans.
There is no, and then the city gets destroyed. It becomes worse and worse and worse. There's no such thing as a Republican city. It doesn't exist.
Massive cut with mental illness. What is the greatest increase of incidents?
Again.
No, I'm
Spin
not.
again.
I'm stating fact. Yeah. What you don't like, what you refuse to acknowledge or accept, because you're stuck on Democrats have had it for 53 years. You act as
I'm
if.
asking
No, wait, hold up. You act as if in those 53 years, Republicans have never had power. You act as if
they haven't had power in these cities.
In the cities, yeah, they haven't.
They have not had any power in those cities for 53 years.
You see why I said he's a chihuahua?
Yeah, he's like while saying nothing and or just spouting lies.
His voice
the reality
is higher pitched than yours.
He is one step away to say, but it wasn't real communism.
Yes, he's on that point where it wasn't real communism. It's fine when we do it. In fact, like when Democrat policies, when Democrat policies lead to terrible outcomes, it's actually Republicans' fault. Cool. Thanks for just saying the quiet part out loud. When we fuck up, it's actually your fault for not stepping in and helping us. What an idiot.
Republicans have never had the House or the Senate or the White House.
Here's what I said to you.
So here's the question.
I said to you.
Show me how the Republicans
There's no way
changed.
to talk with you, bro. I got to tell you. So
show me how Republicans changed.
So here's what I tell you.
Give me examples.
Are you going to let anybody speak?
I'm waiting for your examples.
If you have 92% of an entire community's vote.
Like the evangelicals?
For 6.
Shut up. You have 92%. Let Patrick fucking talk. All these Democrat cities, 90% of the vote, which is largely African American, let's be real, goes towards Democrats, who then do nothing but harm their own communities and fill their own wallets. That's the way it's worked for the last 50 years.
With a teenager.
I know.
50 years.
Like the evangelicals?
Evangelicals are also part of that black vote. If you have 90,
Are you, look at his strained face. Evangelicals are not part of the black vote. Guess what? Yes, they are. The black community is far more Christian than the white one at this point. So get mad as all you want. But black evangelicals are absolutely a major part of the black vote. Get mad.
92%.
You actually don't understand evangelicals and black evangelicals.
If you have 92%.
He doesn't understand it.
of the black vote for 59 years. 59 years later, 27 out of 30 cities for crime are ran by Democrats. Your policies don't work.
And let me ask you this question.
People have to revisit.
I'm going to ask you again.
Patrick is laying back out the actual data, the actual statistics. He can't cope with it. He's been screaming now for like 10 minutes. Let's hear the end of this.
Hey, let me finish and I'll let you talk. You either have to consider new policies or the voters have to consider a new party.
Okay, so if you enjoyed this clip, you want to see another one, click here to watch another.
Okay.
You want to know what he says, don't you?
I do kind of want to know what his reaction was. But that was a terrible debate.
Probably he would just have spin the thing again. Like
yeah, that's a terrible debate. I hate the racism aspect. Like it's hard to throw it at Patrick, but he did anyway. Because he's a loser. Patrick is based. Yeah, please check out. This is called
Valuetainment.
Valuetainment, right? Valuetainment. Please check out Valuetainment. I hate the name of the podcast.
Yeah.
But yeah, Valuetainment.
It sounds like it sounds discounty. It sounds
discounty. Yeah, cheap. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but check out Valuetainment and Patrick, because we watched a couple of his clips now, and I think that he doesn't have to do anything. It's just being calm and measured. measured and not reacting to the people who he has on insanity. Really. Helps him out.
Have you noticed with regardless to politics, he approaches everything like a businessman?
Yeah, because he's based.
Yeah, but do you notice that strikes me as very interesting that even people have this perception that the public and private sector needs to be run differently. And I remember watching when Mobo goes on with Boyce, he said like that's an absurdly stupid thing to think about. Because look at every politician, they think like you're shit, you are in it for the money. And every politician is hated as a dishonest person. Everyone says this place is run fucking bullshit. Get in a businessman because a businessman will clear the shit the fuck out.
Well,
no one wants politicians to run politics. Everyone wants a fucking businessman.
Well, I gotta say, like, I was hoping Elon would do that with Twitter, but he's done the opposite. So I don't know if I can stand by that stance anymore because Elon's not doing it. Elon apparently took over Twitter. He like paid attention for a week and then just stopped caring and left it to the trust and safety people who are, as we've been over,
the same shit they used to do before.
As we've been over today, as we showed, the people who are in the new trust and safety are as bad, if not worse, than people who were in the previous trust and safety.
I remember seeing
he should have given Twitter. He should have given Twitter to Mr. Beast.
Yeah, it is sad. I don't like it, but we have to be careful about this stuff because we now have an example of somebody taking. We do have an example now of somebody taking over a more conservative leaning person. I don't think Elon's particularly conservative, but like he's not a far leftist, taking over Twitter, and he just abandons it to the far leftists again, so they can take over.
Yeah,
and they can
ago
keep doing their stupid insanity.
Twitter feels the same as it was 2 years ago now.
Yeah, it does. There's no difference. The only difference now is that you can't you can't criticize a quote unquote self-proclaimed conservative woman because she claimed she was sex trafficked. We went over that entire shit earlier, and I really can't stand Eliza Blue. Like I wouldn't normally care so much about that kind of shit, but you've made me care. I wouldn't care, but you've made me care, and I hate it.
I will say this. I think unless the platform allows you to misgender people, it's not free.
Yeah, true.
Like, if you are a fucking man, I will call you a man. I will never address you by your fucking pronouns. Eat a dick, you commie F-word.
Fuck that.
No. If you're 6'2", and I can
you
see
still
your
can't do
fucking
that.
Apple, like, you are a man, and I will never call you a female.
You can't do that on Twitter still, and you certainly can't talk about Eliza Blue's history of being a sex worker, even though she's talked about it a million. This is a problem. This is an issue with Elon's new Twitter. It's just the same as the old Twitter. Kizza for £5 says, objection, spoon, politics should be run solely by engineers as they know how to build, maintain, and defend civilization. Hashtag change my mind.
No.
Well,
That's the workers.
The engineers are the ones who are currently working to protect Eliza Blue and protect Troons on Twitter. So
yeah, no, it should be run by businessmen.
I agree. Anywho, I think we're gonna head out for the night. It's 1 in the morning. It's past 1 in the morning. Spoon, I'm sure, is very sleepy.
2:20 at my place.
Thank you so much for joining us, Christopher. I've had your Kickstarter up here in the pinned comment the entire time. I hope that the stuff that's happened to you is super fucked up, but I hope that more people get some awareness about it, and that people can be more aware of what's happening with women using their pussy power to destroy men. It's really screwed up. It is.
Definitely, because I mean, it was a pleasure, and thank you for having me. Because to be honest, it's you and well, no, you, not you. That's you, or solely on you that encouraged me to, well, at least talk a bit about it, even if it's still
I'm
very
really
vague.
glad that you have. I was really glad that you. I know that it was difficult. I know there's legal issues, but thank you so much for coming on and talking about.
I was scared, to be honest.
I understand why you would be, and everybody, like, even if like you don't want to support that particular Kickstarter, support Christopher Everard, because what's happened to him is completely fucked up. And in any new products that he works on, pay attention, because this is stuff that happens every day to men. It really does. But Christopher is just one person that I'm able to reach out to and talk with, who's able to give his opinions and explain what happened to him. And we need to be more aware of the way that men are being abused by women all across the world every day. And with that said, I think we're going to end the stream here.
Sleepy.
All right. I know Spoon is sleepy. It's very late for all of us.